Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park. What a great day we have today. Of course, all of our normal divisions here in kart racing, plus vintage karts, are here today. We're excited to see those drivers and those karts here as we enjoy ourselves on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Dawsonville, Georgia. If you would, please rise for our invocation and our national anthem. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the wonderful opportunity that we have to enjoy the sport of racing. We ask that you keep all of our drivers and participants safe today and give us a safe trip as we make our ways home tonight. Thank you so much for the ways you've blessed us in the past and continue to do so. For it's in Christ's name we ask it. Amen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. We are so excited to see everyone here today. Had a chance to stop by and see a lot of people on the way in this morning. And, of course, while we're having lunch and a few other things, met with some very nice folks. It's good to see you and good to have you here at Atlanta Motorsports Park on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. I don't think the weather could be any better whatsoever than we have it today. Look at those gorgeous blue skies and, of course, our wonderful facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We are getting set for today's action. Let me tell you who all is going to be involved. Joining me in the tower today is going to be Will Rigdon. He's of course our executive producer as well. Our producer is Michaela Denny. On camera today we have Bratton McMahon, Ethan Denny. Also Kavion Cook is on camera today, and our two drone pilots, Jeffrey Farver is going to be on the Skycam, and Daryl Killboy Cannon. He's going to have two things operating today. He's going to have our drone up, and he's also going to have the truck cam. That truck cam is an amazing thing. You'll be able to see the action from right on the racetrack as that truck. I was talking to Daryl earlier, Will, and Daryl said that he believes that that truck can make it all the way, even though it's an RC-controlled truck, and make it all the way around the racetrack, and we're going to get some great shots from the truck cam. Can't wait for that to happen today. It is a great time to be in racing. Just so many things are available. We're coming off the most important weekend in the world of racing. Monaco, of course, was this past weekend. The Indy 500. Will, you had a chance to be in Indianapolis for that. Give us a little update, man. What an exciting end to that race.
That was quite the finish to the Indy 500. Yes, we were in the stands. We were about 100 yards from the start-finish line, and let me tell you, Charles, if you've never had the opportunity to go to Indy, that is something every race fan must do. Doesn't matter what kind of racing you're into. It is the single largest sporting event, single-day sporting event in the world. They put over 300,000 people in Indy Motor Speedway. I can't tell you what it's like to be in the crowd there. That is racing at its purest. The fans, the event, everything. Words cannot describe it. You have to go at least once before you die.
I have got to do that. When I was in third grade, I read a book called You Were There with A.J. Foyt at the Indy 500. And A.J. Foyt became an idol of mine at that point when I was in third grade. And then when I was announcing for IndyCar, I announced a race. Kenny Brack, his driver, won the race. And I was able to actually interview and talk with A.J. Foyt in Victory Lane. And what an honor that was to have somebody that had been my childhood idol to actually get a chance to talk with them and interview them. So, man, my hat's off to you for being able to go to Indy. Of course, we all watched the 600, which occurred on Monday this week, and that had some eventful things. Our Our hometown boy, Chase Elliott, had an interesting day in that
yes.
one, and he finds himself, he may be sitting at home in Dawsonville this weekend.
Yeah, he's going to be definitely eating the popcorn and watching from home this weekend with that one race suspension. I mean, say what you will about that incident, Charles. I mean, it's, you know, if you're a Chase Elliott fan, you chalk it up to a racing incident. And if you're a Denny Hamlin fan, well, that was intentional. So,
well, it's been a long time coming. If those of us that have long memories, and I think everybody in NASCAR does, especially the drivers, remember that time back in Martinsville, 5 years ago, when Denny took Chase out as he was leading the race. And people don't forget that easily. I don't think Chase forgot that either. He almost made it look accidental. Almost.
Yeah, and I think NASCAR just felt the pressure to do something about it. That's why they handed down the penalty. I mean, they could have been, you know, heavier-handed with it. They could have been less with it, and I feel like they did what they thought was right. I mean, obviously there's going to be fans that are upset, and there's going to be fans that praise the decision. But that's why we race them, line them up, and race them every week. That's why we tune in to watch it, because – you know, what's racing without a little bit of drama, Charles?
That's right. Absolutely. And the good thing about this, if there's a good thing that came out of this, Corey LaJoie is going to be replacing Chase in the car this week. And Corey's got a lot of talent. He's been with Spire Motorsports. We've not seen a lot out of him because he's been in, quite honestly, inferior equipment. He has a chance right now to step into the best equipment on the racetrack in Hendrick Motorsports. Excited to see what Corey LaJoie can do tomorrow. So anyway, we are here. It's interesting to see motorcycles on the main track today. I watched those guys going through the carousel turn, and man, how they hang that left knee out to keep from hitting the pavement, I don't understand.
It's wild when you get to see that many bikes out on track. We've got the Evolve GT motorcycle group out on track right now. It is a HPDE for motorcycle drivers, and it's fun when you get to see, you know, 30, 40 bikes out on track all at the same time, big packs of them riding around. And these guys with Evolve GT, they started coming to the track last year, and they signed up again for another full program this year, and it's fun to see all those bikes out there.
I have no idea what HBTE means. What is it?
A high-performance driving experience.
Ah, okay, got you.
So, and that's, usually there's track days, there's HPDEs, there's, I guess there's learning days, you know, where you have the mandatory instruction, and this is just, they pay for subsidized track time, and they can get on track, and, you know, they get about 5, 6, 20-minute sessions on track.
Well, Will, we've got our first group coming out of turn number 17 right now. This is our Lo206 Juniors and Cadets, I believe.
Yes.
We've got them, as you see, there's two separate starts because of the different divisions. We actually got a green flag first time by. How cool is that?
And that is probably the Lo206 Juniors out in the front, so they got the green flag first. Or actually, it might have been the Cadets because they're the ones that muck the starts more often, but they got it on that first one, and then obviously since they're green, the second group's got to go green, and once they make their way around the track and we get an update from timing and scoring, we will let you know the running order. But right now on screen, you see that lead pack making their way down the back straightaway through the kink. Oh, some early action for the lead there. Looks like second place, sticking his nose to the inside. He has a little bit of the run, and he is going to make the pass. We will need to see who that driver is as they come back around.
Not only that, but the driver that was in the lead now winds up in fourth spot, so he lost 3 other spots there coming through turn number 6. That was pretty outstanding to see that happening through turn number 8, that is, in that big section down there. We've got drivers working their way up the hill right now. They head around for the final completion of lap 1. Got one taking a quick look to the inside, tucks back in single file, thinks better of that as they cross start finish. Up the hill they go to turn number 1. They get ready to go down the hill into that big 180-degree turn. We got one off track right there, so one already off track, and they're trying to figure out exactly what to do with that kart. Driver climbing out of it, so apparently not going to be able to continue in the 44 kart.
And they'll go ahead and get him safely off the track. That's definitely not a place you want to be sitting trackside. All those karts barreling down turn 2. That is a heavy braking zone, and if you lose traction, you're going to wipe out quickly into the grass. So good job on track safety for getting that driver out of the kart and out of harm's way. And they are just going to leave the kart there till the finish of the race. But we are still under green right now, Charles.
Yeah, you see that GoPro on the top of his helmet. I don't think he's going to get a lot of active shots to be able to do anything with that after one lap complete. Look at that tight battle going into turn 16.
And I know who that is in the lead right there, Charles. That is Alyssa Vasquez in that pink go-kart making her way around turn 16 right now.
Alyssa stopped me last week, or the last time we were here on the way out, and gave me a quick fist bump and thanked me for pronouncing her name right. So I think that's an important thing with Alyssa. The rest of these drivers all down into turn 2 right now.
We kind of butchered that the first season. I heard the kids up there on the podiums making fun of her as we were announcing it, and so we made it a point to make sure we got that name pronounced right. But we were for a minute calling her Vaskoku.
Yeah, got an extra syllable in there that's silent, I believe. Anyway, look at this, a little bump drafting going down through turn number 7 right now as they get ready for that big loop into turn 8. Quick look down to the inside, but everybody comes through single file as they head through the S's and up the hill once again.
And there's your leader, Alyssa Vasquez, as they make their way through turn 13, cresting up the hill again into that big blind sweeper that is turn 14. That is a favorite passing zone for Alyssa, so whenever you see her down with 1 to 2 laps to go in the race, that's one of her favorite spots to make a move. We've seen several last lap passes out of her, but right now she is sitting comfortably in the lead. She's got a train of 3 carts behind her, and I think they're all content to just tuck it in and knock off the laps here during this 10-lap pre-final race, because, Charles, this isn't the lap that counts for points, or the race that counts for points. This is just setting the grid for the final race. So while these guys, I'm sure they want to race for the win, they also need to be smart and race for position, so that way they're not left out to dry at the start of the final race.
Yeah, but if you ever known a race driver that didn't want to do everything they could to gain a spot, no matter whether it's necessary or not?
I don't think it matters if it's open practice, qualifying, or the race. If someone's in front of you, you want to beat them. And that's what makes racing so much fun, is just the competition and having people to drive against.
On a recent champ show, I had Lincoln Massey on, and we had just a great time talking about his racing and what he's getting set to do. I ran into him down earlier in the pit area today, and so it's awfully nice to talk to these folks and see them. I had a lot of folks commenting about our broadcast here that watch it live stream and then watch it after the fact. And I told them, I said, we have 2 goals. Number 1, to try to pronounce names correctly, and number 2, don't say anything bad about anybody. That's our goal right there. If we accomplish that, we've done well.
Well, one of the fun things, too, here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is we get to see both ends of the spectrum here. We go all the way from 5-year-olds driving kid karts all the way up to the pros driving the shifter karts and everything in between. And each one of these drivers, they all have goals. They all have aspirations. They are all dreaming big. They want to go on to the next level. And that's the fun thing about Atlanta Motorsports Park, is there is always – and look at this. We got a pass for the lead right now. Oh, but a little crossover action. Alyssa Vasquez not going to let that driver take the lead. But what's fun here is as these drivers progress and getting to watch them season over season as they come up from kid kart to LO kid karts to the juniors, cadets, it's so much fun to see the progression, because it's a ladder here, and there's always another rung for these drivers. So once they accomplish one, they climb to the next. And we've got a lot of programs, we've got a lot of classes, we've got a lot of opportunity, not just here at the go-kart track, but also up at the main track. We've seen several drivers make the transition from kart track to cars, and really that's just what's so special here about Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I was actually in conversation with Raiden Nickel this past week. He's one of those drivers that has gone from karts to not only just to Spec Miatas, but also into the downforce cars, and doing great there. So it's good to see those guys progressing on. So much talent and so many opportunities for these drivers, as you were talking about. Carson Craig, we're going to be talking to him a little later. Carson is the Porsche Invitational. He is down within the final 100. I think they started out with 1,200 participants in that, entries in it, and he's down into the final 100 now to make the opportunity to get there.
And check out this awesome FPV shot from drone pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. And we cut back to the Skycam being piloted by Jeffrey Farver. Both are 107 licensed drone pilots here today, giving you all the shots, up high, down low, doesn't matter. We got a camera in position. And we are still following this lead battle right now between Alyssa Vasquez and second, third, and fourth place behind her. We're still waiting on timing and scoring to come up, so unfortunately we are a little bit light on names right now, but that pink helmet, that pink driver's suit of Alyssa Vasquez is easy to spot, so we know who's in the lead right now as they make their way down the back hill, barreling into turn 9. And look at this, second place looking to the inside again. Goes for the pass, but is Alyssa going to hit him with the crossover? And she does. He has tried that move several times now and not able to close the door. He knifes it in down low to make the pass, but loses the momentum. And that allows Alyssa to stay wide and hit him with the crossover.
I'm not sure who's in that 44 kart. We don't have a list of names for that one. Oh, we got one spun out in turn 16, so we'll have a partial course caution right there. I think they've gotten it righted right now, so we're back in action once again. There's the replay of that one. Oh, my, how tight that was coming through 16.
And that's an area, if you panic brake, Charles, the back end is going to come around on you. That is the one spot on the track where the wall is closest to the track during a turn. So you got to be real confident, real smooth on the controls, or else you can do exactly what we just saw on your screen.
Well, those rear ends do come around awfully easy right now. Alyssa Vasquez still up front. You see her. Oh, we got a battle for the lead.
He's got the run again, but he's going to get in front of her before the turn, so maybe he could take a proper line. No, still leaves it to the inside, and here goes Alyssa again, back with the crossover. 3 for 3 this time.
She is the master at coming back to the inside with that slingshot move. My goodness.
Imagine what she'd do on dirt.
Wow. Be interesting to see. Right now, they've got a slower kart in front of them. Let's see how they handle that. It's going to not be a factor as they go into turn 16, able to pull out wide again.
And they're going to push that to the inside to get around that back marker as they make their way through turns 16 and 17 back onto the front straightaway. And, you know, Charles, I think there might be a little bit of a gearing differential because I'm seeing that second-place kart keeps pulling up in the longer straightaway parts. And so, looks like we got another driver off track there. That looks all the way back at turn 9.
Wow. We got a battle now for second and third that's going on. And you were talking about that gearing. On the straightaways, it just doesn't have the speed, but down in the corners, it seems like it's a lot better right now. Look at this. What another battle for the lead.
He's going to try it on the outside this time. Alyssa, though, not yielding at all. She is going to slam the door and not let him by. He is knocking at the door, though, Charles. He is trying to go in any which way he can. Trying to crack the window, going through the garage, but Alyssa says, no, sir, not today.
Well, cracking a little more than the window. He's cracking that back bumper just a little bit, too, coming up through that corner right there.
And
here they come side by side.
And here we are. Nope, he's going to dip it back in, bumper to bumper. You kind of got to stay for position there through turn 1. It is very vital that you stay all the way on the outside, or it's going to punish you hard setting up for turn 2.
Well, they're using all of the track through there. You can see them using that wide entrance into turn number 2 and then up the top of the hill. They come through turn 4 right now. Alyssa slides way out. Of course, everybody else does too. They're riding her tire tracks as they go down through the kink. Great shot from the drone.
And that was almost on cue when you said slide in. We made that transition to the FPV camera. And here goes your leaders through the backside of the track.
Working up the hill right now, Alyssa with about a 3-kart length lead over our second place kart. That's the 44 kart. We don't have a driver listed for that one. Race monitor is not up, and on the previous races here, we don't see a 44 kart listed. Good battle going on there for third and fourth. We see them tight side by side coming down across start finish. Checkered flag is in the air. That's going to do it. Alyssa Vasquez going to win this one for the Lo206 Junior. Let's check out the Cadets as they make their way by. We'll try to get you a winner from the Cadets as well.
I think I'm going to go stick my head over behind timing and scoring, see if we can get some names off the screen here to report back to you guys.
We'll have our next group coming out in just a moment as the rest of these competitors make their way across start-finish. There you see a great overhead view of all of our, well, at least turns 16 and 17 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You see the new paved area down there where we've got extra parking now. That has helped things tremendously. We do have the vintage carts here today, a lot of those drivers from the Barnesville, Georgia area, and so we'll have a lot of them here. So that means that we still have tons of folks here today. Had to park down in front of the condos when I got here today, and more people came in after that. So still a lot of parking issues just because of the number of carts that show up. It's tremendous to see this number of people down here today. We'll go down to Chris Conowall in just a few moments. He's going to have Alyssa Vasquez down there. We'll find out her thoughts on this race and how it turned out. I know for her it's great anytime you're out front the entire race. It's a great race for you, so we'll find out from Alyssa here in just a moment what her thoughts are on this Lo206 Junior win. We also had the Lo206 Cadet winner. We'll try to get word with them as well. So Alyssa's on her way over right now. Let's see if Chris can corral her down there and get some words with her. Let's go down to Chris Conowall and Alyssa Vasquez.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here with race winner Alyssa Vasquez. And tell us a little bit about the first run of the day.
Well, first run, it was pretty good. I had a great competitive from Justin Sherbert. We made some good passes and some good defending. But other than that, it was a great race.
Awesome. And we're going to see more of you this afternoon?
Oh, yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Back up to you guys, Charles.
Well, thanks to Alyssa for letting us know that Justin Sherbert was in that 44 cart. We had not had a name on that, and thankfully Alyssa cued us in to who that person was in the 44 cart, so good to know that. We've got our next group coming out in just a moment. This will be our Tag Junior, Senior, and Master all running together. So Tag Junior, Senior, and Master will be running together. Kid carts, we need you in the staging area, please. Kid carts, time to get those carts to the staging area. Tag Junior, Senior, and Master, these are the touch and go carts, which means you just hit a button and get ready to roll out onto the racetrack. Now, when it comes to horsepower and overall speed on the racetrack, how are these going to differ from what we just saw?
So they are going to have at least twice the horsepower. The touch and go car, or the LO carts, they run about 8.5 horsepower. These touch and go carts are upwards of 22 horsepower. Wow. And that's with the air-cooled top end, because these are these are the liquid-cooled ones. So they have the radiators. They've got batteries in there, so there's no pull start. You don't have to push start it. You can literally just press a button, it fires on. The big difference with these guys is they're two strokes, and so the power band becomes a real big factor, something you got to manage, and especially at a track like Atlanta Motorsports Park where you're going uphill, downhill. You've got to keep those engine revs managed, or else you're going to lose power and you're going to lose a lot of time, especially when you're hitting the uphill section on track.
Well, when you say you've got to manage that, how do you do it? You don't have a transmission. You can't change gears.
No.
So how do you manage that?
The way you manage it is you have to listen to the engine. So you're coming into a turn and you hear that engine starting to bog down. As a driver, you have to know where that power band is, and you have to know what that cart sounds like. You have to know what it feels like. And if you feel that power band dipping below that critical threshold to where it's going to make power, you've basically got to keep your speed. You can't brake any further. So if you're trying to take a proper racing line through the turn and you drop too much power, then you kind of just got to go wide, use the track, use whatever bit of downhill you got to get those revs back up, because especially at the bottom of turn 2, that's where a lot of people get caught by that. You know, they can just stay wide. They get a little bit more time to get the revs back up before they hit the uphill section.
I see.
And it's all about staying within that power band, because if you don't have power, you are not making time. And if you are caught at the wrong spot, you are literally losing seconds if you don't manage that.
Now, many of these carts are around 1 minute to come in and out of the race course. These are going to be running probably just a tad faster than that, correct?
Yes, yes. And we are trying to see if we can get timing and scoring back up. And here we've got our starting lineup right now coming out on track for the pre-final race.
Timing and scoring today is on Race Monitor. A lot of different facilities use various different racing apps. We happen to use Race Monitor here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, so you can check out all the action there on Race Monitor. Many times I've been at home, could not see a race, and I would watch it on Race Monitor. I remember one night I was watching one and caution was out for like 30 minutes, and I finally texted someone at the racetrack, and they said they were in a rain delay, and I wondered why caution had been out on the track for 30 minutes during that. It's amazing what you can catch just by watching on Race Monitor. Right now our drivers working their way up the hill in turn number 2. Matter of fact, there goes some leaders down off of turn number 15 into turn 16 to complete lap number 1, I guess it is this time.
And we had another split start because we've got two huge grids on track right now between the Tag Senior and Tag Master division. I believe there's a couple of junior drivers out there, but what we are seeing is mostly Tag Senior and Tag Master. Right now, Sam Machado is scored as your race leader. That is in the Tag Senior. Eugene Panenko is your leader in Tag Master. He is all the way back in the 10th overall position.
Yeah, Eugene, I've not seen that name here before. Is that one that we've had on a regular basis? I'm just not familiar with that name, Panenko.
I have seen him a few times this year. I believe he was in a different division last year. But as you see right now, that is the Masters division making their way around the backside of the track, or the Senior division, I should say, making their way around the backside of the track. These guys are slightly quicker. They have a lower weight, so they give the Masters a few extra pounds so they don't have to weigh up as much. And so that's why they start the Seniors out front. And we are watching them dive into turn 2. Right now, you've got Sam Machado is your leader. Leonardo Pratis is in second. Pablo Benitez in the number 314 cart. He is your third place cart. And those are those 3 carts you see at the head of that pack right now that we're following on camera. And then behind them is Harrison Browning, Benu Yedla, and Leonardo Oliveira. Those are those second set of 3 carts you see right there on the bottom side of your screen. And that is your top 6 right now for Tag Senior.
They work their way up the hill, those drivers. Now, can these be the same chassis as any of the other carts on the track? Does chassis change things? I know that obviously shifter carts, they have to have a little different setup in them, but can just about any chassis be for any division?
Once you get up to the Senior and Master division, those are on full adult chassis. The juniors, cadets, and the kids all run different size chassis. So I believe I did see a junior out there because I saw one chassis that looked a lot smaller than the rest. But I'm not seeing him on scoring right now. I'm just seeing all Tag Senior and Tag Master.
But if you're a senior, you can run either a tag, you can run an Lo206. It doesn't matter as far as the chassis is concerned.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, it's the same chassis, just different motors.
Gotcha.
And not all chassis are built the same. There are nicer chassis and there's more disposable chassis.
Yeah.
And so it just comes down to the kind of racer you are, because some guys will go through multiple chassis a season. Some guys like to buy the nicer ones. We've got a red flag all right now. That is not good. So we are going to bring this grid to a stop, and we are going to go off air for a second. Can you mute us?
back in action once again. We've got our drivers working their way on turn number 1, or actually for lap number 1, as we're back into action after that red flag. That was, their drivers are getting lined up right now. We're getting ready for another start. Looks like that's what they're doing, is getting everybody in the right positions to be going. Will, we were talking about during the break the fact that we have a number of different classes here, so we're having to try to realign everybody according to their correct class. We got drivers, I think, that are thinking they're racing, and other drivers that are trying to line up. I see folks down at start-finish just waving the flag like crazy to get everybody to stop.
That is one of the jobs I do not envy, Charles, especially when we have these big, large grids and the dual starts. So when a red flag incident like this takes place, it takes a minute to get it squared away, and that's what we're seeing right now. They've got to get those senior drivers lined up, and then they'll get the master drivers lined up, and then we'll shoot to restart this race.
Now, you mentioned there are a couple of juniors in here. Do they run with the seniors or do they run with the masters? How do they line them up normally?
I didn't see any on the scoring tower. That doesn't mean there isn't one out there that's not being scored. I swear I saw one that looked slightly smaller chassis than the rest.
By the way, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I saw the tire barriers there. We happened to be at Lanier last Saturday and Sunday, and there was this huge fire at Road Atlanta. And we kept looking, and the tire barriers at Road Atlanta had caught on fire, and they burned for about 2 hours.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I saw that on social media, and I forgot that was the same day you were out there doing the Legends race. So I imagine you had a front seat for the bonfire there at Road Atlanta.
At least we saw the smoke. I'll have to tell you, the AMA, the American Motorcycle Association, was at Road Atlanta, and I remember announcing at Lanier back 25, 30 years ago when AMA would be there. Of course, the trees weren't as big at Road Atlanta. You could see the track clearly from the tower at Lanier. We'd be in rain delay at Lanier, and the motorcycles would be running like crazy at Road Atlanta, still running 150 miles an hour, just craziness. And we got some of that craziness here this weekend with motorcycles racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. What a, I've had motorcycles over the years, and sometimes I'd get up to 85 or 90 on my motorcycle and think, how dangerous is this? And these guys are running 160, 170 miles an hour on motorcycles.
Well, that's about all you want to be going is about 70, 80, because it doesn't matter what road you're on. Bikes are usually the smallest contender in the ring, and you never know what people around you are going to do. And I've actually got my bike just finished back up, got an old 82 Yamaha. It's a 400cc little cafe bike. I'm allowed to drive around my neighborhood, and that's about it in it.
Well, mine were. The last one I had was a Kawasaki Mean Streak 1600cc, and it would come off the line. Matter of fact, when I was at a red light, I'd have to let the cars in front of me get quite a start before I even went in low gear because it was so fast off the line. Great motorcycle.
Yeah, bikes are definitely fun, and if you ride yourself, you should definitely go look up Evolve GT. They are hosting 6 different weekends with us this year.
Wow.
Those are the guys that are on the main track right now, and they are, I believe this is their 3rd weekend this year, so hard to believe we're already halfway through the program so far this year. But, you know, we get fired up around March, April time, and then we go nonstop until November. So the track is always busy. There's always something going on the weekends, and it looks like we are back under green flag racing.
Wow, that was quick to get that going. It didn't even give them a lap to get warmed up. Of course, they're already warmed up anyway, but you see those drivers making their way up the hill right now. It's the Tag Master and Tag Seniors, and they work their way off turn number 4, and you hear that rumble of those 2-stroke engines, Will, as they head down the hill through the kink.
Yep, and we were not halfway through that contest. It was only 4 laps scored, so we will get this one restarted. Typically under a long red flag condition like what we just had, if they're over halfway, they'll call it and get the next group out on track. But since we weren't halfway, we can't score it as official, and so they are back underway. Should be halfway to go this time by. And let's see timing and scoring, how that updates as they make their way around the backside of the track.
Enlighten me just a little bit about tires. Normally in a red flag situation on oval tracks, the drivers worry about cycling another heat cycle through the tires. How does that affect these drivers? Are the tires cold again? Are they going to have some slippage as they go down into turn 2? Or is everything going to grip pretty well?
I think with the ambient temperatures outside, once you get some heat in those tires, it's going to take them a minute to cool down. And those guys are on that hot asphalt right now. I'd be more worried about leaving it parked and a flat spot, baking into the tire, which would take a lap or so to wear out. When they were just sitting there and they go right to green, that could potentially be an issue. But, you give it half a lap. I'm sure whoa, look at that. Not where off-road again.
Man, everybody taking evasive action. Here's the
Wow,
replay. Check
and that
this out.
shook up your leaders, and they were coming around to back markers. I'm not sure who that was that spun, but look on the bottom side of your screen right there. Look, coming around in 14, pushes all 3 leaders, all touching tires off track. And look at that. Third place, Banu Yedla, really going on a safari there outside of turn 14. But he is able to get it back on track and back underway.
Banu is a new Facebook friend to me. We've become Facebook friends over the last week or so, and I was just talking with him at lunch today, and he is a driver that really enjoys himself here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I saw him yesterday while we were setting up for the broadcast. I said, Banu, you made sure you checked everything right, because he's been plagued by a lot of mechanical failures here recently, and I told him, I said, you better make sure you get yourself on the podium this week. I'll make sure I do it right when we call your name. It's always exciting to see him on track, and man, he's really the heartbreak kid out there, because he is always having some kind of issue, usually none of his own fault, and he's one of the best drivers we have on the grid to be constantly plagued with problems. So, we wish him the best, and to try not to place the announcer's curse on us, I'll stop talking about it more. But
they work their way up the hill to turn number 4 once again, starting to get spread out a little bit on the track right now. You see the distance between those karts as they make their way through the kink. Laps are beginning to wind down somewhat now with these drivers after they had that little red flag period. They go through that tight area as they make the swing around turn number 8 and start to work their way back up the hill again.
That is Banu Yedla we're looking at right there, leading that pack of 3. He is currently your third-place driver in Tag Senior. Right now, the number 999 of Sam Machado is your leader in Tag Senior, followed by the number 340 of Leonardo Oliveira. Banu Yedla, again, is your third-place driver. Looking down the score sheet to the Tag Masters, currently running 6th place overall, the number 7 kart of Eugene Panenko. He is your current leader right now in Tag Masters, being followed closely by the number 00 of Jose Garcia. And, look at that. Right as I said that, a pass, the number 44, Craig Foster, is your new second-place driver in Tag Master, putting Jose Garcia in 3rd.
Yeah, got around Jose right there as you were talking about it. The drivers make their way down. They've completed how many laps now? 2 laps to go in this one. So we're got about a lap and a half to go as they make their way to the midpoint of the race course. And that's somewhere around turn 7, turn 8, turn 9. There's about halfway through the race course, I guess. We have 17 turns, but you can't say that they're necessarily equally spaced.
No.
They come by for the white flag right now. This will be the last lap as you see our leader heading down into turn number 2.
And I think after that shakeup in turn 14, first and second place both are getting a little spread out. And we've been following closely that battle for 3rd place. I think that is your tightest contest on the track right now between Banu Yedla and Harrison Browning. There was only 0.3 of a second separating those 2 drivers that last time past the line. And Banu being the slower of the 2, so this might shake up for an interesting final lap here as we are on that battle for 3rd place right now. FPV pilot Daryl Cannon following that battle for 3rd as they make their way through turns 14. Let's see as they enter the bottom of your screen. There they are heading in. Oh, look at that.
Is that Harrison?
That's
or is
Harrison
that
Browning going for the pass. Let's see. They're going to be side by side at the line, Charles. Ooh, and Banu Yedla hangs on, makes the crossover, and he will be scored as your 3rd place driver in this pre-final.
What a race for Banu to come in there side by side. Look at this. Banu just barely takes it over Harrison right there.
Oh, wow. That was something there, Charles. It looked like Browning had the run, and Banu, he pulled out the special sauce there at turn 17. Said, I'm going to hit it with a little shake and bake, and he is able to make do and get by.
Wow. Good
Exciting
job from
finish
Banu.
there. It's a good racing for 3rd place.
Outstanding camera work there to capture all that from so many different angles, too, as those drivers came by. Another shot of it. So we'll be going down in just a moment. Sam Machado kind of got lost in the mix there over that big battle going on for 3rd and 4th place. But Sam Machado comes home the winner. We'll go down in just a moment. Chris will be down there with our winner, so we'll talk with Mr. Conowall as he gets a hold of Sam Machado here in just a moment. We also had our Masters winner in that. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a word with our Masters winner or not, but that Masters winner was who got that?
Looked like Eugene Panenko was able to hang on for the win. He finished 7th place overall. So it looks like Pablo Benitez was able to get around him, although Pablo was a Tag Senior driver. He finished 6th overall in Tag Senior, but that bumped Eugene down to 7th overall, but he is first in class for Tag Master.
Yeah, that Craig Foster had gotten by Jose Garcia there with a lap or so to go, so he came in second spot. Let's go down to Chris right now. Chris Conowall's got our winner.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Will. I'm here with race winner Sam Machado. Sam, there was quite a bit of calamity during that race, but you came out on top. What can you tell us about the run?
Honestly, I just feel like I had a good start, and then the only thing that I was thinking about was just got to stay up front, make sure I'm hitting my braking points, and yeah, that's about it.
And right at the end there was some pretty tight competition. How did you hold off your competitor?
Honestly, just trying to focus on my lines. That's about it. You know, that's all I can do.
Okay, and we're going to see more of you this afternoon?
Sir, yes, sir, you will.
All right, can't wait. Back up to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. When you look at drivers like that, you see that there's drivers running their line. Obviously, Sam Machado doesn't have anybody to work off of, being that he is the race leader, so you're just racing the track at that point, doing everything you can to make your laps faster.
Hey, Charles, I got half of that, unfortunately. Can you say that again for me?
Oh, Chris, I was just talking about the fact that you've got your drivers that are racing the track themselves. Sam Machado there didn't have anybody in front of him, so every time he goes by, all he's trying to do is better himself and hit his marks on the racetrack.
And while we're waiting for this next group to get to the track, Chris, I don't know if you can find Banu down there. It looks like he's pushing across the scales right now. I don't know if we can find Banu or not. Maybe get a word with him real quick, because that was quite the battle for third place we were following.
Hey guys, I'm here with Banu Yedla. Banu, the booth wanted to hear the race from your perspective. What can you tell us?
It was scary. I mean, the guy spun out right in front of me. I had to go in the grass and spun out. It was a scary race.
Yeah, I think Will referred to it as going on safari. Is that what it felt like?
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, oh, keep it in the grass. I mean, I was going to hit the wall pretty hard, but I kept it.
Excellent, excellent. So will we see more of you today as well?
Yep, sure.
All right, well, thanks for the interview. Back up to you, Charles. Will?
Yeah, Chris, we had the pass in the grass in NASCAR. That wasn't necessarily the pass in the grass, but it was an adventure in the grass.
Yes,
as Will said, a safari.
That was a 3-cart safari off turn 14.
Oh, my. Next group coming out, we'll have kid carts on the way out next. Lo206 Masters. You need to get those into staging, Lo206 Masters. Kid carts are going to be coming out. They do a standing start, so we'll get the kid carts ready to roll in just a minute. Remember, the kid carts run the smaller area, the little jelly bean area of the racetrack, so those lap times will be shorter as the kids run just a little smaller area. Now, one of the reasons they do that, number one, they're kids. You don't need to have a huge, long race for them. And number two, these carts probably couldn't make it up the hill in turn 2.
No, some of these carts are running little 1.5 horsepower Comer engines, so they barely have the gusto to make it up the full track, especially all 43 feet coming up turn 2. But, Charles, as I was walking in the paddock today, I noticed we had 8 carts lined up for the kid kart division, one of our largest fields in kid kart. Historically, the kids, they don't stay in this division very long. They're in it for about 6 months to a year, and then they're up to one of the higher divisions doing the full track. So awesome to see that we got that many carts stacked up in the lower ranks right now. And, you know, this race, I don't know if we mentioned it earlier, but this is the largest race we have ever had here at Atlanta Motorsports Park today.
Wow. How many competitors total?
We had over 141 entries here today.
Wow.
So you guys at home are in for a treat. This is the highest attended race we have ever had here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And you know, always fun being up here in the booth watching. Look at this, Charles. We're getting all 8 of these guys lined up, so a lot more than our typical 2 to 3 karts that we see in the kid kart division.
Yeah,
and
I know it mentioned today when I was talking about the new paved area out there. Still, I had to park down in front of the condos. There's so many people here today. It's just amazing to see how this has blossomed to a great racing event here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Hard to think when we were starting this, or when I was first getting involved, you know, 4 years ago with this, we were maybe up to 50, 60 drivers on a race day, and to see that over double in the time frame that we've been here and we've been doing this broadcast is quite incredible. And the fact that we literally had 141 plus drivers sign up today. This is the largest regional kart race in the U.S. right now.
Wow.
And it is so much fun to watch. We hope you guys are enjoying it at home. We sure as heck are up here in the booth. And the green flag is out on the kid kart race.
Well, in the kid karts, some of them trying to make their way. I don't know if you call that the inside or the outside. It depends on which turn you're going into, but making their way into that outside lane, I guess you call it. Great shot there as they come through that shortened jelly bean area. They're already down to turn 15 right now as they get ready to make that sweep through 16 and 17. Kid karts are on the move right now. Let's check out the lineup for you.
We got one already turned around, and that looks like all the LO karts shooting off to an early lead. And it looks like the number 99 of Barrett Turley is your current race leader. The number 9 of Riggins Barnacle, he is your second place. The number 31 of Carter Morard is your third place driver, followed by the number 68 of Luco Vino Figueroa. And that is your 1, 2, 3, 4 in Lo206 kid kart. In the back of the grid, we have 3 karts competing for the Comer kid kart division. That is currently being led by the number 33 of Matthias Sandblom, being followed by the number 211 of Arlo Stores and the number 05 of Nazar Martinenko.
Well, you know, you see so many names in this that we'll start to see year after year in various divisions here. It's always good to get an idea of who these kids are starting out, because this is the beginning area of what will later be Lo206 Juniors and working their way all the way up through the ranks.
Yes, and this is the perfect place to start. If you've got a young one at home, ages 5 and up, you can get started racing here. We have a division for you, and these are the guys that are on track right now. These are 5 to 7-year-olds racing on track, and it is great to see the sport growing. Oh, look at this, get a pass through turn, I guess that'd be turn 5 on the jelly bean. And are we going to have a new race leader this time by? Yes, we are. Riggins Barnacle making the pass on Barrett Turley.
How about that? Riggins leads him off of, I don't know if we're calling this 14 or turn 4 or whatever. Anyway, that turn right there, whatever that is, they're going into the final turns right now, and it looks like Barrett's right behind Riggins as they come off that final turn.
And there goes your leaders right now. Look at that, already halfway done, Charles. 5 laps into this 10-lap pre-final race. This little 5-turn jelly bean course, you tick off these laps real quick. They're running times of about 25 to 26 seconds. That last time by was a 25.142 for your race leader, Riggins Barnacle. And here we are again as they make their way by. That is going to be the tail end of the pack, ticking off lap 5 and 6.
Now, everybody's running 10 laps in these pre-finals. We are running vintage karts today, so that's a little wrinkle in the plan that we've not had before. Exciting to see all those folks from Barnesville up here today visiting us with vintage karts.
Always excited to have the folks up with us from Lamar County Speedway. This is round number 2 in the Georgia Karting Championship Series, so that is why we are seeing some elevated numbers in our other classes today. It's definitely why we've got 8 karts on grid right now in this exciting kid kart challenge going on track. But we have got about 11 or 12 of the vintage karts. That's going to be coming up later. That'll be just before the shifter kart race. So it's going to be exciting to watch. We've got more drivers in the LOs and the KAs. We've got all the fields are expanded today because we've got that GSKS involvement right now, or the GSKA involvement right now from the folks down at Barnesville.
So that means that we've got extra people here that may be running several divisions. They'll be running the vintage as well as some of the other divisions also. White flag is out right now for the kid karts as we make our final lap around. Will, this full session of kid karts, man, we got 8 people out there getting a lot of seat time right now.
And that is your race leader, Riggins Barnacle, right now off to a comfortable lead. Looks like second place Barrett Turley getting caught up in some lap traffic. That is definitely going to slow him down, although I don't think he was going to quite have enough to catch up to the leader because he has got a commanding lead as the checker flag is out. And Barrett Turley was able to get by that back marker right there, Nazar Martin Yanko, although he was running his fastest lap of the race right there with a 27.394. And Nazar is currently second in the Comer Kid Karts. But right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have all come across the line for the Lo206 Kid Karts. Your race winner, Riggins Barnacle, followed by Barrett Turley, Carter Morard, Luca Vino Figueroa, and Tyson Burkett. That is going to be your 1 through 5 in Kid Kart. And then your winner in Comer Kid Kart, the number 211 of Arlo Stowers, followed by the number 05 of Nazar Marty Yanko, and the number 33 of Matthias Sandblom. That'll round out your 1, 2, 3. Now, these results are technically unofficial until these guys roll past Tech.
Well, Will, update me a little bit. The Comer karts and the Lo206, obviously they're going to run a different slide in Lo206 than we see in Junior and Cadet and Master and so forth. Explain a little bit about the difference in the Comer and the Lo206.
So the Comer kart is a little 1.5 horsepower Comer engine. It's completely different than the Briggs & Stratton Lo206 because that is a 206cc Briggs motor on the LO karts. And like I said, those things can run, I mean, I've seen dirt carters rag those things out 15, 20-plus horsepower, but the way we run them here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is about 8, anywhere from 4 to 8 horsepower, depending on what kind of slide you're running. And it looks like Chris might have our race winner down there. I think we are still waiting to get him out of the cart.
We're getting ready for our Lo206 Masters. They'll be out on track next. TNG Cadet and Rookie, you need to be in the staging, please. Right now, I think Chris is waiting on our winner, Riggins Barnacle, to get out of his winning cart. He's in that number 9 cart that you see down there. We'll get a word with Chris and him in just a moment. Let's see if we can get that facilitated before our Lo206 Masters make their way out onto the track. They're below us right now. Usually you can hear the rumble of those carts starting up as they get ready to go out onto the racetrack. And the rumble is beginning to start right now. We can hear it. We can feel it up here in this tower as we're looking down and sitting on top, actually, of that staging area for the Lo206 Masters.
And I'm not sure if we're going to have too much time here to get this interview done.
Hey, Charles, Will, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I am here with race winner Riggins Barnacle. Can you say hi to everybody, Riggins?
Hi.
And that was a big win today. How did it feel?
Good.
And what can you tell us about the race today? How did you do it?
I just had to, when I first started it, he passed me
And you passed him back?
yes.
Are we going to see more of you today, or is this your only race?
One more.
One more race? Is that Mom over there? Is that Dad right there?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. Say hi to everybody and say we'll see you next time.
See you next time.
All right, back up to you guys. Riggins Barnacle here. Congratulations.
It's good to see those youngsters out there having a great time and enjoying themselves as they get their kid kart racing careers underway. And, of course, that's going to lead to future things. We've got Lincoln Massey up here. We're going to be talking to him in just a minute. He was one of those drivers that was in kid karts not too long ago and now doing a great job. We've seen him on track already today, and we'll be seeing him a little later as we get ready for the finals to come out. Lincoln, you running more than one division or just one? Just one. Okay, we'll talk with him in just a moment, possibly after this race is complete.
And
He's taking time to come join us here in the tower.
And we have got a huge grid of Lo206 Masters, so much more. We had to break them out from the Lo206 Seniors. Look at that, 17 karts right now on the scorer.
Wow.
This is quite the division that's been growing. I've talked to several members who have been watching the broadcast, saw this, and wanted to get in on the action. And it looks like we're going to muck this first start. They're going to send them back around. And I'm going to see if we can get our scoring screen up here on the screen for you guys.
We've got names in this group, Will, that I've not seen before. Names like Philip Tidwell, Tyson Swan, Aaron Cox, Troy Wilson, Flip Davis. I don't remember any of those names.
Now, some of
in
these
this normal.
Yeah, some of these guys are coming to us from Barnesville, so they're running in the Georgia Karting Championship Series.
I've talked with some of those guys earlier today, and they were talking about these are vintage karts. They got to be before 1990, so really quite old chassis that they'll be running today. We're getting ready to see if we get a good start this time. Let's see what happens here down at start-finish.
And I don't see a green flag on that one.
Yeah, waved it off again, so we're under caution one more time as they work their way around. And apparently somebody was not staying lined up as they should. That's usually the reason for a muffed start. Let's see what we do this time. They got to tighten that inside line up a little bit, see if they can get up there alongside all the others.
So a lot of the divisions that we run here, they also run at Barnesville. So the one division that we did add that we don't normally run here is the vintage class. So that'll be the 9th race that you see here today. But in all our other classes, you should see several names that you are not familiar with, and those are guys that are visiting us from down south at Lamar County Speedway. Because like I said, this is race number 2 in the Georgia Karting Championship Series. So they're doing 2 races at Barnesville, 2 races at AMP. And there we are, 3rd time's the charm. Green flag is out. Great drone shot there from drone pilot Jeffrey Farver as they file in 2 by 2 through turn 1, cresting the hill into that giant 43-foot drop. Thrill Hill going down into turn 2. Look at that, still side by side, using every square inch of asphalt there to make their way around. And as your leaders start to shake it up single file, you can hear them make their way past our position under the booth.
Wow, Will, I don't think I've heard that kind of rumble in a long time. We got a lot of power on this race course.
Oh, yeah, especially out of this Master division. And we also have a new microphone out there, too, so it sounds a little more in your headset because we were trying to get you guys some more ambient sound. We have heard you in the comments section trying to get a little bit more race noises going on during the broadcast. So it's not just the smooth voices of me and Charles that you hear.
Well, I will have to say, now, I work a lot of racetracks and have over the years. You've got the best production here. This exceeds some of the network productions I've done. You've done a fantastic job in assembling crew and equipment here.
Well, we appreciate it. I mean, we're learning as we go along, always trying to improve, increase production quality, and we hope it's paying off. We hope you guys at home are enjoying it.
I worked a network broadcast for a truck series at Road Atlanta. We had 2 cameras trying to cover Road Atlanta. 2 cameras.
Wow.
And no drone, obviously, back in the day. Anyway, what a great technological sense you have of putting things together. Look at this single file shot with the drone going down into turn number 8 right now. All nose to tail. Nobody trying to look to the inside. Everybody making it cleanly through. It looks like Tyson Swan has a commanding lead right now, but that can evaporate in just a moment as they work their way up the hill.
And I think they are content to just let it air out right now, although timing and scoring not updating, so I'm not sure if they hit the green flag or not on there. Let's see if it updates this time by. We should have a running order for you. And let's see if some times start to tick off here.
Oh, Swan back. Well, he's still listed as the leader, but it showed his time a good bit slower than some of the other karts that were on track, so he didn't have the fastest time that time around.
He looks like he was 0.2 of a second off from second place, Aaron Cox. But he still has about a 3 to 4 kart length over Aaron Cox right now as they make their way through the kink and down the back straightaway.
I don't see why Cox isn't closing in more. If he's got that fast a kart compared to Swan, he ought to be closing in on him. They go through turn number 8 right now. Everybody, again, nose to tail as they come through there, single file as they work through the S's.
And it looks like your 1-2 might be pulling out a little bit from 3 and 4 right now, although with these LO cards, it's all about drafting. It's all about position. It's keeping momentum on track. And look at that. Just as I said, that second, third, and fourth all suck up together. And look, really that whole lead pack of 6 karts right now are all staying nose to tail.
Got one that squirted out to the inside right there trying to make a move. That may be Adam Phillips that's trying to make the move on Aaron Cox, but he tucks back in.
Cox went real wide there, almost going 2 off in turn 1. Is able to shut the door and fend off Adam Phillips as they make their way up the hill around turn 3 and 4 and under our position here in the booth.
Well, they've completed, how many laps do we have? Well, don't know exactly.
Timing and scoring is not showing us a lap count, so we're just going to guess. We should be about 4 or 5 into this. So should be coming up on the halfway mark here soon.
Now that's tightened up right now. You know, you saw that early lead that Tyson Swan had. He was about 6 kart lengths ahead of, I think at that point it was Adam Phillips. But right now you can see they've tightened up. Phillips and Cox have got a great battle going for second and third. Tyson Swan now in the mix.
Hey, look at this. Adam Phillips, Aaron Cox trying to make a train push their way past Tyson Swan. Did not have enough momentum. I don't think they're going to be able to make the pass there as they come through 16 and 17, although they're starting to itch. They're starting to try and make a move here, Charles. I don't expect this to stay this way for long. These guys are definitely itching to pass. So let's see if someone makes a move here as they make their way through turn 2 and up the hill. Look at that. Adam Phillips stuck it to the outside for a second, dipping back in line.
I thought he was going to try to set up for an inside pass, but that did not work out. It looks like he's a little itchy, though. He keeps trying to go in a different area than the car in front of him does.
And they're honestly trying to figure out where they are faster and where they are slower, because these guys have got to set these passes up perfect. One of the technical challenges of running here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is you are all over this track. You are side to side on the racing line. So it's real hard to make a pass because you will get pinched, you will get blocked if you try and get a run up on somebody, and the guy in front of you is trying to stay on the racing line.
They're trying to stay in each other's tire tracks right now, at least those top 3 are. They come through 17. They come down to start finish, and I think they will go to we're halfway flag.
Now we're at the halfway.
Now we know we're 5 complete at least.
And a great shot there from FPV pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com, practically getting that drone in the face of those drivers as they come through turn 1. That is definitely a shot we could not ever get with a cameraman. But one of the benefits of having these drones on the broadcast is we can get in, get you the shots. And check out that coverage. You can see that thing there flying on your screen. It is keeping up with them as they barrel down the back straightaway.
Now, I was talking with Daryl earlier. He said he gets up to normally about 60, 70 miles per hour with that. He's capable of going 90, but he said he has to disable some things to be able to do that. We might not get as clear a shot, but at least 60 or 70 miles an hour to follow these drivers all through this course.
And it looked like we had a little bit of passing action up there at the front. Looked like the 87 of Matt Lassiter is your current second place driver, so I'm not sure if this thing is even throwing up position right now.
Well, Lassiter is one of those names that we do recognize from here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, one of our regular drivers. Paul McElree also one of those drivers that's a regular here. But the guy up front, Tyson Swan, I believe he is someone that came in with the vintage karts. I do not recognize that name.
Yeah, so we're getting confirmation that running order is all completely off right now on your screen, so I would not trust what you see. The number 28 of Aaron Cox is your current race leader. Looks like the number 87 of Matt Lassiter is behind him. And I believe that is Paul McElree is behind him, or Paul McElree, I should say. But we will have to see. It's can't always believe what you see on the timing and scoring screen.
And we're in such motion, you can't really take a moment to see what plate numbers they have on these karts either. So I do believe we're going into turn 17 right now. At least I know that much, Bill.
And your leader is that front pack of 6 as they make their way around turn 17 across the stripe into turn 1. Great shot. Look at that. That's probably my favorite shot, Charles, right there.
Fantastic shot right there. They worked their way up the hill in turn number 2. We're 6 laps in, working lap number 7 out of 10 right now in the pre-final.
And that is your race leader, Aaron Cox, leading the group around right now. The number 87 of Matt Lassiter hot on his tail. Look at this. Lassiter sticking it to the inside, trying to make a move.
Well, we see the 87 plate clearly then as Lassiter, oh my, look at this coming back on the inside. Lassiter still leads him going up the hill, but it was tight there for a moment.
And that's Tyler Swan in third place right now in that blue and silver kart. So that is your top three right now. Aaron Cox, Matt Lassiter, and Tyson Swan. That is who we are following right now. Those are the guys in front as they make their way through turns 16 and 17. As your starter giving them the 2 to go.
I think Lassiter is your race leader. He takes him down into turn number 2. Swan trying to look down low to try to see if he can make a pass and set up for it, but he can't. He's back in single file. Now he looks to the outside once again.
And here goes your race leaders through turns 3 and 4 underneath our position here in the booth. Down the back hill, they got to go single file through that kink. You definitely don't go too wide through there. And this is really where your gearing choice is going to pay off, whether you geared tall or whether you geared low. You're going to get that run on the back straightaway, as it looks like all three of these guys have a fairly similar ratio. Nobody's really pulling on the other right now, so really what it's going to come down to is how well they can run their race lines, because you got to get any little shred of momentum to try and make the pass, because especially with these Lo206 karts, that back straightaway, any of these long runs where they're not lifting and they're not hitting the brakes, that is their opportunity to pass, because they're definitely not going to pull away in the turns. And
well,
as
Lassiter's got a little bit of a breakaway, had about a cart, but then now all of a sudden they caught up with him as they got to turn 1.
You rarely will see one kart break away from the field here, Charles. They usually will go 3. They usually will go, in a group of 2.
Coming off turn number 4 right now, this is the final time around for these drivers. They're working their way trying to get to lap number 10. Matt Lassiter is out in front. Who's going to be there when the checkered flag flies?
Let's see. Aaron Cox looking to make a move. He is going to stay single file. Only about half a lap to go here.
Matt Lassiter, he's got some competition behind him. They're looking to the inside, trying to make the move on Lassiter as they come up the hill. Check this out. Lassiter's going to be odd man out as they go into turn 15. Lassiter trying to hang on to second spot, but we have a new leader. I believe it's Swan, maybe Taylor, not sure. We'll try to check them out at the line as they come by. Lassiter will hang on for second place. But we've got a race winner that did not lead that lap going into lap number 10, but he wound up with the win coming off of the corner in turn number 17. We'll be going down to Chris Conowall in just a few moments to find out about our winner and hear his take on this race. While we're doing that, we're going to talk with a youngster who's really doing some great things here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Lincoln Massey has joined me in the tower. Lincoln, it's great to have you here today and another exciting day here at AMP.
Oh yeah, it's been a really fun day. It was a little bit hard for me in the pre-final because of all the juniors. There was a lot of people out there on the track.
One of the biggest fields we've had here.
Oh yeah, definitely really big.
So now take me through your race. How did you finish and what did you think about that race?
So I finished first in my race, or my pre-race, and it was really tough because I got a really good start, but there was a lot of people I had to pass, and it was like, it slowed me down a lot. And I was hoping that I could get up there with Alyssa and maybe draft with her, but then I saw that big train, and I was like, well, I could, but I couldn't really catch her because I didn't have enough laps. So I'm hoping in the race I'll have enough laps to catch up.
Now tell me this, what changes do you make in the kart from the pre-final to the final? Do you do anything different to it?
Well, we don't do much different to it. We may change the air pressure to it, to the tires, but other than that, we may not do too much.
Okay. What's your plans next weekend? Have you already got the plans scheduled for next weekend?
We do not have any plans.
Going to the lake,
really.
huh?
Maybe.
You were doing some swimming this week. Tell us about that. Didn't you do some swimming this week? Didn't you try something new at the pool this week?
Oh, yes. I have, bring that up. I've been trying this new sport. It's like professional. It's not really professional, but it's diving.
Yeah.
Like, and I've really enjoyed it. It's a really fun sport at the University of Georgia. It is a really nice place, and I would encourage a lot of kids and grown-ups or teenagers that would love to swim to go there and try it out.
You went higher and higher every day, right?
Yeah.
So what was your final height at the end of the week?
5 meters. 5 meters was the highest I went.
Really? Wow, that's pretty cool. Well, listen, congratulations to you on your win today, on your race today. We look forward to seeing you out there in just a little while and see what you can do today.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Lincoln Massey, always good to talk with him. Had him on a recent champ show. It was good to have him on that Thursday night as we had the champ show at El Patron Mexican Restaurant in Cornelia. By the way, I'll be back there this Thursday night as well, so look from, hopefully some of our drivers from here at Atlanta Motorsports Park will join me on that champ show coming up this Thursday night. Right now, we're getting ready for our Lo206, check that. Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie will be up next. Let's go down to Chris Conowall, see who he's got down there to talk with.
All right, everybody, I'm here with race winner Aaron Cox. Aaron, quite a few lead changes during that race. What can you tell us about holding it off till the end there?
Well, Matt, they're awesome drivers. They can definitely race with them, you know. I just wasn't going to have this one. That was mine. I wanted that one. So
now I heard you discussing your best lap time. Is that right? What was your best lap?
I didn't even get to look. Yet.
All right, we're going to see more of you today. Is that right?
Absolutely. We'll put back up front.
All right, we will look forward to seeing you. Thanks a lot, Aaron.
Good group of Masters class guys anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, really great group.
Good guys. I really appreciate them.
And we appreciate you. We'll see more of you. All right, thanks, Aaron Cox, everybody.
Yeah,
thanks again. Will, Charles?
Thanks, Chris, and thanks, Aaron. We appreciate you interviewing him and finding out what's going on there. We've got Tag Senior, Tag Cadet, and Tag Rookie on the track right now. They'll be ready to go green. Let's check out that lineup for you. Ryan Perez, Mateen Fanian, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Isaac Carvalho, Arthur, and I'm trying to remember, his dad told me how to, Will, help me with that. Arthur's dad told me exactly how to pronounce his name, and every attempt I make, it never seems like it's right.
Arthur Nahapedian.
Nahapedian. All right.
And his dad, every time I say that name, his dad will stick his head around the corner here in the broadcast booth to make sure I am saying it correctly.
We have attempted that a couple of different times and never gotten it exactly right. So I hope Nahapedian is the correct way of doing it.
And I'm not sure they're going to get the start this time. Let's see if they can get it. Yep, I'm hearing the false start. When you see them go 3 wide in the final turn when they're trying to grid, that's usually not a good sign.
Lincoln is here, and Lincoln wanted to know if he could add some expertise to our broadcast and talk a little bit about the races as we go along.
Yeah. Love to have a junior broadcaster up here with us.
All right, so Lincoln, we've got cadets and we've got rookies out there. So what age groups are we talking about there?
Well, I think we're talking about maybe about 9 to 12-year-olds out there in the cadet and rookie. It seems like a pretty good pack. I've seen those 2 strokes run. They look very fast. And Camila, she's out there with us in the 2 strokes. I mean, not 2 strokes, my bad. Lo206.
You're talking about Camila Canachi, right?
Yes, Camila Canachi.
And you see right now, you see the blue smoke coming out. Obviously, that a big indicator that you got 2-stroke engines out there when you see that burning oil coming out of those.
Oh, yeah, it's a very big indicator, and you can definitely smell it, too.
Yeah, you can smell the it smells like you're,
it singes the nostrils just pleasantly when you smell that 2-stroke engine firing up.
All right, we got these guys ready to go. I think that they're lining them up now because maybe they were just out of alignment when they came around to try to get the green flag. We'll see. They're lining them up right there in turn 16. So
it looked like when they went 3 wide, I don't think they got right back into the correct order because I saw them. They kind of did a shimmy and a shake there, and they got all kinds of out of whack. So I think they're just trying to get them gridded back up.
Well, I've been around racers for a lot of years. You can have guys start a race, and then for some reason it goes under caution and they have to start it again. They have no idea who they started beside. They have to get them. I've watched that for so many years. How can you not know who you started beside? But it seems like it happens routinely.
Well, this is one of the youngest divisions we have, or this is the youngest division running 2-stroke karts And so, you know, a little bit of confusion out there. A lot of these guys are still learning. They're still figuring it out. And so, you know, we're patient with them. They're hopefully patient with us, and we'll get it sorted out, and we'll get these guys underway here shortly.
One of the things that I think has, and matter of fact, I'm going to have Joe Vincent on a future champ show. Joe is the inventor of race-seaver. We don't have those here, obviously, because you don't need them on a kart track. But for auto racing, for oval track racing, NASCAR, road racing, and so forth, the drivers, they have an opportunity to actually talk with the drivers via race-seaver. I think that's been one of the greatest inventions over the last 20 years in racing. It's sped up the program. It's helped safety-wise because someone in the tower can actually talk with the driver and let them know what's coming up. Joe Vincent, who is from nearby Flowery Branch, the inventor of race-seaver,
cool.
and that has really changed the way that we view racing and the way it's worked.
I could tell you every time we do the Legends race and I see them with the race-seavers talking in the headset of all the drivers, I am so envious because as the race director up front, there are times I wish I could just beam into everybody's helmet and said,
yeah,
this is the running order, this is what we're doing, you're getting a penalty. You know, we're under yellow. I mean, it's so helpful to have that technology and to be able to talk to the drivers.
The guy that's there running that is Joe Vincent, the inventor of that sits beside you at Lanier. It's pretty cool that Joe is there on a regular basis.
That does sound pretty cool. I would love to have one of those in my helmet. My dad being able to talk to me.
No, now your dad can't talk to you, but the race director can talk to you. They don't allow radios like that. Now, when you get up in the NASCAR ranks and things like that, you have a spotter that can talk to you. But local tracks don't allow dads and spotters to talk with you, only the race director. But it is an amazing thing, and it's helped with safety. If you have a car that spins out, you can tell everybody, look out, you got to spin and turn, whatever, and they can avoid it. So it has helped with safety tremendously. Joe was telling me, much like Jim Downing, who invented the Hans device, Jim said that he worked on that thing for years trying to sell it, could not sell it, you know, a couple here and there. And then, of course, with Earnhardt's unfortunate crash at Daytona, all of a sudden the phones ring off the hook and he couldn't make them fast enough. So safety issues like that sometimes bring about change, and change can be a good thing.
And one of the nice things, too, about the Hans being implemented like it was, we haven't had another on-track death since that fateful day at Daytona.
That's right.
Testament to those devices. We make all the drivers up front wear them. They make them wear them back here. It is.
Yeah, and they've moved the drivers more to the center of the cars now, too. That's been an important thing. So we get ready to go back green. We saw safety vehicles a moment ago over on the main track. Of course, we got motorcycles over there today. We hope that's not an incident that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, with bikes, it's always scary when someone goes down. Unlike when you got four wheels and a cage on you, you're a little bit more protected. With bikes, even the slightest incident can be bad, and that's up there in turn 4. So you know that driver was all the way on his side going through the carousel when he went down. So let's hope he is okay.
Yeah, we had to have a Jaws of Life situation at Lanier last week with a Bandolero car. Had to cut the driver out. That was a pretty tough time. Make their way off turn number 16 right now. We get a green flag. Hey, we're underway right now with the tag rookie and tag
look at
cadets.
that. Almost 3 wide into turn 1 as they are shaking it up right now, diving into turn 2.
Okay, Lincoln, as you go down into turn 2, what are you thinking when you work through that hill?
So when I'm going down into turn 2, I am thinking if there's anyone in front of me, I'm thinking how I would pass them. And if I was like 4th or 5th, I'd be thinking, okay, well, if I get behind this person and we go up the hill, we can draft for a long time to maybe be able to catch up to first place.
Okay, how far do you draft up the hill until you decide to go to the outside to make a move down into the inside?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say because of, like, I'm not really out there right now, but I would say that if I feel like I can run faster than the person in front of me, I would pass them.
Okay, so that's a good passing zone then, going into 3 and 4.
3 and 4, not a good passing zone. Turn 2, you could if you have enough momentum coming down the hill. I like that passing point right there. I usually use, coming down the hill, I usually use that a lot. But coming up the hill, I don't think I could pass any cadets, but I could pass a junior, and sometimes on practice days when me and my dad will come up here, we'll be able to pass a couple of the Masters and Seniors.
Gotcha. Okay, Will, what we got on track?
Yeah, it looks like we got a pass for the lead right now. Ryan Perez getting around the number 99 cart of Mateen Fanian. We'll have to verify that when they go past the stripe, but I am seeing that number 99 cart in second right now. So Ryan Perez making the pass down the back straightaway, Charles.
Yeah, Ryan Perez doing well up there in turn number 16 right now. He's heading down 17. Let's watch that scoring monitor change as they come across the stripe to complete 2 laps in our tag cadet and tag rookies. Yes, Ryan Perez up front.
Look at that, almost 0.7 seconds faster that last lap. So he has definitely found some time that Mateen Fanian hasn't.
Look at Camilla, already worked up to third place, man. Lincoln, that's one of the drivers that you race with, and she has worked her way up to third already.
Yes, she is a very good driver. We've battled it out in the past before, but it's going to be a good battle between her and Ryan. I would like to see how that turns out.
Yeah, they're running top in rookie right now, so that's a pretty interesting thing. Will?
And Camila, she was running in kid kart at the start of last season.
Right.
Crazy to see her already up into 2-stroke cadet karts.
Well, that's the thing about it. You get such experience in those kid karts. You get ready to move up, and you, as you mentioned, you may not even see a full season before these kids start to move higher and higher divisions, especially if they have ambitions of getting into something bigger as soon as possible.
It's kind of like buying your first motorcycle. Anybody will tell you the first bike you ever get's only going to be around for about 3 to 6 months because it'll get too slow real quick for you, and you just want to upgrade to something faster.
Yeah, my first one was a Yamaha 250. Didn't last long.
How about you, Lincoln?
My first motorcycle, and this is my only motorcycle, I got rid of it. It was a little Honda 50.
Honda 50.
Oh, wow.
Yep, it went about 40. It was pretty peppy.
Yeah, I had.
All right, we're getting a red flag. Red flag.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and cut away for a second.
That is not good.
Yeah, I had a Honda. My daughter had a Honda 50, and it didn't even have transmission or anything. you can turn me back up, Michaela. Am I up, Will? Hey, Will, am I up? You should be. Okay. Back on track once again as our carts back in green flag action, I should say, as our carts make their way down into turn number 8. They're working their way through the S's. Lincoln Massey's here with me. Lincoln, let's talk a little bit about these S's. Obviously, that's setting you up for a good passing area as you work your way up the hill. What do you look for when you go through the S's? What? Hey, can you turn Lincoln up? Turn Lincoln's mic up. Turn Lincoln's mic up. I was impressed. That was some good racing. Okay, Lincoln, what do you look for when you go up through the S's?
Well, what I'm really looking for is a where I can make another passing point. Because sometimes on that short straightaway coming out of the S's, I may be able to make a little pass from the inside. But other than that, it's pretty hard to make a pass.
So when you come out of turn 9 and you're starting through the S's, do you want to be inside or outside just as you start through those S's?
Well, you want to be in the middle of the track when you come through the S's. Then once you come through that second little curve into the S, you need to hug the inside, and then once you come out, your wheel needs to be straight. So then you can shoot through there, and then once you come into that short straightaway, you need to be about middle of the track.
Okay, when you get to the short straightaway, that is a really good passing zone. We've seen a lot of passes. We've seen you make a lot of passes there just as you head into turn 14. So what's so special about that? You're kind of going a little bit downhill. Where do you try to find yourself?
I try to find myself on the inside of people if I can. I found myself on the outside of people passing, but last time I found myself on the outside of someone, which was earlier today, he almost spun me out.
Oh, really?
So
you got to watch it.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. All right, our leaders are heading down toward turn number 8 once again. We've got our lead car that's out ahead of everyone else right now. We've got a little breakaway going right there as we check out our drivers heading off into turn, they're coming up through the S's and making their way up the hill. Tell me a little bit about that hill. That's quite a hill to go up, certainly not like turn 2 going up that hill. Do you have plenty of power coming up that hill, or does it restrict the engines a little bit?
Well, if you have good momentum through the S's, you have plenty of power to get up that hill and maintain a lot of speed. But if you choke on the S's, then you're just going to not have a lot of speed coming up that hill, and a lot of people will be able to pass you.
Gotcha. Okay, so that makes a little bit of a difference right there. You see some issues of drivers trying to work up that area in turn 2. Will, we got drivers working their way by now, heading down the hill. You've got one cart that's well ahead of our second and third place.
And that is your race leader out in front. As we wait to get timing and scoring back up here real quick, we will let you know who that driver is.
Looks like it's Ryan Perez, according to race monitor that I see right now.
And we are currently watching that battle for second place right now. I know that's Camila Canache in third right there. You can see that pink, purple, and teal paint scheme on her helmet. That is your closest battle right now, the fight for second place. Camila Canache all over that rear bumper, Mateen Fanian, as they round their way through 16 and 17 onto the front straightaway. Your starter giving them the 2 to go.
Camilla is tightening up right now over Mateen. You see them in turn number 2. Camilla going wide there, and you see that rear end slide out on her.
And I wonder if Mateen had some issues too, because even she slid out and was still gaining on him up the hill.
It's crazy how them two-strokes get up the hill so fast.
Yeah, they got the power. The power curve is certainly going up the hill right there. It's right in their range. We've got, again, about a lap and a half to go to complete this one. Ryan Perez is up front in the Cadet. The top running rookie is Camilla. She's back there in third spot overall in this race in that 26 cart.
And a great shot from the Cowboy Cam out there at the cut-through. Ethan Denny braving the hot weather to get us all the shots out there.
Yeah, Ethan was in here earlier putting the sunscreen on. You're going to need that out there today, that's for sure. White flag is out.
And here we are, 1 lap to go, 1 lap to decide this pre-final race. These guys definitely need to be careful. If they race it too hard and lose more spots than they got now, they're only hurting themselves for the final race, because this isn't a points battle right now. They're just trying to set the grid for the final race, as your race leader, Ryan Perez, is all but checked out from the field. We were following that battle for second place right now. Mateen Fanian doing everything he can to fend off Camila Canache as they go barreling down the back straightaway, heading into turn 9.
Well, Camilla is leading her division, her class, but right now she wants more. Look at her closing in on the back of Mateen right now. They work through the S's heading up the hill. Mateen hanging on in second spot, Camilla right behind him. Ryan Perez is coming around. It's almost time for the checkered flag for Ryan.
And there's Ryan Perez there on your screen as he comes out of turn 17 to take the checkered flag. Right behind him at the top of your screen, Camila Canache. Don't think she's got enough to get around Mateen Fanian, but still good enough to take top spot in her class. So Ryan Perez, Mateen Fanian will be 1 and 2 for tag cadet. Camila Canache and Francisco Puerte will be 1-2 in tag rookie. And here comes Bo Stowers, followed by Evan Frey. And that'll round out your top 4 for tag rookie. And it looked like we only had 2 cadets, Ryan Perez and Mateen Fanian, running there. Everybody else rookies out on the field. So great to see that many rookies. That's your technically your lowest division on the full track in a 2-course setup, or in a 2-stroke setup. So great to see we've got a lot of drivers in the pipeline ready to move their way up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Right now, Lincoln Massey's here with us. And, Lincoln, I want to ask you about going up turn number 2, going up the hill there. You see every driver kind of doing the Uden thing, trying to get there. I guess that's just a normal thing to do. Does it really help you to do that at all?
Well, I don't do that at all. It's just, honestly, it's just a waste of energy. Because it doesn't help you. I see a lot of the larger classes and the higher, like the Lo206 Seniors, Masters, and Juniors doing that. But it doesn't help you.
Well, it looks to me like as much as you're going forward, you're also going backward at the same amount. So any advantage you'd get for going forward, you're going to reduce that by going backward. So I think it's just one of those things where you just feel like you got to try to do something, right?
Yeah.
Try to do the old Fred Flintstone thing and put your feet on the ground and work your way up.
Give it the old twinkle toes.
Yeah, exactly. Will, it's been great racing so far. It's going to be a long day. We've already had 2 red flags so far today. Plus, we got the vintage car. It's going to be a long day.
We're not even through the first half of the program yet, folks.
Yeah, but it's exciting to see so much action going on here at this racetrack. Biggest field ever. What a great day it is. You know, you talked about it's been 4 years. I've been here 3 years now. I can't believe I've been here that long at this race facility.
Okay, and it looks like we've got Ryan Perez right now, your winner from Tag Cadet, and we are going to get a word with him. Chris Conwall, trackside.
Hey, Will. Charles, I'm here with Ryan Perez. Good to see you, Ryan. You got another win today, your pre-final win. What can you tell us about today's win?
So I just got a good start that I pulled away, and then in the uphill, he was catching me up, but after I got a little gap at the straight line, and I went like very fast, like full throttle, and yeah.
And you were out in front by quite a bit, so we're going to see you again later this afternoon, correct?
Yep.
All right, Ryan, quick shout out. Who you want to say hi to?
My mom and my dad and my grandpa and my grandma.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to try to catch Camila Canache. Here she is. Thank you, Ryan. Camila, come on over. Miss Canache, good to see you again. Congratulations on your win. And what can you tell us about this race?
Well, I really tried my best, how I told you last time, and I really appreciate that my dad worked a lot in the kart because he worked until like 12 a.m. and stuff. So I really appreciate him for working in my car all day, all night, and all weekend.
Well, it really paid off. Where's your dad?
My dad is right there.
All right. Well, we'll see you later in the final race. So congratulations to you. Way to go, Camila Canache.
Thank you.
All right, Will, Charles, back up to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's good to hear from Ryan and Camilla both. What great racers they are, and a good afternoon for them so far. Will, we got KA100s coming out on the track next.
Yes.
Always exciting to see these drivers out there as
And
well.
while it is quiet trackside, if you guys can hear me, make sure KA100 Senior, that is up next, followed by Lo206 Senior. So all KA100 Senior drivers, you need to be on the grid right now. All Lo206 Senior, you should be making your way to the pre-grid. We got word from race control that there was a little bit of confusion down there. Some of the wrong guys are showing up. So right now, KA100 Senior is waiting to take the track. Lo206 Senior, you guys should all be gridding up in the pre-grid right now.
Lincoln, when's your next race? When is it coming up? You're
So-
ready for the final? Is that the next race for you?
Yes, it is the final right after safety cut.
Okay, shifter carts will be up somewhere down the road here. We'll have shifter carts up. Vintage carts are coming out. Will, let's talk about those vintage carts. They've got to be 1990 or earlier as far as chassis is concerned. Now, that changes every year. They were explaining
Yes.
to me next year it'll be 1991 and so forth. So it's not a set thing. It's going to go
Yes.
chronologically as the years progress.
And these guys are all homogenized to the Vintage Karting Association rule book. So Lamar County Speedway is the only track in Georgia right now that runs these vintage karts. And so they are members of the Vintage Karting Association. So if you'd like to learn more about the rules, what it takes to get into vintage karting, you can go to vintagekartingassociation.com and look up more information on them. And while we've got some downtime, we can go ahead and do some sponsor reads here for you real quick up in the booth. Like to first give a big special thank you to CJ and all the hardworking folks over at AMP Kartworks for supporting all the drivers and the racing series. If you've been racing here with us at AMP, then you know CJ very well. AMP Kartworks, they are your on-site shop for all things kart racing, tires, fluids, parts, along with new and used kart sales. In stock and available trackside, AMP Kartworks is your go-to place for getting what you need to get on track. They are a full mechanic shop. They can repair, tune, or set up your kart, get it ready for race day. Racking services are available, so if you really want to, you can just drive to the track, show up, have your kart waiting on you, ready to go. They can get you all squared away over at AMP Kartworks, and you can learn more about them by going to www.ampkartracing.com. And right now, it looks like KA100 Senior is on the grid. And we are hearing false starts, so they're going to muck this first one. They're going to send it through the jelly bean loop, and we will try and line them back up and get them underway.
Will, we throw that term senior out a lot. It can be a lot of different things. It can be like seniors in high school, that kind of senior, or it can be what we would consider masters sometimes, older people. We see Jose Garcia in this as a senior. So kind of explain a little bit about what senior ages are in this group.
So for anyone that follows short track racing, this would be the closest thing to the pro division. You have the option once you are over the age of 40 to go ahead and bump your way up to the master division. And the green flag is out on this KA100 Senior division. There is no age restriction in the senior division. It's just once you're over 40. Look at that, another safari there going off turn one. Didn't see who that was. That might have been Martin Siminoff in that red racing suit. We're going to have to see as they make their way past the stripe who that was. That was someone down there. I think that was Theodore Siminoff. That red suit. It looks like his brother's out there, Martin Siminoff.
Somebody down to the inside there in a black racing suit trying to see if they can get a little advantage down to the inside. We'll get these names sorted out for you in a minute. Christian Blevins is up front, or was up front when this race got started. Kellen Spears, Jarvis Lee talked with Jarvis at lunch today, and he was excited about getting out there in this race. So we'll see how they finish up this first lap as they come by once timing and scoring updates right here.
And look at that. Banu Yedla, your race leader. Vincent Capetillo, Spencer Mass, Kellyan Spears, and Jarvis Lee will make your top five right now. And they are all still together. Should have been able to recognize that helmet and driver's suit of Banu out there. Although we were following the mid-pack for most of that first lap.
Well, you jinxed him on his first race out there, Will, so let's hope we don't do that
I feel
this
like
time.
the more we talk about the mechanical problems he's had in the past, the opposite is what's going to happen. Because every time we say someone's having a good race, then something happens. So if we talk about how they're not going to have a good race, then we're jinxing it in the right direction.
I can't tell you how many times I've been in a tower and I said, wow, we haven't had a single caution all day, and everybody just lambasted me because that's the beginning of all the cautions when you say that.
It sounded like me at the Indy 500 this year because we're sitting around, I think it was lap 90. I was like, man, this is a quick race, and bam, first caution comes out.
There you go, yeah. All right, coming by this time, Benu still leads it. Spencer Mast is second. Vincent Capetillo is third. Kellen Spears and Jarvis Lee.
Oh,
my.
Look
Trouble
at
up
that.
front.
Spencer Mast trying to make the pass on Benu. That is not the place to do that at the bottom of turn 2. He thought he was going to sneak it in there. And it looks like Benu was able to make it out all right. I can't see if he lost a position on that or not. We're going to have to get a closer camera shot to see.
He's still up front, but he's in jeopardy right now going into 8.
It looks like Capetillo. No, Benu is not in the front right now.
Wow.
And he lost several positions there. Now, it looks like Benu right there in third. I'm going to have to see when they cross the stripe. That might not be him. And
Lincoln, we talked that.
Oh, no, there's Benu in fifth. I see him. Yeah, he lost several spots.
That pass in turn number 2, you mentioned earlier, that's not a good place to pass, and we saw that was not working out well for Spencer. So take us through turn 2, and what's it like going through there?
So where you really need to pass on turn 2 is coming down the hill. You do not need to pass in going through the apex of the turn. You need to pass coming down the hill so you already have the inside line. Because if you already have the inside line, they have to give you room to let you pass.
So you got to set that up coming out of turn 1 as you start down the hill. Got you. Okay.
And the problem, too, with 2 is you're off camber and you're facing downhill. So if you're not slowed down enough and you take that far inside line, you're going to push the guy to the outside out. And that's exactly what Spencer Mast did.
Yeah. And you don't want to be going too fast down that hill, like you say. I mean, you got to temper how fast you're trying to go to pass somebody because you're going down to a 180-degree turn coming back up the hill.
And it could be a scenario where he had too much speed and didn't have anywhere to put it, and so that inside line was the only place he could have put it.
Yeah.
Them shifter carts, I used to go up there on the little hill. I watch them come down the hill, and I see them get air coming down the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Like coming off the ground. And I don't know how they keep them carts straight coming down the hill.
I don't either. I've seen them do it. We were here for a photo shoot one day. Remember that, Will, whenever you brought us over? We were here for a photo shoot, and they were getting as much air off turn for that photo shoot as they could.
I think that was Oliver Piatek, actually, when he was making his debut in the KA100.
Oh, was it Oliver?
Yeah, he was shaking out his new kart, which I'm not sure if you missed that or not. A couple months ago, he made his debut in the Miata race up front.
Yeah, that's right.
Another one of those drivers graduating from karts up to cars.
It's exciting to see whenever they do that. We saw Raiden Nickel do that. We've seen Oliver do that. It's great to see those guys doing that kind of transition.
And speaking of exciting right now, this two-stroke KA100 pre-final right now, your leader, Kellyan Spears, has got a little bit of a lead on the group, but look behind him, that first pack of karts. Oh, there goes Benu getting a spot back. Looks like he went 5th to 3rd, trying to climb his way back up to the lead. But look at that. All those karts are still hanging bumper to bumper to bumper right now. We've got, I think that's 2nd through at least 8th place right there, all in a train, hot on the tail of Kellyan Spears right now.
Well, Benu had to get out of the gas. Whenever that Spencer Mast went through his situation there, Benu had to get out of the throttle. And coming up turn 2, man, that's a lug coming up there when you're sitting, completely silent at the bottom of the hill, and you got to come back up. You lose a lot of spots on the racetrack.
And we talked about that earlier. Oh, look at that. Another pass. Benu Yedla looked like he shoved it to the inside. Let's see when it scores. Wow. And look at that. 5th all the way back up to 2nd place. Benu Yedla not letting that turn or that lap 2 incident keep him down. He is already climbing his way back up the field.
But he's got some distance to go to try to catch Killen right now. Jose Garcia, he got by Jose in that last corner, and but they're quite a distance behind our leader.
Well, they're going to have to work together at this point if they're going to make a move on Kellyan Spears.
They're not doing too good at that, Will.
And look at this. Jose Garcia better watch out. Theodore Simonoff getting around Jose Garcia. Oh, man, you hate to have a lap like that, Charles. 2nd to 4th in a matter of half a lap. You hate to see it. And just like that, your grid's shaken up again. The only thing really staying the same as Kellyan Spears is still your race leader. And Benu Yedla is 2nd place driver. Theodore Simonoff in 3rd. Jose Garcia in 4th. Whoa, a little bit of contact there. they all managed to keep it together. And look at that.
Goodness.
Knife in that turn again.
Wow.
These guys, you got to stay in a proper line. These two-stroke karts, that is not a smart play there.
Well, they are all over each other. Lap starting to wind down. We're 7 complete out of 10. And look at those that trio out front. Actually, it's a duo out front, and we got another couple of drivers right behind that top 2.
And we are looking at the tail end of your field right now. That looks like Jose Garcia maybe we're following right now. Looks like Banu and Kellen up there in the front, and then there's that second pack of Theodore and Jose that are racing for 3rd and 4th right now.
Well, Banu has just about caught him right now. We may have some action before the end of this one. 2 laps to go.
And Banu, he might have found the sauce this week. Look at that. Looks to the inside. Oh, he's going to get hit with the crossover. He had it for a second, but I don't expect that to be his last attempt. Let's see what he does as they make their way around turn 3 and 4 underneath our position here in the booth.
Well, I think he was trying something. He found out that he's got some speed coming out of 2 and can turn to the inside. Now, if he can hang on next time, we got 1.5 laps to go right now with Yedla back there in 2nd spot behind Spears.
And let's see as they make their way through the S's. Your leaders in the bottom corner of your screen right now making their way through turns 13, that big blind sweeper turn 14. Trying to set up a clean turn 15 into turns 16 and 17 here, the final 2 turns. And they are still going to stay single file as the white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Does Banu have what it takes? We've seen him make a couple of attempts here. Let's see if he's got a little bit of gas left in the tank. Whoa!
Banu takes it off. Oh, my.
And that looked like he lost some brakes. He went for it. It was not there. Oh.
Well, I started to say you probably won't see them single file, and they're not, but not for the reasons I thought. Let's check this out.
And
there's
look,
the battle for 3rd.
And behind him, Martin Simonov looks like, making contact there. Looked like he was trying to get around Jose Garcia. Right now, Kellen Spears, Theodore Simonov are comfortable in 1st and 2nd, and we're going to have to see as they make their way past the stripe. No, that's the number 26 of Martin Simonov. So it looked like somebody getting into Jose Garcia. That is a tough break. Jose almost back on the podium with that incident with Banu, putting him out of contention. And, you hate to see it. Jose Garcia getting punched out there.
Wow.
Jose, we had 2 of the top 5.
Banu, both out of that top 5 when they come by. Kellen Spears, what a great race for him. The Simonovs finish in 2nd and 3rd. Vincent Capetillo 4th and Jarvis Lee 5th. We'll get a word in just a moment with our KA100 Senior winner, Kellen Spears, as we get Chris down there with him in just a few moments. But, man, what an exciting race. Not at all like we thought it was going to turn out.
And while you hate to see the incidents like that happen, that is definitely going to set us up for an exciting final race because you're going to have 2 of your top runners are going to be starting at the back of the grid. And they should hopefully be making short work of the field when we get around to these final races later in the day.
It'll be exciting, that's for sure. Coming up next, Lo206 Seniors will be up. We need to get our KA100 Juniors in line. Please get them to staging, KA100 Juniors to staging. This next group's always exciting to see them on the racetrack. We'll get them out in just a moment. Let's see if we can, how close we are to getting our winning driver ready to talk with us.
This is probably going to be one of our largest grids of the day, always one of the biggest fields at Lo206 Senior.
Almost go to infinity out there.
They are filled up that entire garage space in there. I mean, that's at least 20, 25 karts we're going to have in this next race. Should be exciting. This is the one, folks, if you remember, this is where you're going to see some 4-wide action going into turn 2 and up the hill. Anything can happen on these Lo206 race starts because these karts are so close together. They're so tight. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. And let's see if we've got Kellen Spears right now. I'm trying to see if we've got our trackside camera or not. And I don't think we've got our trackside camera right now. Maybe we can see them from the tower cam. Oh, there we are. I see Chris Conowall down there. He is back up on my screen. Although we're looking at some folks on the balcony. Wait for us, folks. You're live. YouTube, Facebook.
Good shot from our drone. They're taking a shot of everybody here at the racetrack, and you look down over this great facility and this great field of karts that are here. It's an outstanding day. You know, Will, we couldn't ask for better weather. It's Chamber of Commerce kind of weather today.
Oh, no, you cannot. And we have had such good luck this season, knock on wood. We have had beautiful weather every date so far. And rarely do you find that here in Georgia. You get through 4 races in your program and not have a single rain out. I know one of our co-announcers, John Matthews, he's been having his hands full down at Sonoya this year. They've been experiencing a lot of the weather. And obviously being on a dirt track, they've got a little bit more to deal with.
Yeah, I was talking to John earlier today, and he's excited for another great race. By the way, I believe we got Chris Conowall down there. Chris, let's head down there and see what you've got.
Hey, Charles, Will, here with number 89, Kellen Spears. Kellen, our winner, what can you tell us about that run?
That was a really good run, and hopefully I can just do it in the final too.
And what can you tell us about the amount of momentum you build up there early on?
I don't really know. I mean, that was probably the best I've done so far. And, again, hope I can do it in the final.
Right on. Any shout-outs to who helps you with your kart?
DPC Motorsports, my sponsors, Roof Partners, and Bruce Chiropractic, and obviously my parents.
There's your mom and dad right there?
Yep, my mom's there, my dad's there.
Awesome. Okay, well, congratulations. We'll see you later on this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
All right, Kellen Spears. Will, Charles, back up to you.
Chris, well, Kellen had all the action going on behind him. He had lots of things happening back there, and he pretty much was out of trouble for most of that time because everything behind him was just going haywire down toward those final laps of that one. You hear the KA100s underneath us right now, this junior field of KA100s. Getting everything lined up and ready to go. Man, they are fast. Actually, Lo206 Seniors, I believe it is, that we're bringing out onto the track. And you hear the rumble, and you feel it in the tower as they make their way down through the kink and getting ready to get the lineup. Let's see. You know what? I can just bet you we're not going to get a clean start on the first lap. These kids are hungry. They're ready to get things going, and chances are they're not going to get lined up perfectly as they come by for their first attempt at this. I'd be surprised if they were, but they might. You never know. Let's check out the lineup for you. Nicholas Lafredo is in the 0. Ryan Florentino in the number 2. Grady Hughes in the number 3. Wesley Bacon in the 06. Tyler Swan in the 20. Blake Young in the 32. Luke Kondrowski's in the 35. Ryan Curtin in the 37. Robert Gunter in the 40. Carson Craig in the 55. Trey Mitz in the 95. Christopher Castro in the 110. Henrique Trevino in the 124, Robert Davis in the 175, Brandon Mobes in the 176, Caden Jarvis in the 184, Juan Pablo Garcia in the 198, Grant Lockwood in the 207, Wiley Dennis is in the 215, Trip Rivers in the 220, Tyrus Clements in the 404, Max Tremmel in the 488, Noah Burchell in the 505, Cody Tidwells in the 600, Stephen Frey in the 811, and Ross Shelton in the 937. My goodness, we've got 30 competitors, Will.
Wow.
30 on this track.
Wow. That is a grid right there, Charles. Any further, we have to split this up into an A main and a B main.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't think they're going to make it their first attempt. They didn't. You got this many hungry young lions, I guess you'd say, out there. We may have to make multiple attempts to get a start. Somebody's going to want to fudge a little.
And this is our top division right now for Lo206 karts. These are the Lo206 Seniors. This is where usually you wind up before you move up a class or before you go on to karts or to another form of racing. You either go to these Lo206s or you go up to the 2-strokes, or you wind up in Miatas or some form of other road racing.
Let's see here. We're going to go green. That's pretty amazing. I talked with Carson Craig earlier today. They thought they had an engine problem in there. They found out they had a plug that was blackening
and
over.
Look at that as they go 3 wide, Charles.
Wow.
Oh, man, all the karts.
Oh, we got
Whoa.
contact.
We got 2 of them on top of each other. And they are trying to quickly get untangled. Oh, we got another one off in the grass right there in the middle of turn 3 and 4.
Thought he was mowing the lawn up there for a minute.
Yeah, he put the grass cutting attachment on the front of that go-kart. as the head of the snake currently making their way through the backside of the track there through turn 9 into the S's. Look at that line of karts, Charles.
Wow. And we got 30 of them. You see about 7 of them right there in that shot, but there are 30 of them on the track right now.
Great FPV shots from drone pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. If you guys are ever up on the tail of the dragon riding around, you'll see his shop. Stop by, give him a high five, tell him you love the coverage.
Now, where is he?
He is up off the tail of the dragon.
Yeah, I know where that is on 129.
So if you ever see the photographer standing out on the side of the road at the tail of the dragon, those are his guys taking pictures. You can go to Killboy.com, get photos of yourself on the dragon. So that is his business. He's got a merch and a swag shop there. And he is the only licensed photographer allowed to do that.
Really? I'll have to check in with him next time we're up in that direction.
And we are
Sometimes we go that back road up to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge that way.
And we are so happy to have him on the broadcast. He joined us middle of last year. He was hooked from the first one. He's been back to every one since, and we definitely appreciate having him. Those FPV shots add a lot of just depth and some crazy angles we can't normally get.
Well, they work their way up the hill right now. There you see those karts breaking away at the front. Robert Davis is our race leader, or at least he was last time by. Nicholas Lafredo in second, Ryan Curtin third, Juan Pablo Garcia fourth. Grant Lockwood rounds out the top 5. Let's see if they change as they come by scoring loop this time. Yeah, Lafredo's up front.
Lafredo making the pass that last lap. Robert Davis, your second-place driver. Ryan Curtin in third. Juan Pablo Garcia now is in fourth place.
Ooh, battle for second.
And look at that.
Ryan Curtin trying to take that spot over Robert Davis behind Lafredo.
And that looks like Juan Pablo getting a little bit of a run. He was the fastest lap of the race that last time with 102.087. That's how you can see on your scoring screen that purple stripe that indicates the fastest lap of the race. So that is currently out of your fourth-place driver.
Now, these are 4-stroke 206cc, right?
Yes, Briggs & Stratton engines. And they are making about, with this division, they're making about full power at 8.5 horsepower as they are making their way around the track. The big difference with these 4-strokes, they got a lot more low-end torque compared to the 2-stroke karts. And that gives these guys much better ability to pull out of the turns and to pull up the hill.
But the 2-stroke have a little more power, though,
yes,
right?
Yes, the 2-stroke, once they hit the power band, that's like hanging on to a bucking bull. And, whoa, look at that. We got a driver into the wall there at turn 16. He pushed half that wall with them.
Wow.
Curious to see what they decide to do about that, if they're going to keep this under green or just a local yellow. I saw that wall accordion. Somebody hit it, and there's a chunk of that still sitting out on the track. Corner workers are out there trying to fix it right now. Let's see. That's going to be an issue if they stay under green here, because that's going to be local yellow in turn 16 and 17, and that is a favorite passing zone for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, that's going to take away a lap or so if they have to go through there under caution situation. Right now, Lafredo is still up front. Ryan Curtin, Robert Davis, Garcia, Rivers, your top 5, and they are kind of glued together as they come up through the hill right there. You see those top 5 breaking away.
And you can see the elevation change. So
the
they're
caution.
getting the yellow there at 14, so no passing allowed from here through the turn. Looks like they got some of that wall pushed away. And you can see where it kind of accordion there, just bunched up. But that's what we got it there for. That helps keeping the carts out of the bigger tire wall.
Sort of a safer barrier of sorts.
Yes. And you'll notice around the track we have bolstered some of the walls with those little blue barriers. They kind of help take away some of the momentum and some of the shock of hitting the bigger tire wall. And most of the problem areas on track where people tend to go off, you'll see we've got those blue barriers helping to reinforce it a little bit and to help soften the blow.
Well, we got our drivers working up. There's a shot you rarely see is the elevation change out of turn 5 up toward turn 6. You don't really realize coming through the kink that there's that much elevation change.
So you go downhill, you get all the speed, and then you actually go right back uphill while you're going down that back straightaway. And a lot of people don't know this, but that back straightaway is one of the longest straightaways of any go-kart track in the world.
Wow.
So these guys are able to get a massive amount of speed, and you couple that with the elevation change. These guys get up going in a hurry real quick.
You know, and you talk about the FPV shot, the drone shots. We would not see those elevation changes if it weren't for that. You can get that drone actually in there to give you the elevation shots.
Yeah, it's hard to see the elevation from some of these camera angles, and it's awesome to be able to get that drone literally like you're riding back seat with some of these drivers.
Now, the overall drone shot, that's Jeffrey Farver. He is way up high looking over the entire facility. Here's that FPV shot. Look at that, going down the hill and back up. That's from Killboy.
And that's Daryl Cannon with the FPV shot. Now we're cutting to the Cowboy cam on track. Ethan Denny all the way out there at the turn 6 cut through. And back to the FPV camera as we are chasing the leaders coming up on the back side of the track. Practically kissing them with the camera there, Charles.
Looks like the drivers are chasing the camera there at some points. Here we go. Now we're back under green conditions, I believe. So now the drivers can set up for that pass if they want to there in turn 16.
And I think they're content to just keep building a lead on the rest of the field. You've got that 5th place kart, a Trip Rivers, kind of left out of the group there. Your top 4, Nicholas Laferdo, Ryan Curtin, Juan Pablo Garcia, and Robert Davis, are trying to check out right now. They've got a little bit of a train going up at the start. And honestly, Charles, that's what you need in these Lo206 karts. Rarely is somebody going to make a move by themselves. You got to have company. And right now, 4's a party right now in that lead group.
Well, they have definitely broken away from the rest of the field. As we mentioned, we got 30 karts, 30. So there's a whole lot of guys behind these top 4 right now. They go into turn number 8, and they're looking into 9 right now. Everybody's single file. They're content to run single file right now, 6 laps complete.
Yeah, and this is not the points race, so these guys need to play it smart. They need to try and not overdrive these karts because they need to save them for the 12-lap final race. And look at this. You could throw a blanket over them, Charles.
It's like a chain race. And many of these, especially the larger fields, will have 2 or 3 classes represented. This is all one class,
this is
all seniors.
all a single class. And this is why we had to break out the seniors and the masters, because the Masters race had almost 20 karts in. Had we put those two together like we used to last season, that'd have been a 50-kart grid.
Yeah, are we seeing the fields just get larger here each week? Is that what it is? Is the excitement of kart racing here at AMP?
I think so. I mean, something's going on right because we keep growing every single week, and it's awesome to see the growth here. It's awesome to see the grids getting constantly bigger. I mean, I got excited just seeing the 8 karts in the kid kart division. We hadn't had a field like that for kid karts in some time.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the vintage karts. We've not seen them at all before.
No, we have no clue what we're getting into with them. I mean, we were talking about whether they can make it up the hill or not. They got those flathead vintage engines they're running. So I know those karts are going to be pushed to their max to get around here at Atlanta Motorsports
I was talking
Park.
to some of the drivers out there earlier. They said straight off the old tiller right onto the back of the go-kart. So we'll see how that works out.
And that's how racing used to be done back then. Hey, look at this, a move for third place. Robert Davis getting around Juan Pablo Garcia. Let's see if it sticks at the line as they get the 2 to go from the starter. Yes. No. I guess that was Juan Pablo Garcia getting back around Robert Davis. There must have been a pass we missed.
Well, Laferdo has he's seen all the action going on, or he hasn't seen it, but all the action has gone on behind him. You see that kart sitting out in the middle of the grass there. Never got that one going. No. It's still in that same spot it was after lap number 1. But we're on the final 2 laps right now. We've sort of got a 2-car battle and a 2-kart battle behind them as we got 2 little different wars going on here within this big battle.
And you've got Nicholas Lafredo and Ryan Curtin fighting it out for first and second. And then you've got Juan Pablo Garcia trying to fend off Robert Davis right now for third place. And they are 1, 2, 3, 4 right now.
Boy, Curtin is all over Lafredo as they get ready for this final lap to get underway. Look at him trying to set him up. They follow single file through 17. Is he going to try to make a pass into 1?
He thought about it for a minute. Let's see if he tries to make a move here. And no, they're all going to stay single file. That's probably the smarter move right now because you got to have every bit of track if you want to do a fast line through turn 2.
Well, look at this. 3rd and 4th have caught up with the top 2 right now.
And now they are all back together. So it's anybody's game this last lap with just over half a lap to go as they make their way into our position here in the booth and down the back straightaway.
Working up the hill there as they head toward turn number 8. We got caution out at some point on the racetrack. We saw that local caution fly.
That looked like that was behind the leaders, so I don't think that's going to affect the rest of this lap. And look at that.
Boy, Curtin is just right there ready to put a spot on Leferdo, but he can't do it now. He looks to the inside.
He looks. He's got a fender on him. No.
But look behind him. Look at that racing going on behind him. There's that caution flag flying.
And look at that. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4. Little accordion action. He's going to rip it all the way to the inside. Leferdo.
Wow.
Going coast to coast, trying to keep Ryan Curtin out of there, and he is able to shut the door, keep Curtin at bay. And that is going to line up your grid for the final race. Nicholas Leferdo, Ryan Curtin, Robert Davis, Juan Pablo Garcia, Trip Rivers, Grant Lockwood, Tyler Swan, Carson Craig, and Max Trammell. That'll be your finishing order for 1 through 9.
We had one kind of off track there that's just now getting going once again. Got off in turn number 17. But, boy, what a race with those 30 carts. Going to take a while for all of them to filter through start-finish.
And to be honest with you, Charles, that was a really clean race.
It was. Amazingly clean for that many carts.
Yeah, and for going 3 wide, that many carts deep into turn 2 on the race start, I'm surprised we didn't see more carnage.
Yeah, that was a pretty amazing thing. That was it for the Lo206 Seniors. KA100 Juniors are coming up. Then vintage carts. Been looking forward to these all day. Vintage carts will be out, so drivers need to prepare to get those carts to staging. Right now, we need our KA100 Juniors. They'll be coming up ready to go next, and vintage carts. Time to get them to the staging area.
And for everybody keeping tally trackside, 88.7 FM. If you want to listen to our broadcast coverage on your radio, 88.7 FM. And as far as timekeeping is concerned, we are about 40 minutes behind schedule right now. So if you have got a schedule in front of you and you're trying to keep track of where we are in the program, we just wrapped up Lo206 Senior, which means KA100 Junior is up next. Although we've got a few carts to recover off track, so we're not going to be going quite over to the KA100 Juniors just now. But as we get this track finished up and we get the next group gridded up, we'll hopefully get a word with our race winner from that last one. We'll see if Chris Conowall is down there with Nicholas Leferdo.
All right, guys, here he comes, Nick Leferdo. What a big field of drivers today, but it seemed like 4 of you sort of got separated, and Ryan Curtin right there on your heels the whole time, but what got you the checkered flag in the end?
So on the start, had a good start, starting 4th, and stuffed it down the inside, and I just made a couple good moves, and I was able to stick out front and in front of Ryan, and just, you know, a 4-cart breakaway there, so it was good.
Yeah, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but last time we were here, it was you and Ryan once again, and you won that battle. Is that right?
We went back and forth. I won the pre-final, and he won the final. So hopefully I can switch it up this time and win the final.
All right, well, we'll see you in the final. So good luck to you. Great racing.
Thank you, guys.
All right. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Ferdo, congratulations on a great race. Lo206 Senior, man, what a big field and a great race to get a win, and we'll see him back out in just a little while as he and Ryan go back at it, along with the rest of those drivers, for the final coming up a little later. Will, you mentioned we're a little bit behind schedule. That's one of the – when you have 2 red flags in the first 2 races of the day, it does take a little longer to get things cleaned up and ready to go.
And that is an unfortunate side effect of racing. Incidents do happen. They take time to clean up, but that's why we build enough buffer in our schedule, especially during these long summer hours. We can be out here till 8, 9 o'clock at night. We got enough daylight to get the program in, although I know a lot of you folks have been out here since 8, 9 o'clock this morning. So we appreciate everybody sticking it out with us, especially on this hot summer day right now. I think the hottest day we've had racing so far this year.
Yep.
And
you know, I noticed the other night it was a full moon. We always laugh at the dirt tracks and the asphalt tracks over the years about at nighttime when there's a full moon and things go crazy. Does it affect daytime racing when there's a full moon on that particular time of the month?
I would imagine if you know, if you're trying to get a good night's sleep the night before and the full moon's out, you know, you can be a little restless when you come in to start the race.
That sounds like a good enough excuse for all these caution flags and red flags we've had.
But the drivers today, though, I will say, Charles, keeping it surprisingly clean so far. We have definitely had some more rowdy events this year, and the drivers definitely, I mean, we're halfway through the season today. This is round 4. So a lot of the drivers shaking all the cobwebs out after the first 2 races of the season. They definitely got it together, and we are seeing some top-tier racing right now, Charles.
Well, you say it's been very clean so far, but the day is still young, my friend. We never know what's going to happen as we go on through the finals. Right now we're waiting on the KA100s. We'll be getting them out there, the KA100 Junior on the way out. Vintage karts, time to get those to staging. Can't wait to see those vintage karts and see what we've got going with them.
I hear the rumbles and I see the smoke, and that only means one thing, KA100 Junior. They are taken to the track right now. This is the youngest group of drivers in the KA100 class, so this
Quite honestly, it's one of our smallest fields today, only 8 participants.
But I would venture to guess this will be one of the most exciting because these young drivers are fearless. They are not scared to stuff it in a turn, and these are some of the fastest karts these young guns can be driving right now, Charles.
Well, let's check out the lineup. Oliver Nybert in the number 10 will start on the front row alongside Finn Cook in the 22, Adam Wine in the 23, Talon Laney in the 48, Meyer Lewis in the 410, Eli Dunn in the 444, Luke Allen in the 841, and Andrew Hamill in the 905 as we get ready to go.
A couple names I have not seen before. I am assuming they are up here from Barnesville. So glad to see a lot of drivers.
We got a green. How about that?
Look at that. First time by KA100 Juniors are going to take the green flag as they're making their way through turn 1.
You know, a name that I have not seen in the last little while, Luke Giglio. Have not seen his name show up much this year.
Well, his dad was up here talking with us earlier. I don't know if he is out there racing today or not, if they're just coaching and wrenching. But a little bit of bumping and rubbing going on there up turn 2. I saw some Italian hand gestures going on. And it looks like we got one kart there off pace in the back. Oh, hopefully he's not having a mechanical issue.
I think there was a gesture coming from him, I believe. So a little bit of on-track action there. As you see, our leader is broken away, but we got 4 karts vying for 2nd through 5th.
Yeah, Andrew Hamill already opened up a huge lead right now. Looks like he's got about 8-9 kart lengths between him and 2nd place. Your closest battle on track, though, is that fight for 2nd place. Adam Wine trying to hold off Talon Laney. We're going to see as they get scored next time by. And, yes, Andrew Hamill is your winner. I'm trying to see what we're watching on the replay right now.
Here we go. Coming out of turn number 2 there, you saw that slow kart in the back making their way by. Now you see us up to full speed as we're back in live action once again, heading down into turn number 8. We've got the 10 of, I guess that's Meyer Lewis in the 410 maybe that I was looking at there.
And that's the 841 of Luke Allen out there in the back. So that must have been Oliver Najbert was having that trouble on lap 1, because I see him and Luke Allen as both not having crossed the stripe yet. So 8 karts now down to actually 7 karts. We had a 9th competitor. I guess Oliver never took the track, so the Luke Allen had to have been that slow kart on the opening lap. But we are down to 7 karts now.
Oliver showing up in 3rd spot now, so he is out there on the track.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it just updated. So yeah, so that was Luke Allen in the back. And so Oliver actually in the 3rd position.
Nashbert, is that how you pronounce that?
Yes, and he is the kart right there that we're looking at on the rear bumper of Adam Wine right now, as they are practically shoving each other down that back straightaway, getting every bit of drafting help that they can.
Yeah, he's right on the back of Adam Wine as they work up through the S's. There you see Wine in the 23 and Nashbert right behind him. But our leader, Andrew Hamill, look at him. He's got quite a distance.
They need to work together, because if 2nd and 3rd keep fighting it out, that is going to be clean track for Andrew Hamill. And with these 2-stroke karts, like I said, they're very finicky about the power band. And if you have clean track, look at this. Oliver Najbert swinging wide, trying to make the pass. And it looks like he did. He gets around. But during all that action, it looks like Talon Laney was able to catch back up. And look at this, Talon Laney getting by. So Adam Wine, second to fourth, just like that in 2 turns.
But well, look at Wine. Look how much further behind he is getting. I wonder if something is not going on with that cart because he's lost 2 spots.
That's where the hesitation is. If you have to lift because of an incident in front of you or because someone's side by side and you're not running the line that you're used to running, it is so punitive with these 2-stroke carts. And that's honestly why Andrew Hamill's able to get out to such a huge lead, because once you get clean track in front of you, you can run that optimal line. You can always stay in power, and you got nobody to slow you down. And so as everybody's fighting behind you, you're able to just clock off lap times. And, I mean, look at that. Andrew Hamill with a 53.724. He's a full half-second faster than second place, who is currently having to fend off a competitor hot on his bumper.
Yeah, he's having to watch everything he does because he's got Laney right behind him. That's Nashburn in second spot in the 10, Laney in the 48, and Laney just came from nowhere. Now look at this pass going on.
And looks like
we got one
someone
going down into the paddock area.
And that looked like Adam Wine, I think, pulling it off track. That looked like the 23 cart. I think he is having some mechanical troubles.
Well, we wondered about that earlier whenever he got passed by so many carts in that one little section of the racetrack.
Well, that's a tough break. Hopefully he can figure out what is wrong with that cart and get back on grid for the final race.
Got one sitting down there out of the S's right to the inside of turn 9. Not sure who that was. That may have been Luke Allen.
Yeah, that's the 841 of Luke Allen. He was having trouble on that first out lap, and he never even made it past the stripe. So I think he just parked it there in the S's on that opening lap.
Well, there's the battle going on. That's the battle for second and third right now as they go down in turn number 2. That's Nashburn and Laney working up the hill. Nashburn is in the 10, and Laney is in the 48.
And that is the closest battle we have on track right now, Charles. Only 1/10 of a second, less than 1/10 of a second separating these two drivers last time by. As we are already halfway through this contest. Ooh. Look at this. Talon Laney sending it to the inside. Able to shut the door, keep Oliver from making the crossover happen. New second place driver, Talon Laney, making the pass in turn 9. But look at this, Oliver Nashburn not to be content. He thought about it for a second, stuck his nose to the inside. Had to rake that cart back to the outside to set up a proper line through 16 and 17. But with 6 laps off the clock, 4 to go, we still got time, Charles.
Yeah, there's still time, that's for sure. But Laney is starting to pull away from Nashburn now. They go up top of the hill in turn number 4. And look at this. Laney's got probably 4. You can slide 4 carts down between he and Nashburn.
And I think when he tried sticking his nose in, he lost a little bit of time because as he repositioned to go to the outside, he thought about it again. That is so dangerous, Charles, with these 2 strokes. If you take the unoptimal line, you're going to lose power, you're going to lose revs. And it's going to affect you for 2-3 turns to go in front of you before those things can get back up to speed.
Well, Nashburn is back up to speed right now. He's right on the back bumper.
Oh, and he's got to run.
To the inside. Can he make it? No. Laney cuts him off.
Not able to make it. From our shot, it looked like he had the run, but not quite able to get that fender up under the backside of Talon Laney. And every time he does that, he ends up losing 4 or 5 spots. I think his strategy is just to knife it in there on the turn and try and make the block so that way both drivers are forced to brake.
And of course, that allows Hamill just to get further out. Look at him. He's almost out of the shot now.
He is on the road to Disney right now. He is checked out ahead of the field.
Working his way off of turn number 9 while they're just going into turn 8. Hamill with the comfortable lead. And Nashburn, has he got something left for Laney? I don't know. Laney he has just made the most of every passing attempt this afternoon.
Well, he has been able to, he made the pass on Oliver early on, and then he's been able to fend him off now for each subsequent lap. But, what we've been seeing, Oliver gets a run. He's able to get some momentum, but once he gets up alongside Talon, he's the master of shutting the door. He's been able to fend him off, and Charles, we got 2 laps to go. Hopefully Oliver can find something left in the tank. We keep seeing him swinging.
Well, Oliver has drifted back a little bit now. He's no longer in contention as he was. Now, whether he can tighten up and be able to do something if Laney, slides the tires a little bit through a corner. Nashburn looks like he's trying to catch up a little bit, but is there anything left for him for a lap and a half to go?
Well, unless you're running an ideal line, it is hard with these 2-stroke carts to keep the power up, to keep the time. And if you get flustered, if you get too focused on what's happening right in front of you and not what you were doing, it can be very punitive.
Well, they're trying to make the best of it right now. There's quite a bit of distance between those carts. Obviously, a lot more distance up to Hamill as the white flag is out now over Andrew Hamill and the rest of this field of drivers. Let's check them out as they make their way down into turn number 2. Laney still leads Nashbert. That's the battle for second and third.
And Laney with some clean track, able to tick off a 53.934 that last time by. That is good for 0.3 of a second faster than the third place Oliver Najbert.
Hamill is checked out. He is gone. You see him coming through the S's already. There goes Laney in the 48 Nashbert. I just don't think he's got the handle to try to be able to chase him down as they work up the hill for the final time.
He's going to need to pull that thing in, get settled back down, get ready for the final race. He'll be starting inside on the second row. If these results hold, there's your race leader coming out of the final turn, taking the checkered flag, Andrew Hamill. Talon Laney will take home second, Oliver Najbert in third. Now, these are unofficial results. These drivers still have to take it across the tech line to get it ratified. Meyer Lewis in the 410 cart taking third. Eli Dunn making the pass on Finn Cook in that last lap to take fifth place. The number 22, Finn Cook, is your sixth place driver. And it looks like Adam Wine has already pulled off track, so that is your last cart to pass the stripe. So we got 6 carts out of 8 finishing this race.
And vintage carts coming up next.
Yes, I know you've been excited for this one,
yeah,
Charles.
Can't wait to see them out there. We're going to have vintage carts. Hopefully, Chris Conowall is going to have Andrew Hamill down in just a moment. We'll talk with him. We'll get ready to bring out vintage carts and shifter drivers. We need to get you in staging. Shifters to staging.
Ready.
All right, it looks like Chris Conowall is down there in the paddock with your race winner, Andrew Hamill. Chris, take it away.
Yeah, that's right, Will. Charles, I'm here with Andrew Hamill. Everybody out there in YouTube world. Andrew, that was a commanding victory out there today. What can you tell us about who helped you tune that kart and tell us about the experience overall?
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without DPC Motorsport. They helped me through everything, coached me. Just big thanks to them. First, got to say thanks to my competitors. Thank you for them. Thank you to AMP for having us here. But I feel like it was just a good go-kart overall, and the track conditions are really good, so I feel like it was a great week, great race.
Yeah, it was a clean victory for you all the way through, and you had big leads there. Tell us about what we're going to see from you for the next race.
Well, I'm just hoping that I get a good start again and just try and go again. Just go get that win.
All right, big group of folks here watching you. Anybody you want to shout out to in particular?
My parents for just letting me do this and giving me the ability to do this, and everyone here to support me.
Awesome. 905 will be watching for your car. Congratulations, Andrew Hamill. All right, everybody, back up to you, Charles. Will?
All right. Thank you, Chris. That is Chris Conowall, trackside reporter, getting all the words from the competitors down there. We appreciate having you on the broadcast with us, Chris. And right now we are waiting for those vintage carts to take the track. They should be getting gridded up right now beneath us in the tower. As we are getting them lined up, we need all shifter carts. Shifter carts, if you can hear me, go ahead, start making your way to the pre-grid. Right now, up next, we've got vintage cart, followed by shifters. And this should be some exciting racing action. It's a new division we've got here at AMP, and it's just in for the 2 races that we're doing with this Georgia Karting Championship Series event, because we invited the folks up from Barnesville. They were gracious enough to invite us down there, so we invited them back up here to do this 4-kart series between the 2 tracks so we can crown the Georgia Karting champion. And so these vintage guys, which we normally don't run up here at AMP, it'll be fun to see how these karts are able to handle the elevation change and all the elements here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I think they're going to be taking the grid down from the same entrance that the kid karts take, because that's what they were doing during practice. So,
well, now, how much experience have these guys had on this track? They were out here for qualifying and practice. That's about it, right?
I don't think much. I think a handful of the guys were out here yesterday. I saw a few of them, and there you go. You can see them coming out of that entrance. I saw pre-registered. There was 11 of them. I'm curious if any more signed up overnight. And so
there's only 11, best I can count from that little quick angle right there.
And I think they are just going to do a quick warm-up loop here on the Jelly Bean Loop. You'll notice these karts look a lot different than the ones we're used to racing. Lack of body panels, just a couple of feet sticking out the front, a couple tires sticking out the side, and those old vintage flathead engines.
I had a yard cart, looked a lot like those back in the day.
Yes. I'm sure a lot of you guys watching at home probably had the same as well. And look at these guys as they are getting them woed down, making their way around. And let's see if we can find a camera angle here. Here they are. Green flag is out.
It's hard to tell where they're coasting down the hill and in full throttle in these karts. They work their way up the hill. They're gaining some speed right now, going down into turn 2 for the first time.
And let's see as they make their way cleanly through turn 2. A little side-by-side action there, heating up for P2 and P3 as they make their way around the building. And, man, these things, they look so just snub-nosed. The lack of that front fairing and those fenders.
They're really cool, though. It's a whole different look than what we've seen before. And with the lack of that fairing, you know, we talk about how much aerodynamics plays into the racing here. They don't have that aerodynamic shield on the front. They're just blunt, like a brick going through the air.
The driver is the aerodynamics. Yeah. He is the fairing. And you can see them, that whole grid, making their way around the track. We will get your leaders for you here as they come past the stripe. Your field making their way through turn 15 into turn 16 and 17 right now. And look at that, Charles. They got the wall straightened back out, too, over there at turn 17.
Good job. Now, we do see some names that we're familiar with simply because they've run earlier in the day in other divisions.
And I think some of these guys were members that run in other divisions. They were so happy they could whip out the vintage cards because we had the group coming. And that is the number 16 of Tyson Swan is your current leader, followed by the number 2 of Billy Johnson Jr. Philip Tidwell, the number 6 kart, is your third-place driver. The number 30, Robert Hall, in 4th. The number 12, Todd Breedlove, in 5th. The number 36 of Thomas Neese in 6th. The 96 of Jessica Epting is in 7th. Flip Davis in 8th. And Matthew Sapp in 9th place, followed by the number 33 of Mike Brown will round out your top 10. And we have got 11 karts, all took lap number 1 right now. So pretty healthy field for a first time running vintage karts here at AMP.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. You know, it's not always that we can make sure that we know who are males and who are females in the group. I do believe, though, with Jessica Epting being there in 7th spot right now, I do believe we have one female in this group.
Yes, and look at that. Look at that gap, though, between 1st and 10th place, almost a second per kart. You got somebody out there running a 104 and then someone out there running a 110.
I'm surprised they're running that fast. I figured it would be around the 130 mark, honestly.
That is quicker than a rental kart, a tiny bit slower than an Lo206 kart.
Yeah, I'm just amazed how fast these karts really are.
So they're about 10 seconds faster than one of our rental karts. And so that's actually quite impressive considering some of these karts are fairly old.
And look how much the driver sits toward the left side in these, more so than right in the center because they've got that engine and everything sitting over there on the right side. They're kind of having to balance out that weight a little bit.
Trying to offset some of those forces as it looks like we got a little bit of action shaken up here for the 2nd and 3rd and 4th position as your leader Tyson Swan has got a little bit of a gap on the field, but right now it's anybody's game for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Now, Billy Johnson had a little bit more distance between his kart and Philip Tidwell and Robert Hall, but now they've all tightened up a little bit more on him.
And also something to keep in mind, these guys are also running 2 laps less than the other guys. So these karts are out here doing an 8-lap pre-final, and then they'll do a 10-lap final, whereas everybody else does a 10-lap pre-final and a 12-lap final.
Well, there you see the action heating up for second and third place. That is Billy Johnson Jr. in the 2 and Philip Tidwell in the 6. And just as I say that, Robert Hall catches them once again in the 30 kart.
And you have got a 3-kart battle for second place. What we love to see. Karts together, fighting good, clean racing right now as these vintage guys are all over each other's bumpers. Coming around turn 13.
Got a pass in the works, but it didn't happen.
Ooh, Tidwell thought about it for a second, stuck his nose to the inside.
What a great shot there from Kilboy as we went up through the S's.
And as they make their way around turns 16 and 17 onto the final front straightaway, we are following that battle for second place right now as they crest the hill, diving into turn 2.
And, you know, the more that they battle, the farther ahead Tyson Swan gets. Look at this battle side by side.
Now, talking about you get the momentum through turn 2, you're going to claim the reward up the hill, but a little too late there. Looked like Tidwell having to stay back because he did not have position coming through turn 4. But he is looking again. He keeps sticking to the inside. Is he going to try it this time by? Are we going to see a crossover? Oh, and he's able to shut the door. Gets in front of Johnson Jr., shuts the door. A new second-place driver, Philip Tidwell. As we are halfway through this contest, it'll be lap 5 off the board next time past the stripe.
You know, you think about how long this race course is, but there are only 3 or 4 areas where you can really count on passing someone. And for Tidwell, he's got to be tickled that he's able to get that pass underway and get up to second spot.
Yeah, especially in these slower divisions where they don't quite have the same power as your 2 strokes. They really have to get a run going, and they have to time that out. They have to know, okay, I'm going to go make the pass in turn 9, so I need to get my run going by turn 4. And you see some of that strategy playing out. You see the guys looking early. They'll dip it to the inside, dip it back, trying to figure out where their competitor's at, what he's going to do, how he's going to react, because you've got to set these passes up multiple turns in advance.
The high-speed chess match going on right now. Billy Johnson Jr. is up front. I believe he's Tyson Swan up front. Tidwell, Billy Johnson Jr., Robert Hall, along with Flip Davis, your top 5 drivers as the laps start to wind down. Will be 6 complete out of 8 this time by.
And there goes your second, third, and fourth place drivers around turn 15.
Looks like second and third is the biggest battle right now. Fourth is gotten out of that little fray just a little bit.
And those I think those are your closest 2 karts on grid right now. Only 0.2 of a second separating them that last lap.
And a lot of those guys are much slower. They're just now coming out of the S's. So some are the haves and some are the have-nots on this particular day.
I would think with these older karts, things like heat, once they start wearing in, you know, once you get into the nitty-gritty part of the race, you're going to see some more fall-off out of these vintage karts.
Now, do they have the same tires as the regular karts that we're racing here?
I did not check to find out. I know we race Vega Reds in most of our divisions here. I would assume they would keep that rule, but that's a good question. We might need to get down there and maybe have Chris ask him after the race.
So right now you're following our leader, Tyson Swan, up the hill. Swan works his way into turn number 16 right now, while our second competitors are spread it out a little bit. That battle for second is no longer as hot as it once was.
No, and you're starting to see, I think, the fall off on these karts as the heat gets built up. These flathead, naturally carbureted engines, there are going to be some disparities with the heat, with the atmospheric conditions, as these races run on. And that's part of what makes these vintage karts so much fun to watch is you don't know what's going to happen. It's almost a battle of attrition getting to the end.
Yeah, they're a couple of tenths off from when they started, so obviously slowing down quite a bit on the racetrack.
But not slowing down your race leader, Tyson Swan. Man, he is all the way out front right now. He's got a healthy lead over the number 6 of Philip Tidwell. He is your second place driver, being followed by the number 2 of Billy Johnson Jr. And we are on, this should be our final lap, Charles, because this is an 8-lap contest. Or maybe they should get the white flag this time by.
Well, I think they got it last time by. They'll be coming to checkered this time by, I believe.
And let's find out here as they make their way. Yep, checker flag in hand. Tyson Swan will comfortably cruise to a pre-final victory. Philip Tidwell in second. Billy Johnson Jr. in third. Should be the number 30 of Robert Hall coming in fourth. And let's see here. We got a little bit of a contest going on for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Let's see how this shakes up. Ooh, a little bit of last lap passing going on. Thomas Neese going from 7th to 5th, making the pass there, followed by the number 57 of Flip Davis in 6th, leaving the number 12 of Todd Breedlove in 7th. Jessica Epting just crossed the stripe, making her the 8th place driver. The number 25 of Matthew Sapp is in the 9th position, and the number 10 cart, or the number 41 cart of Donnie Munda will round out your top 10.
Well, that's it for vintage carts. They were exciting to watch. We'll see them out again in just a little while. We'll go down to Tyson Swan, who will be with our Chris Conowald in Victory Lane here in just a minute. Find out from him how he thought this race was. Maybe he'll get an answer on those tires for us while we're down there.
Yeah, we got to ask them what that's like driving a vintage cart around with all the elevation change here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'd love to hear that perspective.
Yeah, I think Tyson was out in an earlier race too, so he'll have a perspective what a vintage cart is like on this track compared to a Lo206.
Yeah, to a more modern, anything more modern. I'd be curious to see what the difference is from the driver's perspective.
So we're going to have shifter carts. Matter of fact, shifter carts are on the way out right now.
And they are going to go do a quick warm-up lap, and then they should. So they'll go past the start-finish one time, and then they will pull back around and go for their standing start. So we should still have some time to get a word with Tyson Swan. Let's find out where he is at. I can see Chris on my screen over there kind of in position right now.
Yeah, he was over earlier getting some information.
Hey, Charles, Will, you ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah, go right ahead.
All right, I'm here with Vintage Series winner Tyson Swan. Now, it's really fun to watch. You were out here earlier today. What can you tell us about the difference in the Vintage Series and what you ran earlier?
The vintage is always a passion of mine because it's where we all started karting. So it's great to have this group of guys. And we got back here, girls. Wonderful racing with these folks. I mean, it's a great opportunity to, see something that it was where we all started this sport. So definitely different from the 206 for sure.
Yeah, sure. And how long have you been doing it, this all together?
Are you going to tell my age then?
No, just the years in racing.
1979 is when I started.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a minute.
Well, we'll see you out here. You won the pre-final. We'll see you out here in the final. Congratulations to you, Tyson Swan.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, back up to you guys.
Chris, ask Tyson about tires.
Hey, Tyson?
Yeah, ask him, is that the same tire that they run on the other carts, or is it a different tire on the vintage carts?
Oh, Charles wants to know if that's the same tire that you run on the other car. Is that right, Charles?
Yes,
yeah.
Same tire. Yep.
Same tire.
Yep.
So they run
same tire. Same tire.
Okay.
Same Vega tires we run on the 206.
All right.
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
Got you.
Thanks again. All right, back up to you, Charles.
Thanks, Tyson. Yeah, he's our heating and air man from the area. We were talking about Ream. Ream, one of my big sponsors on the Champ Racing Show, and obviously a Ream dealer in the heating and air business that he is. Swan Heating and Air. You can check out their big tent down there as well. Tyson Swan, our winner in the vintage in the pre-final. We'll see how he does when the final comes up a little later. Shifter carts are on the track right now. They're getting that practice lap underway, I believe, or are we green flag racing?
I think we might be green flag racing already, Charles, because they are not slowing down right now.
Yeah, the green is showing to be out. We're 51 seconds into this. Daniel Perez, your race leader. Jacob Hughes in second. Joe Foster is third. Grayson Butler fourth. I'm missing Danny May today.
Yeah, and we're also missing Steve Frank out there. Or Zach Frank, I meant. Normally, he's in this grid, and I guess he is taken off this week. But, yeah, Jacob Hughes, I was talking to him in the paddock earlier today. He told me we were going to have 4 carts on grid, and we had 4 carts show up. So, we're in the middle of the season right now for the shifter carts. That $1,000 prize, the shifter cart shootout, that is for the first, second, and the last 2 races, so the 7th and 8th race.
Okay.
So those 4 races will count towards a points total for the shifter cart shootout, and the guys over at Body Symmetry Eyes Up Racing putting a $1,000 prize on the line this year for those guys. And this is the creme de la creme. This is the top dogs, the alpha predators out there. The shifter cars, these things are insane, the speeds that they can get up to. They've got a six gear sequential gearbox on those carts. So unlike we talk about the power band issues on those 2-stroke engines, with the gearbox, they're always in power.
You don't have to worry about it, yeah. So when are we back here again at the kart track?
So we will be back here again on July 22nd. So we actually have a good bit of a break between now and the next race. So we will have 2 main track races and our 4th of July stream in between now and the next kart race.
When is the next race on the main track?
So next race on the main track is going to be June 17th. So we're going to be off next weekend, and then we will be back at it on the main track on June 17th. We got that all-new Praga R1 division, which if you guys didn't tune into the stream last month, you definitely missed a treat. We had 4 Praga R1s in our largest downforce grid ever. We had 17 cars take the field in downforce, and that was so much fun watching all them barrel into turn 1 up at the main track.
And by the way, just a programming note, if you're around next Saturday and tune in the Atlanta Braves game, I'll be singing National Anthem with a bunch of guys.
Oh, wow.
Next Saturday afternoon, we'll be doing the National Anthem for the Braves
game. And that's with you're with the Toccoa Men's Chorus, right?
Yeah, Toccoa Falls Men's Choir. And it's odd because that is a college choir, and all of our kids are off. They're off, so we're having to get as many of the community guys together to sing the National Anthem as we can for the Braves next week.
Well, that's awesome. It's always fun to get out there on field and see a crowd like that from ground level.
We did the playoff game last year, the first playoff game for the Braves, and the electric feeling was just unbelievable, the adrenaline rush singing the National Anthem prior to that game.
Well, the nice thing, too, is since you're the one singing, that means we could use it on the broadcast here royalty-free.
I've got it. I've got it where we could use it, Got it on my phone. We'll pull it up anytime you want.
You would be surprised. You can't just pick any rendition of the National Anthem and play it when you're going live. Because
funny thing, we were doing a race on an oval track. We were doing a network broadcast, and we were running it on Facebook and on YouTube. And at the last second, the guy who was playing the National Anthem changed it to one that he had on his phone, and they cut us off. The people who were doing pay-per-view got it free because we aired a National Anthem that we didn't pay the royalties on. Isn't that something?
That is wild. And just like that, we are already halfway through this shifter cart battle right now. And look at this. Danny Perez, Jacob Hughes, 1-2. This is something we're not used to seeing in shifter cart, is the leaders both hot on each other's tails. Normally
they are fast.
Yes.
Wow.
No, the story of this season has been Zach Frank will just hop out to a huge lead, and we're left watching the mid-pack. But right now we have got a 2-cart shootout for the lead right now. Jacob Hughes in that pink cart, hot on the tail of Daniel Perez.
Perez in the green helmet. You can always tell him in that green helmet.
And Danny Perez, he was the winner last year in the – almost thought about it. He was your winner last year in the X30 division. He got that one-day prize package with VRD Racing. So fun to see him up in a shifter cart racing this season.
Boy, he slides it through turn 4. Man, look at that thing slide around.
You can drive one of these shifter carts. You can drive an F1. This is the closest thing these drivers are going to get to the power, acceleration, the G-forces that drivers in F1 experience. Plus, you got all the complexity of shifting gears. You got a clutch, gearbox. You got all the factors that all the other divisions in kart racing don't have to deal with. They've got front brakes on these karts. They've got almost double the power of all the other divisions. These things are absolutely wild, Charles.
Well, they're bringing them off turn number 16 out down into 17 right now. We'll complete 7 laps of this one. They'll get 2 to go next time by. This will complete our pre-finals. We'll line everybody up, and I assume we'll go straight into finals, being that we're behind a little bit in our schedule. Is that correct, Will?
Yes, we are about 40, 45 minutes behind in schedule. So I am assuming once we get done with this shifter kart pre-final, we are going to go right into the Lo206 Cadet, Lo206 Junior, So if you can hear me out in the paddock, Lo206 Cadet, Lo206 Junior, you should be on the pre-grid right now because your race is going to be starting momentarily once these shifters get done.
Yeah, about ready to get them lined up to go. We're working down the final laps of this one right now. Perez and Hughes, those are your top two. They're going into turn 15. They head down into that left-hander on 16-17 combination as they come to the 2 flags to go to finish this one up. 2 more laps for the shifter carts.
And there goes your leaders barreling into turn 2, practically getting air as they come across that hill. It is so wild to watch these things from ground level, Charles, especially here at turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. You can see them getting light, getting air over these hills. It is wild.
Well, we got a little bit of a breakaway now. Perez has maybe a 2-cart length lead over Jacob Hughes. Hughes has got a lap and a half to try to see if he can reel him in, but right now Perez has been the class of the field all day.
And he is not looking behind him right now. I don't know if Jacob Hughes has got anything left in the tank for Perez. Perez, he's been consistent all day, running about 0.2 of a second faster than Jacob Hughes that last time, and we'll see how it shakes out as they take the white flag. Yeah, Perez still 0.3 of a second faster on that last one, so he is slowly building the lead back up over Jacob Hughes.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about NASCAR earlier. Tomorrow they're going to be at it's the Illinois 300, but it's at Gateway right there in St. Louis, or just across the river from St. Louis in Illinois. And 2 of my buddies are going to be in the booth tomorrow for Fox. You're going to have Kenny Wallace and Michael Waltrip back in the booth, and they are 2 of my favorite friends in NASCAR and 2 of the funniest guys. Can't wait for tomorrow's broadcast with those 2.
Oh, it'll be fun to tune in, and they'll be back in Illinois in a couple weeks because they've got that Chicago street race coming up.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that one's going to come off.
I was so close to getting tickets to that one, but then when I checked on it, it was F1 prices. So
yeah.
I said, no, thank you. I'll be watching from home as your leader, Danny Perez, takes the checkered flag. Jacob Hughes closely behind him will take second place. And you can see that gap between the leaders and the rest of the field as your third-place driver, Joe Foster, makes his way around.
And Foster hasn't really seen anybody all day. He's been out there racing the track.
And then that last cart to make his way by, he must have had a dead transponder because I believe Grayson Butler didn't tick a single lap off, although he was out there for all 10 of them.
By the way, we mentioned in our talking about NASCAR, Atlanta's got the night race coming up July 7th through 9th at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And if you want to come hang out with yours truly, I'll be out there partying it up out in the grass parking lots. The 2 times a year I'd go be a degenerate NASCAR fan is when they come to the Atlanta race. I used to do it a lot more, but I had a child during the off season, so I can't travel too far from home now when I go to racing events.
How's Mr. Bradley doing right now?
Oh, he is doing good. I got word that him and Grandma and Grandpa are at home watching the race right now. So we 9 months. He's still kicking, so we're doing something right.
Well, that's a good thing. You know, first-time parenting is always a challenge, and so you and Collins are doing well.
We are adjusting. And like we said, they were quick to release that next grid because we were a little behind schedule. So going ahead, getting those Lo206 Cadet, Lo206 Junior carts out on track. So this will be the first race in the 12-lap final race. I'm not certain we're going to have time to get to an interview with Chris or not on this one because the grid is already making their way around the back side of the track, so let's see if they are able to get lined up and started this time by. And they are woe down side by side. This is the group that Lincoln Massey, guest announcer, we had on the show earlier. This is the group he is running in right now. And let's see if they muck this one or not because your second pack is not together yet. No, they're going to call it green.
We got green. We're underway.
So that means they got to send the second group regardless of how they're lined up. And whoa, a little bit of off-track action there. Side by side as that group goes barreling into turn 2.
Oh, got together down there at the end.
And that's not good because you got another group. Whoa, look out. And it looks like that second group able to safely navigate it. But, man, Charles, that's really going to shake up the Lo206 Cadet crowd because they had to shimmy and shake to get around. And look at this little side-by-side action in turn 9, almost making contact.
Well, Alyssa's up front in this group right now.
That is the number 42 of Scotty Arnold and the number 74 of Ethan Shore dusting it up just behind Alyssa Vasquez. And again, if they're not careful, Alyssa's just going to get out to an early lead. She's going to leave them behind.
Well, Alyssa working her way off 17 right now. Here they come down to the front straightaway as they complete one lap. Justin Sherbert, we saw Justin earlier in that first race. Justin Sherbert in second spot, Ian Patterson third, Braden Griffiths back in fourth position. Lincoln Massey had one of the fastest laps.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, he is your leader right now in Lo206 Cadet. Just turned the fastest lap of the race so far with 103.458. So he is making some moves. Expect to see him to climb up through the junior field. He's already on top of the cadet field, but I'm sure he's not going to be content until he claws off some of those juniors.
Yeah, he's quite an amazing young man. I've been very impressed with Lincoln Massey and what he's been able to do. I think he's an aspiring broadcaster, too, if he decides he wants to hop in the booth.
He is one of my favorite interviews. Every time I see him in Victory Lane, oh, look at this.
Oh, got a word on Alyssa. Schubert looks to the outside. Alyssa and Schubert.
She's going to stay low and shut the door. Look at that, Charles.
Wow, he lost a spot. Patterson takes away a second place, I believe. Yeah, Ian Patterson
and you
moves
aim
up to
for the stars, you drown in the sewers, Charles. And unfortunately, Justin Sherbert trying to make the pass ended up losing a position. And oh, look at that. Ian Patterson tried to get a run going, and he went 2 off. That might have cost him some momentum. As look at this, Alyssa Vasquez able to pick up a couple of kart links between the two of them. They were all bumper to bumper to bumper, but now she is pulling away. And here goes Scotty Arnold trying to get back around, or Schubert trying to get around Patterson.
Well, we've got that pass that's complete as Sherbert takes that spot away as he goes back up to second spot. So Patterson now back in third. Everybody chasing Alyssa Vasquez.
I wonder if that color choice was Sherbert's intentional.
It could be. A nice-looking green Sherbert color as they head down toward turn number 16.
And there goes your top 3 in the top of your screen into the final 2 turns, turns 16 and 17. Hard to see from that angle, but there is a bit of a dip in that turn. Anybody that's been out here in a public rental cart will know that is a fun final turn because you start at the top of the hill and you end at the bottom.
Wow. You don't really notice the elevation change from this vantage point through the cameras. Alyssa, they may have a run on her as they're trying to go up the hill right now. Sherbert right there in second spot, Patterson in third.
And she is giving that neck a workout because normally she's not looking behind too much, but she knows they're hot in her tail right now.
I noticed when they started up turn 2 on the first lap, Alyssa had turned around to see at that point. Oh, look at this. Sherbert's inside.
And he's getting the run on her. He's going to be in front of her going into the turn. Let's see if she's got a crossover in store. And, oh, almost had it. And she's getting shoved to the outside. She's going to get left out to dry.
She's going to go back to third.
And look at that. First to third. Sherbert went to make the move. Shoved Alyssa to the outside, and she lost 2 positions.
But how many times have we seen this where Alyssa winds up behind somebody and she'll gather it up and somehow get back around them before the end of the race? Don't count Alyssa out.
I give it maybe 1 lap. She's going to shoot it on 14. Just watch him this time by. And look at that. She's practically shoving Patterson. She is letting them know, I am here. Get out of my way.
Yeah, she won't do it here. This is not the greatest place for it. But
nope.
Coming through the S's and up through 14, that's her golden era, through 14.
We see her make pass after pass in that zone. I think she runs a little bit shorter of a gear. That's why you see them making the run on her on the back straightaway. And look at this. She is practically shoving Patterson.
Patterson inside of Sherbert.
They are a 2-kart tandem duo. Look at that. Vasquez getting into the back. A little bump drafting going on there.
Didn't work, but I thought it was a good move.
And look at that.
Anyway.
Sherbert lost the position. Patterson gets around. And now Vasquez was hot on the tail of Sherbert. And you can see them holding that hand out saying, what gives? A little Italian sign language going on right now as they make their way through that final turn. Onto the front straightaway. We are lap 5 out of 12 right now. And, man, Charles, this battle right now is definitely fun to watch.
Well, Patterson is up front It's Sherbert in second,
and
Vasquez back in third.
And look at this coming up hot on their tail. Lincoln Massey and Camila Canache. Look at that. Lincoln Massey has already caught up to the leaders. We were just talking about him.
And he was back in 8th at that point.
And
Look
they
at
had
him
a
now in
split
4th.
start, and now he is reeling in Alyssa Vasquez. Look at that.
Sherbert back to the top of the point. Look at Alyssa inside of Patterson.
And she makes the pass.
Yeah, Alyssa's up there, and Lincoln is right there on Patterson.
Lincoln about to put Patterson down. Let's see what happens here. You can definitely see him in that smaller Cadet chassis. Now, they are turning faster laps. Look at that, a 102.246 out of Massey.
Lincoln just went to third. Well, he's on the outside of third now.
He's
Trying
not
to
gonna
make
have-
the move inside. There he goes.
And he gets it.
Wow.
And Lincoln Massey all the way up to third place. Man, he is clawing away.
How many laps has he had the fastest lap on the board?
Just about every time by. And look at that.
He is having the race of his life. Look at him outside. Alyssa going up 3 wide as they go into turn 4. My goodness.
And I don't even think Alyssa's paying attention to what's behind her. She's just watching Sherbert out front. Lincoln almost had the pass there, except Alyssa pushed the track wide. And, she's running the line. She's got position. But look at Massey to try and make a move here.
Well, Lincoln was up here with us earlier. What you want to bet after this race, he's going to be up here with big smiles on his face.
Oh, you know he will be.
It's Sherbert and Vasquez. Alyssa looks to the inside. Lincoln Massey is right there. He's got a great view of what's going on in front of him.
And this is the beauty of multi-class racing, Charles. You've got cadets and juniors all battling it out on track right now. You get to see the top dogs from 2 different divisions fighting it out on track. So much fun to watch, Charles.
Lincoln has told me that he loves racing against Alyssa, and they've got a battle going on right now, but she's got Sherbert to deal with.
And they are 1, 2, 3 as they head down turn 2. 43 feet of elevation down into the dip. As Lincoln Massey pulling up alongside Alyssa, he's gonna get the nose past her.
He just told me that's not a good place to pass. I'm
No.
gonna have to challenge him on that.
And look at this, he is all over the tail of Sherbert. And I bet you Alyssa's going to be happy to let the 2 of them dust it up, and maybe she's going to wait for her opportunity to get by when Lincoln's going by.
Lincoln goes wide. Alyssa trying to make hay of that, but she can't do it. Yeah,
Oh,
there
she
goes.
does. They get caught up by lap traffic. Oh, and look at this. Camila Canache's caught back up.
Wow.
Oh, no, that back marker accordion the whole field. Look at this on the replay.
Oh, goodness.
There was
That's what
contact
happened.
right there. Oh, no, and that driver, oh, man. You don't retake the line like that. And that accordioned up the leaders. So now
that's
look at
what
this.
happened.
So now Lincoln Massey's in a fight because Camila Canache's back on his tail. And your 2 leaders, Sherbert and Vasquez, are back in it because they've got 2 more carts now.
Oh, what a turn of events right there coming out of turn number 9. Gracious.
Because now you've got Patterson and Corman back up with that lead group.
Well, look at this. This is back to live action once again.
Oh, look at this. Canache made the pass. That's Lincoln Massey in the back.
Yeah, Lincoln is back there. He's running in 5th right now. There you see his number 1. Canache just in front of him. Alyssa still in 2nd spot behind Sherbert.
And this looks like my commute up 53 every day, getting stuck behind a large pack. And you can see Massey and Canache, they are in the quicker carts. They don't know what to do. They've got those 3 big adult-sized chassis in front of them.
Well, they're going to have to make something happen here. I was surprised Lincoln got by earlier, coming out of turn number 3 into 4. Let's see if he tries to do that again. 9 laps complete this time around.
And they're going to be 3 to go. Camila Canache, your new leader now in Lo206 Cadet. Lincoln Massey hot on her tail right now.
Look at Lincoln going to the inside.
And he makes the pass coming into 2.
Wow.
And look at this. They are bumper to bumper to bumper. You got cadets on the outside, juniors on the inside.
Man, Alyssa took a different line coming out of 4 going into 5 that time.
And, Charles, I'll tell you, I have not seen Alyssa once struggle this much to pass somebody. This is quite the contest right now. Sherbert is doing everything he can to hang on right now. And as these laps are winding down, we're only going to have 2 to decide it next time by.
Well, Alyssa's not done yet. I can promise you that. Sherbert may be in the lead right now. We'll look for Vasquez to do something here on those final couple of laps. She is right in his tire tracks as they go into 16.
And I'm curious to see what Kanache can do about Lincoln Massey.
Here comes Lincoln up by Patterson. He'll go up to third
look
spot
at
overall.
that. Massey, third place overall, first in class. Now he's got a little bit of breathing room between him and Kanache. If Kanache doesn't make the pass, she's going to be all but out of it right now. She has got to get around Patterson. Look at that.
Look at Lincoln. He went by Alyssa.
Oh, 2 for 1 up the hill. And look at that. Kanache is going to do 2 for 1 as well. Oh.
And now Lincoln has got Sherbert to the inside. Here comes
Oh,
Alyssa.
look at Kanache's got the run. Oh, she's trying to get around him. She looks to the inside. Oh, she's going to have to get back on the binders. She had the run but did not have the track to do it.
Alyssa is back in fourth. She had got tied up in that deal. Lincoln's going for the win. Look at him working on Patterson right now. Sherbert, I'm sorry.
They were all dusting it up there. I think they caught a back marker, and that really hurt the field. They accordioned super hard there. And, man, look at this now. You've got Sherbert all by himself in front of Lo206 Junior, and he's got Lincoln Massey and Camila Kanache in Lo206 Junior hot on his tail. We are 1 lap to go, Charles.
Wow. Lincoln and Camilla right there together, that Lo206 Cadet trying to work on the Junior. Here goes Lincoln on the outside once again.
And there goes Camila with them. They're going to make the pass on the leader. This is the fight you're watching right now, folks. First and second in class, Lo206 Cadet, Lincoln Massey, Camila Kanache. And just behind him, or just behind her, is Justin Sherbert. He's the leader in Lo206 Junior. And look at this. Alyssa Vasquez almost catching up. She is on a mission. Oh, man, she's going to have the run, hitting her favorite part of the track. Look at this, Charles.
Lincoln taking a quick look behind him to look at Camilla to see where she is. And those cadets are far ahead of Schubert. Look at this. They're in a battle on their own right now.
And look at this. One turn to decide it all. 16 and 17. What's going to happen?
Lincoln goes off 17. Camilla right in his tire tracks. They come to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? Lincoln Massey takes the overall win.
Wow.
Justin Sherbert wins the Junior, but look at Massey and Camilla as they finish 1-2 right up there ahead of the field.
He not only was he in P8 at the start of that race, that was a split start race, so he had a whole nother front straightaway between him and that front group.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he started in 10th. He worked his way up to 8th about halfway through the first lap, and then from that point on, just a steady rise through the field.
Well, we were looking at the lap times, and those Lo206 Cadet carts were about a second and a half faster per lap, so that was how he was able to claw away at such a huge lead.
Now, should they be faster than the juniors?
It's all about parity and getting the divisions as close as they can, because they do run a different slide, but they're also on smaller chassis. So while they might have less power than the junior cars because they've got a
way less.
Yes,
in general, just because the physical bodies are
less. Yes, the drivers are lighter, the carts are lighter, everything's lighter. So even though they have less power, they technically have a higher power to weight ratio, and that's why you saw those what's technically the lower division being faster.
There you see a good shot of our friend Killboy out there working on getting his drone ready to go back out, changing batteries. That's the one downfall of these. Batteries go dead in a hurry, don't they, Will?
Yes, they do. And, that's why we fly with the DJI systems. They're not our sponsor, but shout out to them. We've got the DJI FPV drone. He's able to stay up in the air for a solid about 10 to 15 minutes at a time. For those of you that aren't familiar with FPV drones, you normally get about 3 to 4 minutes of battery. And that was one of the nice things when DJI came out with this FPV setup is the incredible flight time on those drones, coupled with the fact that they can go 60 to 80 miles an hour. And that's how we're able to bring you all these shots consistently, race after race after race.
Now, where's the truck cam? We haven't seen it out today.
We did some range testing, and we are still dialing in truck cams. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to push that one off to another month.
Well, for truck cam is actually a radio control truck, RC truck.
Yes.
And so you'll see that shot maybe 3 inches off the racing surface, whatever it is able to go for.
We have still got a few technical hurdles we need to get under to figure out to make truck cam more viable. Mostly the fact that we've got to figure out how to get Daryl in the middle of the track so we can have range all the way around with the drone or with the truck and the camera setup we have in it.
These drone operators, Jeffrey and Daryl, I'll start looking at their equipment and they'll start going into all this technical stuff about I've got this particular motor and this thing, and I'm going, oh, yeah, and I have no clue at all what they're talking about, but I'm very impressed that they are passionate about what they do.
Well, Truck Cam 1.0 was actually one of my RC cars. We took Pole Cam, which was our down drone from last season, and basically just duct taped it to the top of the truck. And so we were able to get by with that because since it was a monster truck, once it was out of range, rather than having to go around the full track, I could just go through the grass, go through wherever. I could drive over it, get back up to the building, get into position. But with Truck Cam 2.0, that is a much faster truck. That is an Arma infraction capable of doing upwards of 80 miles an hour. And here we are, trackside, Chris Conowall with your race leader and overall winner, Lincoln Massey. Chris, take it away.
Yes, I am indeed here with Lincoln Massey, our overall winner. That was a battle like no other. What would you like to tell everybody about that win?
Well, that was just a crazy race. There was a lot of battling going in front of me with the juniors, and I took the opportunity to catch up and be able to pass them.
Yeah, and that was bumper to bumper most of the race. How did you hang in there and take the win?
Well, it was hard. It was like there was a lot of tough places that I passed, and it was just really hard. And and most of it was from my dad, and just to help me get my kart running right and help me get this win.
Well, it's always a pleasure interviewing you. Congratulations on your big win. Any other shout-outs you'd like to make?
I'd like to make a shout-out to my mom and my sister. They were probably the greatest cheerleaders I would ever have and anyone could ever have, and everyone else.
Awesome. Give me a fist bump. You're our winner. Good job. All right, back up to you guys. Congratulations. Lincoln Massey, everybody.
Yeah, Chris, thanks. I'm going to talk with Lincoln in a little while because he told me that two places you do not want to pass here in Turn 2 and Turn 4, and darned if that isn't where he made his passes to get up front. So we're going to have to talk about that. Like he said, tough places to pass, and he took a chance, and he was able to come through with the win. So congratulations to him. Ready to get our next group out right now. It's Tag Masters. Let's check out the lineup. Jose Garcia in the 00, Scott Butler in the 04, Eugene Pananko in the number 7, Matthew Verake in the 11, Sean Akins in the 22, Kyle Clark in the 25, Clay Ferguson in the 33, Chris Orencia is in my lineup has gone away on me. But anyway, Orencia is out there as well. Let's get ready to watch him go. This is Tag Senior up front. Tag Senior up front. We started two different classes. So Senior is up front with Leonardo Oliveira, Harrison Browning, Benet Yedla, James Schumann, and Leonardo Prates up front. Michael Wiggins in that senior group as well, and Pablo Benitez. So that's our group of seniors ahead of the Masters group as they work their way up turn 14, or turn 14. And now we're in lap number 1 of this race for the Tag Senior and Tag Master. They're down into turn number 16. They'll complete lap number 1. This time by, we'll get a running order at this point as they cross start finish. It's Oliveira up front in the 340. Sam Machado, who was the winner of our first race. Sam is shown there in second spot. Harrison Browning is third. Pablo Benitez in fourth. And Leonardo Prates in fifth spot. Benu Yedla is back in sixth. And that is all of the guys up front are seniors right now. Some of those masters may start working their way up into that group. Look at this quick look to the inside.
And that looks like Siminoff. Can't tell who that is trying to make the pass there. And look at that, Benu Yedla already up to sixth with that technical issue he had at the end of the pre-final, putting him to the back of the grid, already making some room.
Well, they're making their way down now off of turn number 17, heading across the stripe. Oliveira is still leading this overall race right now as he leads the seniors. Our top running master is Panenko. He runs in 10th spot overall in this race right now. Eugene is driving that number 7 kart. They're your leaders coming off turn number 4 and heading down the hill into the kink.
And for those keeping track at home, the Tag Senior is what we would probably consider our second highest division here in terms of competition, karts, all of that. They are just behind the shifter kart class in terms of speed, agility on track.
These Tag Senior drivers are up the hill right now. Leonardo Oliveira is your race leader. They're heading into turn number 16. Machado, Browning, Prates, Yedla, those top 6 karts as they work their way behind Oliveira across the line. Everybody in that top group still remaining in the same spot that they were in. Everybody working well as they head down to turn 2.
And there go your leaders making their way up turn 2, all 43 feet of elevation change, just to go right back down it as they make their way under our position here in the booth.
Now that's the lowest spot on the course, right?
Yes.
Down in the bottom of the
kink.
kink.
At the bottom of the kink. That is actually where your full 43 feet of elevation change come from. So from the top of turn 2 to the bottom of turn, I guess that'd be turn 5 after the kink, that is your full 43 feet of elevation change.
Now this is the highest point on the course, though, right here at 14,
yes.
Correct?
As they're coming across 14, that blind off-camber sweeper, such a fun turn to drive if you ever get the opportunity to come out here. Especially when you're in a rental kart, you are flat out through that turn.
Well, those drivers working their way across the line once again. 4 laps now complete. 4 laps complete out of this 12-lap race for the Tag Senior and Master group. By the way, next up, we need to get all of our who do we need to get in staging next?
So up next, Kid Kart.
Yeah, Kid Karts. All 8 Kid Karts coming up next.
And they should be gridding down there in the lower paddock by that turn 17 exit. But right now we are watching the lead pack as they make their way through turn 9 into the S's. You can really see the speed differential in these karts, Charles, as these guys make their way through the turns, because you can see they're really just flicking the wheel and getting those back ends squirrely, because that's the only way they're able to get these karts to turn.
Yeah, and you know they got to set up for this quite a bit in advance because the karts are slow reacting and the rear ends wanting to slide around on them, so they got to start setting up these turns way before they get there.
Well, and that's partly how they're able to keep the karts in power, because while they're in that power band, they have way more torque and ability to flick that back end out. And it's almost like you're wrestling with it because you don't want to lay off the gas and lose the power, because once the cart straighten back up, you need to be in the power, and that's how these guys are staying fast.
Well, now, let's talk about rumble strips. Some people call them sausages. Some people call them alligators. There's a number of different names for them. You see some of the drivers using them on occasion and then specifically trying to stay off of them.
Yes.
What's the reason for using them or not using them?
They can be your friend and they can be your worst enemy, Charles, because those alligators, while you can use it to grab the front end and help pull you through the turn, it will also help jostle the cart, and if it's in a part of the track where you shouldn't be on it, it'll slow you down and it'll pull you out of that power band, and then you're just along for the ride waiting for the RPMs to catch back up.
They tend to use it here coming off 2. You see many of them using it over there, but once they get past that point, rarely do you see them on those strips anymore.
You'll see them use it, yeah, a little bit coming into 2. You'll see it a lot going into turn 9. That's a good way to be able to yoink that cart around as they're coming through the turn.
What's that term? Yoink?
Yoink. Like and so sometimes you'll see the guys using that.
There's the yoinking coming in right there.
Because really the optimal line, you want to just touch that inside tire on the curb. You want to have that outside tire just touch that white line on the backside of turn 9, and then you're raking it all back in to set up for the S's.
Wow. Well, they're your leaders. They're coming off 17 right now. The whole about half of track back are your Masters drivers. Many of them are behind. They started, of course, behind this group. But right now we're keeping our eye on the seniors as Oliveira leads them up the hill in turn number 2.
And here goes your top pack. We've been following most of this race as they come around the building, down the back straightaway, single file through the kink. And up a little bit of a hill down the back straightaway.
This has been a fast race. We're already almost 8 laps into this 12-lap race.
Well, your leaders are currently turning a 51.56, a 51.72, 51.66. I mean, that's quicker than some of the shifter karts.
That is really fast. Even the Masters are back in only in 53-second laps. That's fast.
And that is hauling the mail, Charles. But to put it into perspective, that is still 10 seconds quicker than what the vintage karts were running.
Yeah.
And those are about 10 seconds quicker than the rental karts. So these guys are really booking it around track. Like I said, this is probably our second from the top division. I would say probably the top division for competition, but in terms of speed and power of these go-karts, this is the second from the top, just behind shifters.
Now, when you are at the rental carts, if you come here and rent a car on a regular basis, you don't really run the full course, do you?
No, right now the way it's set up is you do this part where we're looking at them coming through the S's and the backside of the track, but then right here where they make the turn at 13, in a rental cart you would just go straight. Or sometimes right here where you see that cut through, they'll turn them at the top of the hill.
Right. That keeps them having so much momentum going into that big
Yes.
downhill turn 2.
And that turn 2 turns into a completely different animal when you hit it at full speed
I'm
from
sure.
the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's when that cut through is blown out. And we call that the B track. When we take it to the top of the hill, it's called the Super B track.
Ah, okay, makes good sense. When we're over at the main track doing races over there, we have a good perspective of the rental cart track. And let's just say some of those guys go some adventurous racing in turn 8.
They definitely do some off-track safari and always fun. Always a good source of entertainment when we don't have any action going on at the big track and we're waiting for the next race to get going. It's always good to check in on the rental carts and see how many of them are staying on track.
Yeah. or if any of them have stayed on track.
Yeah.
Right now, these guys are on track to a record time. It's 9 laps complete, almost 10 complete, as the leaders work their way off turn 17 right now. Oliveira leads them, and we're starting to catch some of these drivers toward the end of the field.
And this is going to shake things up, Charles. You know, these final races are 2 laps longer than the pre-finals, so if this is the pre-final, we'd be done, but we've got bonus racing because it is the final race. And what that allows this group to do, that allows the head of the snake to catch the tail. And as we've seen in short track racing, anything can happen once back markers start clogging up the leaders.
You know, I'd forgotten we're going 12 laps in this, so you're right. And now the leaders are catching them. This is going to be very interesting to see how this plays
look
out.
at that. And just like we talked about,
Wow.
First and second place get caught up by a back marker. No.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
Check this out.
no. That's not what you want to see.
Oh, man, around they go. And
Oh, you hate to see it, Charles.
Just, man, did he
getting
catch some
airborne.
air.
About knocked that tire wall into the track. And the white flag is out right now.
Wow, we're staying under green. Look at this battle for the top spot as they come up. I don't even know who the leader is at this point.
Looks like Leonardo Oliveira and Harrison Browning. And with that dust up, guess who's back up to third? Banu Yedla.
Well, earlier today, we talked about what bad luck Banu had. He was the recipient of some good luck this time around.
And I believe those were some drivers in the Masters division that they had caught up to, so they weren't even in the same race.
We got a battle going on there. You got a leader way out front, but a battle going on with, I guess that's Browning and Yedla.
Yeah, it's not Yedla's cart. I can't tell. That could be some Masters drivers. I think we're thoroughly mixed right now, the multi-class racing. Let's see as they come past the stripe.
Oliveira gets the win. We know that for sure.
And that was Browning,
Yeah.
Yedla, Michael Wiggins, James Schumann all taken in.
Yeah, Yedla and Wiggins was that tight battle going on. It wasn't Yedla and Browning. It was Wiggins. All right,
And
here's that shot again.
And that was some tough luck.
And here's your contact.
And that is where Pratis comes into contact. You hate to see that. Your race leader catching a back marker. Oh, and do-si-do around he goes.
Not of his own doing, but
No.
just, here's another
And I'm
shot
sure
of
he
it.
thought he was through that clean, too, around the outside and just barely catching it. Oh,
All right,
man.
watch this shot right here. Goes around, and now look at this.
And he's riding it, trying to get, man.
Open wheel racing.
He got all 4 wheels off the ground, Charles, and not cresting the hill at turn 4.
And thought he had cleared it. He thought he was
Yeah.
clear and everything was good, and he was going to gain a couple of spots, and next thing you know, he's in the tire wall.
That is not how you want your race to end. That is tough luck.
Well, congratulations to Leonardo. He gets the overall win, and all of this happened behind him. Chris is going to be down there with him in just a minute as we get the winner's interview from Leonardo Oliveira. In all of that action, I'm not even sure who won the Masters. Who was the winner of the Masters?
So looking down the score sheet here, it looks like Eugene Panenko was able to hang on for the win in the Masters division, followed by Craig Foster And Kyle Clark, that is your 1, 2, 3 for the Masters. Bill Strimple, Jose Garcia, Sean Atkins, Stephen Evans, Matthew Verroque, and Bud Dwayne will round out your top 10 for the Masters division.
Well, Chris is going to have Leonardo Oliveira down there in just a minute. He'll talk with him. Now, we've seen him over at the main track here recently as well.
Yeah, he is trying to make the push up into the next stage of his racing career. Like I said, the tag senior division is probably where most people that have a career ahead of them in racing, this is where they exit karting. You usually don't see guys. I mean, you do see some guys go on to shifter karts, but usually from here you'll see them make the jump up into cars.
Well, he had Jose Garcia in this race with him, and he'll be racing against Jose probably in the Spec Miatas whenever he hits the main track as well.
And we'll see them in 2 weeks up at the main track. But, man, that was a wild race, Charles, and always fun to watch the tag class. I always forget, because they're the second race in the program, I always forget we're in for a treat right at the start. I mean, because the kids are fun. I mean, it's all fun to watch, and that's the beautiful thing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And look, like we are down trackside with Chris Conowall with your race winner, Leonardo Oliveira. Chris, take it away.
Hey, Will, Leonardo Oliveira, our final winner. What can you tell us about that drive? That was pretty spectacular.
Thank you very much. That was definitely a tough one. The chassis wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be. I was struggling for control most of the time. I was just happy to be able to maintain a gap, and as soon as I saw the back traffic, my first thought was let's pass them and use them as a shield. I had to get a little bit rough on the last lap, and I do apologize to that master driver, but it ended up working out in my favor in the end, so I am grateful.
So we're going to see you on the podium here just a little bit. You got some shout-outs for us?
Everyone at DCT, my mom, my dad, everyone who supports us. I could not do any of this without you guys. You guys are our family.
All right, guys, back up to you. Race winner. Congratulations, Leonardo Oliveira.
Congratulations to Leonardo Oliveira as he gets the win in the Tag Senior and Tag Master. Well, Tag Senior, we did not get an interview with our Tag Master winner, but anyway, we'll be seeing Leonardo in a couple of weeks over at the main track as he makes that transition over to Spec Miatas. If you've never been to the main track to watch the action over there, we encourage you to do so. June 17th is the big day over there. And, Will, there's all kind of things that goes on at the main track. We've got autocross now. We've got, what is that, what do you call that? Track attack?
We've got the AXS Time Attack. We've got autocross and Time Attack at the main track. Oh, a little bit of a false start there, but they're still going to throw the flag.
How can you have a false start with kid karts when their start is my dead start?
You get a little excited.
Somebody takes off. That's what happens. Carter Morad is our listed on the front row. Riggins Barnacle, I think, was our winner of the first time out in these karts. Barrett Turley is there in the 99. Tyson Burkett in the 1. Luca Vino Figueroa in the 68. Arlo Stowers in the 211. Matthias Sandblum in the 33. And Nazar Martinenko in the 05.
And I'm pretty sure it was Carter Morard that got that little extra start there, because it was Barrett Turley and Riggins Barnacle fighting it out on that race 1, with Riggins making the pass pretty early on and not looking back.
Well, I like Morad's helmet. At least we know who he is with that big 31 on his helmet.
Oh, it definitely helps us up here in the booth.
And while the kid karts are on there, Lincoln Massey has joined us back in the tower once again, and he has a bigger smile on his face than he had earlier, and there's a reason for that, as we just saw him get the win here just a moment ago. And I've got to say, I've got to call BS on something that you did earlier. You said you can't pass in turn 2 and you can't pass in turn 4, and darned if that isn't where you made both of your passes. Now tell me about that.
Well, the only reason that I really made the passes in those turns was because the 2 juniors in front of me, well, sometimes 3, of Ian Patterson, Alyssa Vasquez, and who's the other guy?
Let's see, Sherbert.
Yeah. They were all in front of me, battling it out so hard that they just left me such they gave me such a big run on them to where I could just go right by them. And that's what I was really trying to do, to get by him and get up there to Alyssa, because I know she wanted to draft, but when I got around her, Camila was right behind me, so she tried to swoop in, but Camila was right there, so she couldn't. So, but before I was trying to, but Alyssa was just all over the road trying to pass, and I could not draft with her.
Well, you got into a sticky situation there toward the end of that thing. You got kind of rooted out and had to work your way back up again.
Yes, lap traffic, a track marker came over on top of me when I had the inside position. I have no clue what he was doing. He looked directly at me and then turned the wheel at me.
Oh, goodness.
And went into me right there. So.
Well, you started way back in the pack, and I mean, you were turning fast lap times. You had the fastest lap for many of those laps. You had the fastest kart on the track. You worked your way up in a real hurry. All of a sudden, you were right there in our camera shot up front.
It was hard. I knew my kart was faster than most of the juniors, but I didn't know if I was fast enough to get up there with that big train. But as I thought that, I'm right up there with them. And I tried to draft, and I really couldn't.
Wow,
so.
He did such a great job. We'll talk more with Lincoln Massey in just a moment. Let's check this out. Riggins Barnacle has worked his way around Carter Morad, and now Barrett Turley has gotten up there into second spot in that 99 kart. As the kids' karts race goes on, we're just nearing the 2 laps to go for them. Actually, it'll be 3 laps to go this time by for kids' karts. And we've got a battle shaping up right here for our top spot. Riggins Barnacle is there. Barrett Turley now crosses in second. Carter Morad is there in third spot, and Morad and Turley are battling it out for second and third position. Meanwhile, Riggins Barnacle leads them. Will, we're coming to 2 laps to go for these drivers right now in kids' karts. Outstanding to see a whole field full of kids' karts.
Always great to see the track opened up for these kid kart division, especially when you've got 8 of them out there on track. It's great to know we've got them in the pipeline. They're going to be coming up. We'll be seeing them again in some of the other divisions. And I would expect to see some of these kids in higher divisions before the end of this season.
Yeah, probably so. They'll probably start moving up into – now, what's the next step from this? Lo206 Cadet?
Yeah, they'd go into Lo206 Cadet. So they'll get a Cadet chassis. They can still keep that LO engine. They'll just put the Cadet slide on it, and they'll go full track racing with the Lo206 Cadets.
Now, how much does that slide restrict? Half power, maybe?
Yeah, it just restricts the max throttle position, so they can't quite go all the way to the full beans on the engine.
All right, we're 1 lap to go right now. You see that white flag out over the field, so we're coming down to the checkered flag right now. Riggins Barnacle, who was the winner of the first race out today, the pre-final, now takes the win in this race for kid karts. Second and third, Barrett Turley and Carter Morad. Those will be your drivers. Or Morard, I guess that is. Pardon me for saying Morad. Morard in that number 31. Again, you need to do that. You need to put your number on the back of your helmet. Morard has done that in the 31. You need to put a big 1 on the back of your helmet. We'll know who you are for sure then. So Barnacle comes by. He gets the win. We'll be talking with him in Victory Lane in just a moment. Chris Conowall will be down there with Riggins Barnacle for our kid kart winner. We'll be ready to bring out our next group. We can hear the Lo206 Masters already chugging underneath us as they get ready to come out onto the track.
And you got to be quick down there, Chris, because those kid karts will zip out from under you in a heartbeat. Those kids are excited to get back to the trailer, start celebrating.
Well, they'll be celebrating big with podium finishes coming up a little later.
Yes, they will. And a great shot of the building here at AMP Kart Racing on the back side of the property over at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
You know, we start to see every time we come here, it seems like there's something new. The front entranceway has been sealed and restriped over the last few weeks. Just a lot of improvements going on all the time.
Their engineering team is always busy. They don't know what time off is. They are constantly working to improve the facility, whether it's planting a new wildflower bed out there out front, getting the new EV charger, something we haven't talked about much on air. We're actually the largest charging station in Georgia right now. We've got 10 level 3 fast chargers. So you drive an electric car, that means something to you because that means you can get charged and back underway.
Is that available for anybody to come into and charge at any time, or do you have to be a member to come in for that?
It is available to anybody that has a credit card that'll work in the machine.
Ah, okay.
So it is a pay-to-play charging, but they are level 3 superchargers. So if you're ever planning to drive through the mountains, stop by AMP, come get you a Coke in the building, charge up.
Amped up, right?
Yeah, you can get amped up here. Go do some kart racing, get your car charged back up. Those level 3 superchargers, they are quite incredible, Charles. They can take a Tesla Model 3 or Model S or really any EV that's down to 15-20% battery, and they can have you back up over 80% within 20 minutes.
Wow, that is fantastic. Now, I will have to say, Will, I'm old school. I'm not carbureted. I'm at least electronic fuel injection, but I am still all about motors. I like gasoline-powered machinery right now.
Well, one of the things that does excite us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it is kind of a thing in the industry that a lot of people are talking about, is the fact that, when our track's going to go electric, because they're going to eventually have to embrace it. They're going to have to build the infrastructure. There's a lot of unknowns right now. One of the biggest things is, what do you do when it catches on fire?
Yeah.
You got to have a fire plan different than what you would for a combustible or for an internal combustion engine, because these batteries, they burn different. They're considered chemical fires, and you can't just hit them with water to put them out.
Right.
And so you got to have things like a giant truck full of sand ready to literally go out there and dump sand on it. Because what if the car's on track? You got to be able to grapple it, drag it off track to where you can dump the sand on it,
Right.
or if you have a fire blanket or any other means of snuffing out the fire. And that is a big concern with a lot of people with EVs. And so a lot of tracks are kind of hesitant to jump into it because they want to see somebody else do it first.
Yeah.
And so, with us being a country club racetrack and kind of having a country club business model, it makes more sense for us to be kind of the trendsetter on
guinea
this.
pig, yeah.
Because we have a lot of racers with EVs. So it looks like Chris Conowall is down there with, looks like our race winner. Chris, go ahead, take it away.
That's right, Will. I've got Riggins Barnacle, race winner. You won the pre-final. This time we've got you with your helmet off. What can you say about this win?
Good.
Yeah, anything other than good? How about how'd you do it?
My dad and my mom and SRI, stock car steel, and Stewart engines.
Well, you're looking really great out there today. Congratulations to you. Is that your dad right there filming you?
Yes.
All right. Well, anybody else you want to say hello to? How about your dog? Don't you have a dog around here somewhere?
Right there.
What's your dog's name?
Cooper.
All right. Well, to Cooper, to Riggins Barnacle, to everybody out there on YouTube, congratulations to you, Riggins Barnacle. Take care. I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I wish everybody put a number on their helmet like Riggins did. That's always great for us announcers to see. We know who's who. We're getting ready for this next race right now. Lo206 Masters ready to bring them up to speed. And, Will, while they get up to speed, you were talking about being the guinea pig sort of for that. I remember a couple of specific situations where I was involved in. The first time that we had synthetic oil on the racetrack. That was at Lanier. Somebody dumped a whole oil pan of synthetic oil, put Speedy Dry on there. Speedy Dry didn't do anything to it.
Wow.
We had to come up with a different kind of Speedy Dry for synthetic oil because it just kept slipping all night long. So we realized all of a sudden that regular Speedy Dry didn't work. Then I was announcing a network race at Montgomery Motor Speedway, truck race, and we had a truck catch on fire. And we didn't have a fire truck within 45 minutes. So they had to go out with a log chain and throw it around the chassis and drag it off of the asphalt so it wouldn't burn the asphalt, and it sat and burned up in the infield area.
Oh, wow.
So a couple of and the only injury, the driver got out okay. The only injury was our cameraman who was on a scaffold in turn 2. He thought the truck was coming over the wall. He jumped off the scaffold and broke his leg. So that was the only injury of that whole deal. Anyway, we're racing right now with Lo206 Masters.
And your winner from the vintage kart class, Tyson Swan, is your current race leader right now for this Lo206 Master division as he leads that long snake of karts down the back straightaway through the kink as they are all going single file. Looks like we got one kart a little bit off pace. Maybe he missed a gear there. No telling what happened. A little late on the throttle, but he lost 2 positions. Looks like settling back into the 8th position. But right now you got a train, looks like 6 karts in the lead. We got a mystery driver in 3rd place right now. We're going to have to check the timing and scoring as they make their way around turns 15 and 16, and hopefully we'll get that when they come past the line.
Yeah, usually it says missing data, but right now it says question marks. That's pretty cool.
And let's see.
We got 20 drivers on the track.
And it looks like our mystery driver is in 2nd place. Tyson Swan, still your race leader, running the fastest lap on that first lap, a 105 point. Whoa!
Oh, wow, just
look
narrowly
at that.
missing everybody.
Wow. That is not where you want to come around sideways, Charles, because there is very little anybody can do as they're coming down that hill in that braking zone.
Yeah. Lincoln Massey is up here with us. Lincoln, in the early laps of these races, let's check out this replay first. Let's see what happens here. As we go down into turn number 2, we head down in there. Let's find out what happens to this kart as it goes around. There it goes, and just narrowly, look at that. Nobody knows exactly where he's going to wind up, so everybody taking evasive action. We had another one that spun out.
Scooped up 2 other drivers there, too. They spun out trying to avoid the driver there at the bottom of 2.
Yeah, there we are back to live action right now as we go into 16, down into 17. We'll make our way to start finish. Let's check out these top 4 drivers that are having a little breakaway ahead of the group. And that top 4, it's Justin Sherbert. No, I think I have the wrong group up here. For some reason.
No, that is Tyson Swan. Al Edwards is our mystery driver. I found that out.
It's Al, okay.
It is Mr. Whoa, whoa, whoa himself, Al Edwards.
We got a move going on back for 2nd and 3rd. I thought there was going to be a pass there. I was asking Lincoln earlier, in the opening laps of these things, are you really trying to gain position on somebody as quickly as possible, or you just want to ride those first few laps, see what you got?
Well, for the first 3 laps, I get my tires warm and get the fit of the track again. Then for the rest of the laps, I'm just trying to make passes and trying to get in front of people.
Look at this battle of 7-11 going to the point, trying to get the lead right now. I believe that's going to be Al. Is that Al Edwards in the 7-11?
That is Mr. Al Edwards, mystery driver right now, but I did get confirmation from race director Trent Ellis that is Al Edwards.
How about that?
Yes, he will take it that time by. Al wrenches on a lot of these cards, so I'm sure he knows exactly who he's competing against right now.
Yeah, I stay in touch with Al quite a bit. Matter of fact, he had a Lamborghini in his shop the other day. You never know what he's going to have around his area. Al's had a storied time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. He had a pretty serious crash a couple of years ago and came back strong.
Yeah, it put him out for almost a season because he actually was our tech guy most of last year, and then he was finally able to get recovered enough to get back in the seat. Was so happy to see him back driving again. That's kind of where the inside joke, we just go, whoa, 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 every time I see him, because that was the radio call I made when he was going into turn 1. Oh, look at that.
2 drivers off course.
Ooh, man, right in front of our camera position, too. I wonder if we got that one on replay.
I wonder if we actually have that one almost as a part of the replay.
All
right, here's a good shot from the replay. Look at that. 2 drivers going off.
Man.
Oh.
Wow. Lost 4 positions, and, of course, another one over in the grass. There's another shot of that. Check those 2 out. Well, one just ran the other one off. He didn't have anywhere to go.
He just ran out of track, Charles.
Yeah, and, have to take evasive action when you got one skirting across like that. Al Edwards, now we got him up there. He's our race leader. Mac Lassiter, Philip Tidwell, Chris Orencia, and Camilo Ortiz is the top 5. Lincoln, we were talking about racing a minute ago. When you are in like 3rd, 4th, 5th lap, are you trying things out? Are you trying to see how you can work around the person in front of you, maybe how they're going to react if you go to one side, inside or outside? What are you looking at?
So I look at how they're driving. I look at like where they're going in onto the turns and how they're taking the turns, where they're braking. I find that out. Then I find a good place to pass, and then I pass.
Are you checking your card out the entire time to see how it's – in other words, are you pushing it to the edge to say I realize I can really go hot and heavy into this corner faster than I have before, or are you constantly doing that as well?
So like I said, I take 3 laps, get my tires warm, then I am just full throttle, going all out to catch the leaders.
Okay. So you just do whatever it takes at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it matter who's in front of you? Do you want to pass somebody else more than you want to pass any other person, or you just want to get in front no matter who it is?
Well, the one person that I really wanted to pass, or at least get in front of, was Alyssa.
How did I know you were going to say that? I knew you were going to say her.
And the only reason is because we can draft, but because they were battling so much, I couldn't draft with her. So I had no other choice but to go around her.
Well, that was the wildest race I've seen here in a while. Man, it just everything fell apart, and then all of a sudden it came back together for all of you. It was amazing how that race just went so many different ways. The back markers played a huge, huge portion of that race.
Yes. It was terrible with the back markers.
Yeah, that's very unusual. We got look at those leaders, man, right there. Al Edwards has got Matt Lassiter just all over him. They are going down into turn number 8 right now, getting ready to go around that big horseshoe bend as they head through the S's. And Lassiter in the 87, he is right on the back bumper of Al Edwards coming up through the S's.
And Al Edwards has definitely got a fight on his hands right now with Matt Lassiter. Philip Tidwell is that lone cart that is in between them and that other pack of 4. And right now we're looking at Chris Orencia, Camilo Ortiz, Paul McKilry, and Austin Gargis there. Look at that, shaking things up. That looked like Camilo Ortiz going around the outside of Chris Orencia. We're going to need to see as they come back past the line how that battle was shaken up as they make their way down the front straightaway. Oh, that was Paul McCleary, or McElry, I should say. I keep butchering that name. He came up here yesterday and told me how to pronounce it. So he says like McElroy, but
McElry. Okay.
McElry.
Gotcha. Okay. Lincoln, whenever you're like Philip Tidwell, he is all alone in third spot. He's got nobody to race against, nobody coming up behind him. What's that feeling like? Is that okay for a driver? Can you take a little bit of a break when that's going on, or do you wish you had somebody either right on you or you were right on somebody else? What's it feel like as a driver?
Well, for me, it's good but bad at the same time because I can't keep up with first and second, but then the other carts behind me can't keep up with me. So it's just like a weird, area to be in.
But if you were up front, it'd be great because you got nobody ahead of you, but you got all those guys behind you. Don't worry about it too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just being alone,
you just race the track at that point, correct?
Yes, you can chill for a second, get your bearings, and not go all out, like having to drive so much as if someone was behind you and putting pressure on you.
So do you watch what they are doing, hoping that one of them messes up, or do you watch where you're hitting your marks on the track? What do you focus on?
So I'm focusing on the front carts and seeing where they would make a mistake and how they are racing, and if they're drafting, well, it's not going to be that good because I'm alone, but they're drafting. But if they're battling it out, well, I can catch up.
You might have some hope. Yeah, got you. Okay. Well, there you see Philip Tidwell. He has got some hope. He's catching these two up front. They've been battling pretty hot and heavy. And all of a sudden, Lassiter finds himself ahead of Al Edwards. So Al Lassiter has worked his way up to the top spot. So Edwards now battling him back. That's probably why Tidwell was able to close in a little bit on those, is because Lassiter and Edwards got side by side for a while before that pass was made. But there they come. We're 2.5 laps to go in this one right now. And Al Edwards is still right on the back bumper of Lassiter trying to take that top spot away again.
Yeah, and Tidwell will happily sit by and let the two of them battle it out up front because that's letting him claw away at that deficit.
Right now, Killboy is in third, it looks like.
Yeah.
That is our drone operator, by the way, in case you're watching at home.
Yeah, and you can see that little speck on your screen following those two carts.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
That is so wild. That's one of the best additions we've made to this broadcast, was getting that FPV drone in here. Really giving you guys an awesome perspective of how these carts are driving.
So if you're Al Edwards, you got to think, man, I've already had the lead at one point. I've got an opportunity. I've got the kart to do it. All I got to do is find a way to get either inside or outside on one of these turns. 2 laps to go is the sign. Lassiter has 2 more laps to go. Al trying to set him up.
Lassiter almost touched 2 off there. You can see that little patch of dirt right there. You do not want to get that trash on your tires because it'll hold you up or make you slick as you're trying to brake coming down the hill. And they're using every square inch of asphalt because that is the quick line right there on the edge of the track as they go single file through the kink, down the back straightaway, up the hill here. The fastest part on track as they head into that heavy turn 9 braking zone as they go to set up the S's here as they go through turn 9 through turns 10, 11, 12. Up a tiny crest right here through the bend at turn 13. They'll rake it all the way to the outside of the track into that big blind sweeper, turn 14.
Now, Lassiter looking back there to see if Edwards was going to try to take that inside line away from him. Lincoln, do you look around a lot, or do you just kind of depend on listening to where people are behind you?
Well, if I'm
wow.
like Matt Lassiter, Al, and Phillip, I would be looking at who is in front of me. Now, if I was Matt, I would be worrying about who was behind me. But if I'm Al or Phillip, I'd be wondering what the guy in front of me is doing and how they are, what lines they're taking, and if I can take a better line.
Okay, so you're not turning around looking at them necessarily.
Not too much.
Al trying to make
Look
a
at
pass.
this to the outside.
Edwards, is he going to be able to make it? He's got Lassiter.
He better be careful because Tidwell's right behind him as well. We've got a 3-kart battle for the lead right now.
And Phillip is right there on him in that 6 kart. Lassiter leads him up the hill.
There he
looking to the
goes.
outside
He's
again.
going to go for it. They're going to go wide in 14.
Oh, no, and he lost a spot.
And Tidwell sneaks in.
Golly. Now Tidwell's going to try to do something with Lassiter here on this final
Does
quarter.
he have any magic left in the tank? No. Man, and I thought Tidwell, he was on a run there, Charles. I looked up, and he was already caught them at the bottom of 2 there.
I did too, and I thought Lassiter was going to get taken over by Edwards there, the way Al was looking at the outside. But as it turns out, check this out. Here they go down into 16 once again.
Ooh, he thought about it so
No, this is
close.
coming out of 8.
Yeah, this is going into 9, into the S's, and I thought he was going to have the run because he went to the outside of 14, and that left the door wide open for Tidwell to grab that second-place finish.
I was worried a little bit coming down the back straightaway because I saw Phil and Al make a little bit of contact coming down the back straightaway.
Well, that's what did it. Here they come once again. This is going into 8 and 9. And check this out. Al goes to the outside. Lassiter's in the lead. Al goes to the outside. You check that right there. Here goes Al. Yeah.
It's coming around here in a second because they're still in the S's. But right after this turn right here at 13, he looks right to the outside, and he thought he had the run. But
I thought he had the run.
Usually they only do that when they have the run.
I know. I thought he had it, and then all of a sudden Tidwell slides up. Phillip brings that car up, and he finishes in second spot. So big win for Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is going to be down with Chris in just a moment. We'll go down to him and hear the words of Matt Lassiter on this race here today. You got another friend over there. Who you got, Lincoln?
So we have Oliver Nybert with me.
So you pronounce that Nybert or Nybert? Nybert. See, I thought it was Nybert.
And I've been butchering it on the podiums all these years.
So we'll get it right today, I promise. Okay. Well, Oliver, good race for you today. Tell us how much fun you had today.
Oh, this race, this day in general has been so fun.
So why?
Well, we have had at least more than normal, like we've had like more carts than like normally.
Yeah.
Because like normally we have like 4 carts.
I know, it's a great field.
And
We'll
then
talk to
now
you.
Today we have
We'll talk to you a little more in a hurry in just a minute. Hang on just a minute. Let's go down to Chris. He's got Matt Lassiter with him down in Victory Lane. Let's go down to Chris.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Will. Matt Lassiter. What an exciting race. What can you tell us about that? That was crazy.
Man, we were back and forth. I was right there with Al the whole time. Cart started to get a little tight, but we were able to hold them off and take it home for the win.
Yeah, that's right. And So Al tried to make a move, but then something happened right there at the end, and Tidwell took second, correct?
So he gave me a nice bump there coming over the hill, and, that was enough to get the gap and keep first. So, yeah.
All right, so you're looking at a podium. Congratulations to you. Way to go.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you too. Any shout-outs before we let you go?
Just shout out to my girls at home, my wife, Melissa. Without them, wouldn't be able to be up here doing this, so all love to them.
That's right, brother. All right, fist bump. Congratulations. All right, back up to you guys.
Thanks, Matt Lassiter, with a big win there today. What an outstanding race that was. Oliver Nybert has joined us in the tower. Oliver, man, a big field of karts, just the biggest field we've seen.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've had a lot of battles. Of course, at the start, me and Adam Wine were trying to catch up with Andrew Hamill, and then randomly he pitted, so everybody in the grid was like wondering.
Yeah.
So
what happened to him? Did you find out?
Yeah, I found out, and his brakes were like locked up, and he couldn't move it at all.
Well, I know all of a sudden he just started slowing. People started going by him, and then we saw him pull off.
Yeah, because I was working with him to try to catch up. And then on the straight, I was just like, man, he's slow. So then I just tried to pass him, and then he came in.
Well, good deal. Well, listen, we appreciate you coming up here and talking with us. Thanks so much.
That needs to be moved.
So, Will, what we got on track right now? We've got tag cadets and tag rookies out on the racetrack.
Yes, and it looks like the tag cadets have already taken the green flag, and the tag rookies just took the green flag, so we're looking at the rookies right now as they're making their way down the back straightaway. That looks like Camila Canache leading that pack of karts, as that is your biggest grid right now is the tag rookies. Looks like they've got 8 karts out there. There is a 3-kart scrum right now for the overall race lead, and that is between Ryan Perez, Mateen Fanian, and Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Those are your tag cadet drivers, and they're about to catch the tail end of the field because that split start was
way back.
There was about a month between those two grids getting started, but they are both underway. I saw the one group coming around 16, and I saw the other group just hauling up turn 2, and I didn't think they were under green, but I guess they got to the start line first, and they got them underway.
Well, let's check these out as they go through. There's Perez, Fanian, and Lopez Velarde as they go down into 2 right now. And you see the other karts now just heading through the kink. So we've got quite a disparity among the different classes right now. But these are our leaders. Ryan Perez bringing it off turn 4 right now as those top 3 make their way by.
Well, it'll definitely make it easier for us to cut between the 2 groups now that they are perfectly spread out. And it looks like, Ryan Perez has got about a 7 or 8 kart lead right now over the number 99 of Mateen Fanian. And he is in a closer battle with the 3rd place kart of Gabriel Lopez Velarde. So if he is not careful, he's going to get – those 2 are going to scrap it up, and they're going to lose track of Perez.
Yeah, that's very possible. Right now, he's already crossed the line, Perez has. Had the fastest lap that time by. Here comes Perez off of turn 17 right now. He's going to go underneath the scoring stripe. So Perez goes there, Fanian and Lopez Velarde.
And we'll see if we can check in with these tag rookies right now because Camila Canache and Francisco Puerta.
Lopez Velarde just taking a 2nd place run right there around Mateen Fanian, so I believe he'll go to 2nd spot.
And, as soon as I took my attention off of it, passing action going on. But that was talking that last lap by the tag rookies, Camila Canache and Francisco Puerta, only 5/1000ths of a second separating the 2 of them that last lap.
They're working their way up the hill. These are Perez, Fanian, and Lopez Velarde as they make their way up to turn 14 right now. They go very wide off of 14. And, of course, working those rumble strips. There go the other drivers. There's actually our leaders coming off turn number 16 right now, heading down that low point right there to start-finish as they'll log in 4 laps complete out of the 12 for our tag cadets and tag rookies. Coming up next, we need all of our KA100s seniors to the staging area. KA100 Seniors, we need you to the staging area.
And if you can hear me right now out in the paddock, we have a silver Honda Pilot SUV. You are currently parked in someone's reserved parking spot. You were blocking the number 4 spot out in our paved expanded paddock area, license plate CFB3090. If you are the driver of this silver Honda Pilot, you need to move your car. And if you don't, we've got a flatbed, so we will move it for you. And we're going to see if we can tune in a little bit to this tag rookie. Look for that teal and pink helmet of Camila Canache. I don't think this is them right now.
You know, we got 2 different groups like this. It's hard to tell which group that we're focusing on at each particular time. Ryan Perez still shown as your race leader in the 12 kart, and Gabriel Lopez Velarde in that 108 has moved up to second, but he's got a pretty good battle going on behind him right now.
Yes, he does, and we are following this pack of carts through turn 9 through the S's. Great drone shot there. You can really see the complexity of the turn because your instinct is to try and cut the turn, swing it wide, cut it again, but if you don't do it proper, you're going to be out of position going into the S's, and that's what makes it fun when you're side by side because any decision you make, it's going to cost you.
Yeah, man. Got a lot going on with these drivers right now as they come by halfway through this race.
And that was Perez kind of checked out in front, taking the halfway to go. And we are, looks like following the leader still, Ryan Perez. Mateen Fanian right there. And a little bit of action on the back of the track. Ooh, pass coming down the back straightaway. Didn't see which number that was.
Well, Perez has got a lead out there with Velarde, Fanian, Canache. Camila Canache leads the rookies over Francisco Puerta. Canache in the 126, Puerta in the 77. That group just now getting past the start-finish line with Stowers and the rest of that group of rookies coming by. Meanwhile, Perez just about ready to catch that group. We've got 2 different races going on, 2 different classes going on in their races right now, and that has been a little bit of a problem keeping up with who's where. There you see the 35 of Bo Stowers. Arthur Nahapedian in the 30. You also see the 2 of them battling it out along with that 35 of Stowers. Now our leaders are down into turn number 17. Let's see if this is our leader, Ryan Perez, coming by. If he trips the start-finish. Now, that was Camila Canache and Francisco Puerta. It's hard to figure out who these drivers are. Will having a hard time finding out who's
Yes,
who
no,
right
I
now.
went and stuck my head in the producers' chambers. We were helping them find the leaders. Yeah, so we're trying to look at this battle right now for the 2 tag rookie leaders, Camila Canache and Francisco Puerta, as they make their way down the back hill right now. Trying to show some love to the tag rookie class. They're always running behind the tag cadets, so they don't get as much airtime. And these are some of our youngest drivers doing the full track and some of the fastest karts for drivers in this age range. And so always fun to watch them out on track. The tag cadets, 8 to 12 years of age, they run a cadet or a standard chassis with a Yami Mini Swift engine. These things are 60 cc, making 10 horsepower, Charles.
60 cc.
Yeah,
Man.
imagine putting your 8-year-old out on track with 10 horsepower in a
isn't that
go-kart.
something?
They
Wow.
do about 60 miles an hour.
I think my go-kart had like a 2.5 horse at best on it.
So yeah, the guys and the girls in this class. So that's the tag cadets. So those are the overall leaders. The tag rookies are in the same thing as well. So it's 60 cc, 10 horsepower, 50 mile an hour top speed.
Man.
Minimum weight requirement 226 pounds.
Now that's kart and driver.
Yes, and these guys are running the good stuff. Renegade 110 leaded race fuel.
Wow. So we're heading down into turn number 17 with that group. Now we're looking up to turn 14. And we've got,
Whoa!
oh, man, side-by-side racing action. And we got problems right there with the 12 car. And is that Camila Canachi? The
No, that was
126? Oh, that's Perez, the race leader. Oh, my
That is
goodness.
Ryan Perez. That is a tough break for your race leader.
I did not see exactly what happened there. Hopefully we'll get a replay on that.
He got into a back marker because, like we were talking earlier in this race, they started that front group so far ahead of everybody else. They had almost caught up to the field by the start of that race.
All right, here we come up top of the hill.
And he's getting around that back marker. Let's see. He's giving the Italian hand gesture as they make their way through the turn. He just cut him off right there.
Wow.
And you're supposed to leave a lane there, but, you know, that is on the overtaking driver to pass safely, so that shouldn't be anything called on Arthur. And that was a tough break for Arthur, too, because he was the driver caught up in that wreck during the pre-final, the one at the bottom of the hill.
Wow.
So it's a shame coming in contact again.
Well, Gabriel Lopez Velarde now up front. Perez back in third spot in that cadet run. Man, what a Lincoln, let's talk about back marker karts. What's the responsibility of the driver that's being passed, the slower driver on the track?
Well, I think that they should have to move, like give the leaders space.
But how do they know? How do you know that a leader's overtaking you?
Well, they should really be throwing the blue flag because I did not see a blue flag in that whole race, especially when I tried to pass that one kid coming around, I think it was turn 4. I did not see a blue flag, and I wish there was a blue flag to let him know that there was leaders behind him. But you really just got to watch what they're doing, because if you don't know where they are on track and what they're doing, you'll get tangled up.
What about the driver that is the leader who's trying to overtake the slower car? What's your responsibility? Hold your line or watch them to make sure they hold their line, or what?
Well, I'm just watching them to make sure that they hold their line, because if they cut me off or do something that is not on line, well, I would probably have to go and take a bad line to come around them.
Gotcha. Okay, we're working our final lap right now as Gabriel Lopez Velarde takes it down into turn number 15, working toward the checkered flag here.
Actually, that is Camila Canache.
Oh, is that Camila?
Yeah, Gabriel
Okay.
Lopez Velarde has already taken the checkered flag. He's about a full lap ahead of everybody else.
Wow.
And so that is your race for tag rookie right there. Camila Canache taking the checkered flag over Francisco Puerto. That incident with Ryan Perez only cost him 2 spots. He was able to get around and back underway, so he was still,
I noticed that. That was pretty
still
amazing.
able to hang on to a podium finish. But such a tough break because he was out to such a commanding lead, getting in contact with Arthur Nahapedian coming through turn 13. Tough break for him, but like I said, he still hung on for the podium, and I know Gabriel Lopez Velarde was happy to be the recipient of that one and got the position and got the first place win here today. So your final running order for the tag cadet, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Mateen Fanian, Ryan Perez will be your 1, 2, 3. Camila Canache, Francisco Puerta, and Arthur Nahapedian will be your 1, 2, 3 for the tag rookie class.
We've got KA100 Seniors coming out next. We need to get all Lo206 Seniors to staging. Lo206 Seniors to staging. Is that correct? Are we right on target with that? Yeah, KA100s are coming out of the staging area right now. Lo206 Seniors, we need you in staging. Let's see if we can head down here in just a moment and see if Chris has got our winners that we can talk with. I think he should be corralling them up in a minute.
We're going to see if we can get Gabriel Lopez Velarde here because we've already talked to Perez and to Camila today, so it'll be interesting to see what Gabriel's thoughts are on that incident and getting to get the checkered flag in first place.
Well, let's go down right now. Chris has got our winner down there.
Hey, Will, Charles, I've got Gabriel Lopez Velarde, our race winner. An opportunity opened up, and you seized it. Tell us how you did that.
Well, I don't know, because he spun out, and he was far ahead. If he didn't spin out, he would have won. Ryan would have won it. I don't know, really.
And that's the way racing works sometimes, but guess what? You're going to be up there on the podium. Was this your first win?
No, it's not my first win.
But your first win here today, right?
Yes.
Well, would you like to shout out to anybody out here today?
To my dad and DCT.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win. We will see you on the podium.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Chris. Got our next group coming up here in just a moment. We'll get them out on track. It's KA100 Seniors working their way out. We need all Lo206 Seniors to the staging area. We'll get them ready to go in a minute. They're making their way by. I believe we possibly had a false start there on that first time around. Let's see what we get going this time. Will, we got a good lineup this time?
Let's find out. So right now, according to timing and scoring, we've got the number 5, Christian Foster, as your leader. The number 26 of Martin Siminoff. The number 32 of Camden Trachtenberg, followed by the number 33 of Theodore Siminoff. The number 89 of Kellyan Spears.
Oh, my.
Whoa.
Trouble right there at the beginning.
Ooh,
Wow.
not what you want to see on a race start, and they're still 3 wide. And hopefully they'll get that squared away before your leaders make their way back around. Maybe we'll get that on replay as everybody is single file coming down the back straightaway. Let's see what happened here. Did somebody jump the tram line? They immediately went to 3x3x3, and oh.
Wow, it's a wonder they didn't take out the starter.
I know, that is a danger zone right there for the starter. But good thing he stayed clear of that. No, we got somebody taking Rainbow Road up there. Can't do that. Now he's going to lose a few positions. Curious if that's going to be a penalty or not. Hopefully the race director was paying attention. That's that part of the track. It's hard to see from the building up here.
Well, let's see if we have Simonov still up front. When they come back by, they'll come by the scoring stripe. Yes, both Simonovs up front. Martin and Theodore up front. Spencer Mast up there in third spot. Kellen Spears in fourth. Vincent Capetillo back in fifth right now. So those are our drivers. Look at that side-by-side racing going on as they come through turn 4.
And they are coming out the gate swinging, Charles.
Martin Simonov is back in fourth position. I don't know exactly what all happened there, but you saw that 26 cart back in fourth.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll have to see when they come by the stripe. That looks like that might be Theodore Siminoff in the lead right now in the red race suit. But let's see where they are at. Banu Yedla, unfortunately, all the way in the back of the pack because he had that incident during the last race. Although already managed to get one podium today, maybe he'll be able to climb his way back up and get a second one.
We got an inside line lining up right there. We got 2 drivers as Theodore Siminoff. Spencer Mast has worked up to second. Spencer had the very fastest lap on that second lap.
And he is a class winner or series winner in this division from last season. So they had that tie with Gabe Spencer and Spencer Mast, and Spencer Mast got the win from the tiebreaker. So expect him to be a front runner here. I know he had that incident in race 1 that knocked him out of contention. So, you know, thank God it was in the pre-final because that's when points don't matter. It's just setting up position. And look at that. Spencer Mast already out in front of Theodore Siminoff. He will be your race leader if he can hold spot next time past the line.
Well, Theodore's got some battling going on behind him as Spencer Mast and Kellen Spears are right there. They took a quick look to the inside, then pulled back in single file, thought a little better about it as they came down to the stripe.
And you can see all of them nodding in approval as they pass the start-finish there. I think they're just trying to get those heads under the fairing. Oh, a little
way
more
off
passing.
Course.
Going real wide there coming into turn 2.
Spencer Mast led that last lap, so put the 41 cart up front. And he's going down now. I believe Theodore Siminoff is back up front, is he
Yes,
not?
he is. Yo, he's back in the lead. But look at this, side by side again.
Oh, my.
And Spencer Mast, look at that. Siminoff losing 2 spots that time. And that looks like Spencer Mast and Kellen Spears now running 1-2 with Theodore Siminoff in third.
Lincoln, whenever you are, say, leading a race and all of a sudden you go through a couple of corners and you wind up in –
look at that, dusting it up in turn 2. Everybody, shimmy, shake, get around.
Wow. How much do you have to keep your feelings in check? How difficult is it when you lose a couple of spots to not let the emotions overtake you?
Well, it's pretty hard because if I come through a turn and many people have already passed me, what's going through my head is, how am I going to pass these people back? How am I going to get back around them? And
so do you not make it hard on yourself for allowing them to get by?
Just a little bit. I kind of get mad at myself because I let them by, or if I did let them by. But if I made a mistake, they came by me, I would get mad at myself for making that mistake.
Yeah, got you. All right, Theodore Siminoff, he's in second spot. He's been taking a quick look inside Spencer Mast for the last couple of turns. Can't do anything about it now. We had one driver stepping out there. I think that was Martin Siminoff, who took a quick look to the outside. They all follow the same line. We got
Look
one
at
going
that.
inside.
He sent it to the inside, and he shut the door.
Wow.
Look at that. That looked like Camden Trachtenberg. Glad to see him back up and running. He was involved in that scary wreck in turn 2 last month. So glad to see him up and running again. But, man, he, no fear, sent that one into turn 2.
Theodore Simonov in second spot trying to chase down Spencer Mast. Mast has been running up front since about the third lap, I think, when he took control of this race. And I say control he really isn't in full control. He's got Simonov all over his back bumper. Kellen Spears and Martin Simonov are back in third and fourth spot. And Trachtenberg, as you mentioned, in fifth. Somebody taking a different line once again down to the inside. That same green fairing on that car, that's back in sixth. I believe that's Capetillo. He has been taking that line every time off 17.
Yes, he has. And these leaders better be careful because as they're trying to jockey for position, they have got 8 carts behind them ready to take over. So these guys need to work together to try and put some gap on the field before they start dusting it up too much.
They're not doing too good a job of working together.
No, they are not.
Oh,
we are halfway through. Look at that.
Simonov goes to the outside, and he tries to make the pass, but once again, it's Mast coming back in.
And all over the track, coast to coast.
Wow.
Left to right. Man, Simonov doing everything he can to keep that under control. And I think by the process of trying to hold position, he held everybody else up. And look at this. Spencer Mast now has a much bigger lead than he did prior to that. And that's going to give him some breathing room.
Well, Kellen Spears has worked up to third. Martin Simonov is fourth. Camden Trachtenberg is fifth as those drivers work down through turn number 2. They head up the hill right now. And we've seen some drivers using those rumble strips off too, some not. Is it an advantage? Lincoln, is it an advantage to use those rumble strips or not coming off 2?
Well, coming off 2, it's really not an advantage to use the rumble strips for me since I have a smaller cart. But for the juniors, masters, and seniors, it could be because you could come out a little bit more with the bigger cart and you could keep the momentum because it's hard for the bigger carts to get up that hill.
Got you. Okay.
Well, we saw Camden Trachtenberg on the losing end of that one last month when he had that big wreck. Oh, look at that. Simonov going wide. And Spencer Mast, still your race leader. Oh, look at this. He's not careful. He's losing another. Oh, off. 4 off that time. Oh, and there it goes.
That's not Simonov. Who is that off in the grass over there?
Who went off that time?
Was that Killian Spears?
Let's see. Because he went all 4. Ooh, that was 4th place.
That was Spears, or was that? It wasn't Trachtenberg. He was running in 5th.
Yeah, that was not a good move there.
Wow.
Well, because, yeah, 3rd place went all the way off track, and he just went right back onto the racing line. He did not yield at all.
Yeah, the top 2 leaders have broken away right now. That's Mast and Simonov.
Would not be surprised if that gets called as a penalty by the race director.
Oh, Killen Spears has worked up to 2nd. I didn't realize Spears had gotten up to 2nd spot. Look at Jose already up to 3rd. Where did he come from?
Yeah, sitting on a podium spot right now. Love to see it for him. He had a unfortunate incident during that pre-final race that kind of knocked him out of contention.
Yeah. Wow. Mast and Spears and Garcia. It's Spears and Mast that are up front. They are battling it out for that top spot. Jose right there in the 00. He's in third spot. He's got Trachtenberg behind him. So Theodore Simonov back in seventh spot. He must have been that driver that did some agricultural racing over there.
Well, he did, and he got shoved wide too, so he lost a lot of momentum coming up too, and I'm sure he lost all that track position. But what I was saying is that is a dangerous move to make, because that's what Trachtenberg did last month, and he got his rear tires slippery with debris, and he lost control and went straight into that earth barrier right there.
Yeah.
Real scary wreck. He got ejected from the kart, and thank God he was able to get up and walk away.
I remember our shot of him laying down there. We were real concerned for a while.
That was a rough one, but that is definitely why you try and keep all four tires on the racing surface.
There's your battle.
Look
Spencer
at that.
Mast with Killen Spears.
Oh, and they get into it. They get into it.
Oh, and Mast goes around, loses a lot of positions on the track.
Oh, man, it's just like playing whack-a-mole with the leader today, Charles.
And you can tell he's got some irritation going on with him right there as he's beating that steering wheel. Mast
Oh,
around.
man, so does that mean Jose Garcia is now the race leader?
Is Jose going to lead
Let's
this
see.
race?
That is his. Is that Jose taking the white flag? That is Jose Garcia. Look at him go.
Jose working up to the
Oh,
top
man.
spot. He takes it through turn 2. We're on the final lap of this one. Jose up the hill.
And the way this one's been going, anybody could take it, Charles.
Yeah, I wouldn't count anybody out. Banu, he's back in ninth. He may win this.
And Jose Garcia leading the field down the back straightaway on their final time into turn 9, setting up the S's. Let's see if anybody's going to try and make a move on them. I don't think any of them were expecting to be running for a podium spot, let alone in the podium. And look at this. Is that Spears looking to the outside?
Yeah, Spears is right there on Garcia. He's going to try to make a move. I don't
Garcia
think he can do
goes
it.
wide. He tries to get a nose in, but Garcia's going to hold position.
Wow, Jose's going to win it.
Oh, Jose Garcia. That is a name we haven't called in a while out here at the kart track. Common name we hear all the time up front. And I know he's going to be excited about that one, getting the top spot.
Here comes Jose off the corner. He will go for the win. And we got a battle going on for third. Look at this.
They are still side by side. Ooh.
Look at that. I mean, barely did our third place driver, Trachtenberg, got beat out there at the end.
And that was Christian Blevins Jr. beating out Trachtenberg.
I mean,
wow.
look at it just by the nose of his cart. Check this out as they come across right there. I mean, Blevins just beat Trachtenberg by the slightest margin for third place. Once again, here's the top spot. Watch those third and fourth place. I mean, Blevins just got him by a half inch.
Wow. You know, you always see them kind of humping those carts where they're moving back and forth, and that's one of those instances where I think that worked.
Yep, the humping worked on that one. We'll be down with Jose Garcia in just a moment. You can see Chris corralling all the folks over there as we get set for our Victory Lane interview.
And it looks like he has got Camila Canache down there.
Camila.
So let's go ahead and take it away, Chris.
All right. Well, Charles, you know this young lady well. Camila Canache, you won the tag rookie. You won the pre-final and the final. Tell us the difference between the two races.
Well, it's very different because obviously one is slower and one is faster. But I just was very focused on my driving.
Well, you did a great job, and
I had a lot of pressure from behind from Francisco Puerta P2, but I was looking to my back, but I was still focused on my driving to keep P1, I mean.
Yeah, and they were talking about it in the booth about looking back over your shoulder. Do you do that often while you're racing?
Yes.
And does that make you nervous, or does it just put more fire in your engine, so to speak?
Put more fire in my engine, and I really appreciate all the people that came here to support me, especially my cousin Eduardo and my dad that were working morning, afternoon, and night, and I really appreciate them.
Well, we appreciate you racing so great out here and being such a great interviewer. And we're wishing you the best of luck. We'll see you on the podium. Congratulations on your win. And we'll see you up there soon, okay?
Thank you. And my next race is in Homestead.
In Homestead. Awesome. Fist bump for you. Camila Canache, guys. Let's give her a round of applause, everybody.
And before they take the green, I want to ask Lincoln this question. She mentioned she was focusing on her line, she was focusing on her dad, and she was focusing on the drivers in front. Now, can you see your dad? Is he giving you signals at some point on a racetrack?
Sometimes when there's people close to me or people coming close to me, he'll give me signals that, okay, you're getting closer to these
Do you know where he's standing always? Is he always in the same spot?
Yes, I know where he's standing.
All right, so we are looking to get a green flag start right now on these drivers. I don't think they made a good start first time by.
This is our Lo206 Senior.
Yeah, 206
division.
Seniors coming out right
We have
now.
got
We need to get
30, all 30 of them on grid
30.
right now.
Wow, look at that. Look at that group of cars. How do you get a green flag with that much going on? How do you do it?
With patience. And they are under green now, 2x2 through turn 2. Let's see if they shake it back up, 3 wide into the turn 2. And a little bit of dusting up going there. I saw some contact, 4 wide up the hill. Whoa!
No,
Upside down. That should be a red flag. Red flag. We are going to go off air real quick.
Has joined us in the tower. Jose, what a race. Man, you all of a sudden we didn't even see your name on the list, and then boom, there you are in third, and all of a sudden you go to the lead.
You're so right. It was full of action in the front, and, you know, I started 8th on the final. I was running 3rd on the pre-final. The irony in all this is I got chopped on the back straight turn there, and everybody passed me. And here I am upset, you know, because – you know, obviously we want to race hard and race clean. So that put me on 8th with this race. The irony in all this is that all the hargy-bargy in the front gave me the opportunity to make it up front because they were racing too hard. And these are fast kids. They really have speed. I just wish this serves as a lesson. If you race clean and fast, you maybe finish a race in better position.
Yeah.
And we all want the same.
Well, you capitalized on it well.
Yeah, absolutely.
We talk a lot about you must live at this place because you got more laps here in either main track or kart track than probably anybody I know.
I don't count the laps anymore. You're right. Yeah, there's something wrong with me, obviously. My lovely wife lets me come and race, and this is on the weekends I think I'm a race car driver.
Well, I would have to concur. I think you are a race car driver, no question about that.
Thank you.
So what do you like about kart racing? How does that prepare you for Miatas or for main track?
You know, I'm 54, so I'm right at that age where you start rethinking what you're doing, right? But it does help me physically. It's such a physical sport, and I love the
Which is more
intensity.
physical, karts or cars?
Karts by far, because you're pulling so many G's on this softer compound that every turn you're being thrown around in your body, your core, you're not aware that you're doing it, but it's holding you in place. And there's no strapping like in the car. There's no harness that holds you in place. There's a little bucket seat, but it doesn't hold your trunk and head. So you can tell when the karters are getting tired because their head starts bobbling a little bit, and you start losing speed.
So is 12 laps a long race for you?
In a shifter, it's a long race. In a tag, it's still doable. So I told myself, as long as physically I'm capable, then I will try to continue doing it. And I've been fortunate enough to have a great tuner, John Warham, who's not here today, and Mike Conrad gave me a very fast car substituting for him. So I have great help from tuning. So I've never been blamed for having bad equipment. But I just hope that the takeaway on this race is let's everybody race cleaner, and let's be aware of more track aware so that you know who's around you and not make abrupt movements. That's all it was, really.
Yeah.
These people had a great position. I hope that they enjoy what they deserve next time.
Yeah. Let me ask you one final question. Where did the 00 come from? Why that number?
Because I started, it's funny, no real reason, other than in my logic, I started so late in the sport. I was starting from the ground up, and I started when I was probably 34, 35, and I felt the urge
when most people are retiring.
Most people are retiring, right? So I felt like I was starting from zero, but it was more than zero, so double zero.
Well, that makes sense, I guess, in some way.
Yeah, it's a weird logic, right? But I appreciate what you guys are doing, putting the name of the track. Obviously, I love this place, as you mentioned, and it's been where I learned to race, and it's taken me in many more tracks and done well. So I appreciate you bringing up the name of AMP and the good people that work for AMP.
Yeah, good place. Now, where are you going to be next? Will you be back up here, or do you have another track you'll be running at?
I'm actually coming for the Summer Series Spec Miata race.
Okay.
So hopefully you guys can make it as well. I was in Puerto Rico on the last one.
Ah,
so
okay.
I missed that one. But that's my favorite class, Spec Miata.
Yeah.
The Lo206s are the equivalent of Spec Miata in karts because they're
really?
the momentum karts here. The tag and the shifters are the opposite.
Yeah.
They're like the F1 version,
right,
if you will.
Right.
And that's the excitement.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on the win today. Who thought you were going to be in victory lane? But, hey, that's the way it works sometimes.
You're so right. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. Jose Garcia. Thank you, Jose. We'll be back up with more in just a few moments. We're getting a track cleanup underway. We got some oil on the racetrack. We'll get that cleaned up and be back ready to go green flag racing again in just a moment. Oh, I was looking over there. I thought that was going to be Jose sitting there. Okay. So what's your mom and sister doing today? Are they here?
Yeah, they actually went up to the main building up at the main track, and they went swimming at that swimming pool.
Oh, cool. I'm going to have to go home, I think. I'm not going to be able to do the Carson thing after we get done with racing.
Yeah, we're going to be pushing the schedule pretty hard.
So I just sent him a message and said, I got an issue going on at home I got to take care of.
Are you good to the end of the race?
Oh, yeah. I'll stay to the end of the race. daughter had gotten into it. I'm gonna have to go home and referee.
Sometimes we cover it too good. You know, when
Yeah.
stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
What if I see?
Yeah, take a look. Right, we
Okay.
got under him, and that's where he flips right there. Yeah, that's when we cut away. Because I was trying to see if he got up at that point. I didn't see because I was
The second that happens, he just.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, the rule here is anytime there's an ejection, automatic red flag doesn't matter. Even though they literally could have stayed on the green because they had the cart already moved. But I think he's full.
Is that what it was? Fuel, not oil? They just said fluid on the track. I don't know.
One of the two. I don't know what else is in a go-kart. Must have got pissed himself while he was outside town.
Could have. I wouldn't doubt it.
I would have.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you see where I got that old trailer back? Did you see that picture on Facebook? I happened to see it in a guy's yard, and we were looking for a trailer. And I stopped by last week, and I said, I sure would like to have that back. That was my trailer originally. He said, I know, my grandfather bought it from you. And I said, okay. So we were looking at trailers yesterday. We'd gone to Anderson, South Carolina. We'd gone to the line and go just looking at trailers, and they were like $2,600. On the way back home, Well, Will, we're coming to an Lo206 restart, but I think we've got some action from that replay of what happened. I don't believe we're going to get a good start.
No, they
there.
heard
Anyway.
him call a false start on that. And here is a look at what happened during the start of this race. A little bit of a scary wreck. This is our drone shot of what happened. You'll see them going 4 wide there, 5 wide, and then the cart in the middle just get pinched and up over himself. And he was quick to pop up out of that cart and to get out of the way, but unfortunately that cart spilt fluids all over the track, and so that was the reason for the extended red flag. And here's a better angle of what happened. Look at that, 5 wide and just right there in the middle gets pinched. Ooh, cartwheels over himself.
Well, driver's very fortunate because really he just rolled over. It didn't land on his neck or anything like that. He just rolled over.
And now we are back underway. Lo206 Senior. We are still on the opening lap of this contest because that red flag happened before 1 lap had been completed. So we have got 12 green flag laps are racing to go here, folks, as the entire 29 cart grid now makes their way through turns 3 and 4, single file down the back straightaway into the kink.
With 29 carts, I'm surprised we don't have more kind of situations.
No, well,
like
that was more reminiscent of what happened last month where we were getting those insane 3-4 wide starts out of these guys. Anything can happen with these Lo206 seniors. These are the most competitive guys in the Lo206 field, and they are going to leave it all out on track just like we saw during that opening lap.
Got a side-by-side battle going on right there. They pull back in single file as they head down to 16, but we had a little bit of I believe the guys have settled down a little after that major spill on the first lap. Seems like they're a little more settled than they were.
I would assume they'd be a little timid after that one, but, you know, I'd give them a couple laps to shake it out. We should start seeing some more aggressive moves here.
Carson Craig's moved up a couple of spots. We see him up now to 7th position from where he started. So up front is Nicholas Leferdo. He was our winner earlier today. Robert Davis and Ryan Curtin are 2nd and 3rd. Juan Pablo Garcia, Trip Rivers.
Ooh, look at that. Some contact underneath us right here. And they both lost position, having to run it wide to the rumble strip.
And that's back in the pack, too. That was a bit of an action back there. Up front, you see that breakaway of 5 carts as they head through the S's, working their way up to turn number 10.
And they are going to be happy to put a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field, hopefully stay out of that mess behind them. Those are your 5 leaders right now, or your 5 top runners, Nicholas Leferdo, Robert Davis, Ryan Curtin, Juan Pablo Garcia, and Trip Rivers, running 1 through 5th right now, and they are coming onto screen down the front straightaway and across the stripe as we put lap number 2 in the bag. On to lap 3, Charles.
Well, Davis is all over Leferdo, or was that last lap. Now they got Ryan Curtin right there kind of battling with them. They're pretty much all spaced out about evenly, those top 5. Now all of a sudden you see Davis had a little trouble
somebody,
coming through the corner there.
Traffic jam there in the back. Looked like somebody had some trouble, made the field accordion back there, although it seems like they are all underway looking out from my vantage point here up in the tower.
Yeah, that was at turn 2, and then that area kind of collapsed behind them. Meanwhile, we've got these drivers coming through the S's. That's your lead pack right there working up the hill.
I like that two-face design there, that black stripe down the middle of that white helmet in 3rd place. Looks like Ryan Curtin. He'd be easy to pick out of a crowd with that look.
Looks like a practice ball on the golf course.
Yeah.
They make their way off turn number 17. There's our 2 leaders spaced apart just a 1/10 of a second or so. Now a Curtin or Davis back up on the back bumper of Leferdo as they head down to turn 2.
You have got, looks like 1.5 of a second separating your top 5 that last lap. So there's some tight competition right now. Like we've said before with these Lo206s, it is hard to pull away on your own. You got to have a drafting buddy, and that is what these drivers are trying to do. They're trying to put some gap between them and the field so that way they can start fighting.
You know, you were talking about 1.5. I was telling my wife the other day, we're the only place that I know of in the mathematical world where you can say 1/2 or something like that instead of saying a 20th. Nobody ever says a 20th. They say 1/2.
15/100ths.
Yeah. All right, we're heading down into turn number 16 right now. It's Leferdo, Davis, Curtin, Pablo Garcia are your top 4, and of course rounding out that top 5 is Trip Rivers. Those drivers have remained pretty steady throughout these 5 laps of this race. We'll be coming to cross flags again in just a minute. Let me ask our resident driver here, Lincoln, whenever you're halfway through a race and you see the cross flags, what does that do? Do you want to pick it up a little bit, or does that make any difference whatsoever in your driving style?
Well, it doesn't. Excuse me. Well, it doesn't make much of a difference between how I run the first half of the race and how I run the second half of the race. It's still just I really need to try to get up in the top positions to be able to draft.
Okay, so when you see those cross flags come out, all that lets you know is you're just halfway through. It doesn't really mean get on the wheel.
Well, if I'm a little bit behind in the halfway with the halfway flag, well, I will pick it up a little bit and I will start taking lines that are faster than my original line.
Got you, making some bolder moves. We saw Curtin go to the outside and work his way off Davis, but here we got a situation.
Looks like
up front.
Laferdo is pulling off track. He has got a mechanical. He held up his hand, said, go around.
Yeah, now we got a battle going on with Curtin and Davis. Now they can smell the blood because Laferdo is gone, so the two of them are going to battle it out for the win.
And now there's a power vacuum for the lead right now, Charles, as Ryan Curtin is your new race leader. He is fending off Robert Davis right now. Juan Pablo Garcia and Trip Rivers all hot on his tail.
And Juan Pablo Garcia, another one of those drivers with a very distinctive helmet that you can pick out on this racetrack. Well, they know it's anybody's guess now that Laferdo is gone, so we're going to see some drivers trying to shake it up out of this top 4. They've broken away. Here goes Curtin looking to the outside.
And Curtin, wisely pulls it back on track. Ooh, and look at this.
Oh, Garcia goes to second spot. Wow.
And looks like Davis lost a spot there, so Garcia leapfrogged Davis, and Ryan Curtin's going to stay in the lead.
Well, now we got Garcia is in second spot, but there goes Curtin trying to, well, he's your leader. Davis, I think, is in second. He's trying to see if he, or in third, he's trying to see if he can get back by Garcia. So we got those drivers working hard there. Trip Rivers in fourth spot right now, but up front, it's going to be the 37 car of Ryan Curtin.
And you know, Laferdo was talking during his interview. He said, hopefully it'll be different than it was last month where he took one in the pre-final. Curtin took it from him in the final, and right now it's looking like history is about to repeat itself, although we still have 4 laps to go in this contest. But if I had to guess, Charles, I think it's the Cat shooting laser beam shirt that Curtin has on. That's got to be the secret sauce.
That's the one, huh?
Got his lucky shirt.
All right, Curtin's up the hill right now in the 37. Juan Pablo Garcia right behind him in his tire tracks as they head into turn number 4. Garcia goes wide.
Looks
Here
to make a pass.
Davis.
You know you don't go too wide in the kink.
That was a scary spot. We've already seen what happens in the kink sometimes when you try to do
everybody gets quiet when they see him go too wide down the back hill. You do not want to be too wide in the kink.
Curtin working his way through the S's right now, dragging the rest of this top 4 with him.
And they better watch out, because if I know Carson Craig and Tyler Swan, they are probably eagerly working together to try and catch back up. They are that first mid-pack that you'll see behind this lead pack of 4 carts right now. They are just there coming into the edge of your screen. You know, with 3 laps to go, I'm not certain they're going to have the time to catch back up, but if these guys up front start dusting up, as we've seen today, you could be running mid-pack and end up top of the podium, you know, on the final lap.
Well, the guys up front are keeping it pretty clean, though. They're staying pretty much in straight lines, and that is not going to be good for Carson Craig and Tyler Swan as they try to catch up. But it's good for these guys. They're aerodynamically pretty stable as they go down through the kink and down that long straightaway.
And their opportunities are going to start going away here. So 2.5 laps left to go in this contest. Look for some moves.
Your leader.
Look at that. Did he make a pass while we were switching cameras?
Did not see that happen at all. I just looked down there and saw the yellow helmet up front. Have no idea where that happened.
So Juan Pablo Garcia, now your race leader as the pack heads through turn 14 into turn 15, setting up that final turns 16 and 17. A little bit of gentleman's racing going on right now. And look at this, Curtin making the move. He's going to have position to the inside of turn 1, and right behind him, Davis. He's going to hitch his wagon to the train. And look at that, just like that, Juan Pablo Garcia, second to first, back to third.
Wow. Yep, he's back in third spot up front. It's Ryan Curtin and Robert Davis. They're your top two right now as laps wind down. We're within 2 to go. Juan Pablo Garcia is in third spot, and Trip Rivers is back in fourth.
You think Tripp is just sitting there waiting patiently, waiting for them to dust it up in front of him? Do you think he's going to try and make a move?
He's got to wonder if something's going to happen in front of him. They've been pretty dicey so far.
Well, you definitely don't want to be up there side by side. If they're making contact, you kind of banking on something happening with them. And it looks like we have a driver off course there right at the entrance of 13. And here goes the field heading into turn 16 and 17. Juan Pablo Garcia will lead them across the line, take the white flag, 1 to go. But look out, Robert Davis to the inside. He makes a pass coming through turn 1. Oh, here we go. Juan Pablo saw his opportunity, but he's out of position. And look at this. Trip Rivers now is your third place driver.
Yeah, Juan Pablo's back in fourth right now as Curtin and Davis are up front as they battle it out for that top spot.
And that is such a tough break for Juan Pablo Garcia. He got left out to dry with the laundry, but look at this. He's going to the outside. No, he's not going to have the run. Just is able to get a wheel up alongside, but on the outside, he's got no position. And that allows Trip Rivers to be able to easily shut the door as your two leaders, Ryan Curtin and Robert Davis, are going to pull away from them. Let's see if Davis has anything left in the bag to see if he can make a move on Curtin.
Well, I guarantee you this race isn't over yet. They got 2 more turns to go. Look at this. Oh,
look at that. Rivers shoving it to the inside. Oh, can he get it? Oh, Juan Pablo Garcia almost won the canoe race. They were paddling it out there. But Trip Rivers, look at that, hanging on, started the race in 5th, managed to get up into the podium spot. I know that was probably a little unexpected for him.
All right, check this out in 16 and 17, final lap. Curtin will come by. Man, he makes it tight down there as Rivers – well, Rivers is back in 4th.
And you could see him just trying to.
Juan Pablo almost got 3rd. Man, those guys were really battling it hard for those positions.
I think if he had stayed on the outside, he might have had enough run, but he wasted time coming to that inside line.
Here's another replay going into 16.
And he was alongside him, although on the outside, it's going to be tough to pass when you're that far out because they both got to hit the brakes at the same time. And I don't know how Tripp didn't or how he kept it out of second place from making contact there.
Another shot there as they go through 15. Wow.
Well, Charles, that was definitely an exciting Lo206 Senior race. Those are never disappointing. Although we had that crazy action there on the first lap, had that flip going up the hill. Fortunately, that driver was all right, caused us to have an extended red flag as we cleaned up. And then we got them back underway for 12 green laps of racing. And, Charles, that was started exciting. It finished exciting.
Yeah, sure did. Ryan Curtin is our winner, and we're going to go down in just a moment with Chris. He's going to have Ryan Curtin. Hopefully we'll get him down there in just a second as we get an interview with him. As we get ready now for our KA100 Juniors, and then we'll have vintage carts. So vintage carts, we need you at the staging area, vintage carts at the staging area. Vintage going to be running 10 laps or 12?
They'll be running 10 laps.
10 laps, okay, for vintage carts. It's interesting to see those carts out here. We look forward to that again. We'll be getting our racing underway again in just a moment. We'll be back here on the When did you say our next race is? 17th at main
we will
track,
be,
correct?
yes, we will be at the main track on June 17th. So we'll have sprint races, we'll have autocross, and we'll also have the time attack going on as well. So even if you don't have a fully caged race car, you can still come out and compete with us on race day. I mean, if you want to go borrow your mom's minivan, you can come out and turn some laps on the autocross course.
We've had pickup trucks. We've had
We've had everything, yeah. Although she might not want you taking the minivan out during time attack because the main track can be a little punishing, as we've seen some of the cars. You know, we give them a 10-minute open lapping session, and that is about all the brakes on a lot of street cars can handle. So it's quite a fun competition, and it looks like we are ready to go trackside with Chris Conowall. Chris, take it away.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Ryan Curtin. Ryan, you're headed for the podium after a really exciting run there. What are you going to tell us about it?
Well, it got a little busy out there. I feel bad for Nick because he threw a chain. He would have been running right with us. In the last couple laps, it got a little frantic, but I managed to come out on top.
Yeah, and you mentioned the chain incident. After that, there was it was a photo finish there at the end, right? Who was right there beside you?
That was Robert. I actually thought that I had it won, and then he started pulling alongside before we got to the line. I even gave him like the thumbs up, the great race, but it's not over yet until you get to the line. So I think I just edged him by like a tenth of a second, something like that.
Yeah, and of course, the shirt, I think, got you right where you needed to be. We'll see you on the podium. Any shout-outs for you?
I want to thank the person who drives the Chick-fil-A delivery truck. They make my day every time I'm here.
Right on. All right, Ryan Curtin, I'm going to send it back up to you guys. Our winner, we'll see you at the podium.
Thanks, Ryan. Good to hear from you. And I'm not sure it was a tenth of a second. It may have been tighter than that,
Yeah,
Will. It was a
about
tight race.
About a chicken nugget.
Yeah.
The difference between the two of them.
That was about it. We got KA100 Juniors on the way out. Again, a lot of power from these karts. Be interesting to see them. We'll see the blue smoke of those two-stroke engines emanating out from under us here in just a few minutes as we get ready to bring them out on track. A couple of races left to go yet. We've got vintage karts. We've got shifter karts left to go yet today.
We've got 3 races left to go. We are currently waiting on KA100 Juniors to take the track. And then we'll have that 10-lap vintage race followed by the 12-lap shifter race to finish off our program. But, Charles, it has been a long day of racing. It's been an exciting day of racing.
It has. A lot of action on the track, a lot more than we see normally. We saw Lincoln Massey get a big win earlier today, and, of course, that's an exciting day for him. Lincoln, what's your next step? Where are you going to move to from where you are now?
So I'm thinking about moving up. So when I turn 13, I think that's when I can move up. I think that's when I'm going to move up to junior.
Okay.
And
how long is that from now?
A year.
Okay, 1 year. Okay.
And but the only reason I'm really thinking about it really hard is because moving up to junior, I'm not really moving up too much. I'm moving up to a bigger kart. But the cadets are the same, the same speed as the juniors, and actually you could see today as my win against the juniors.
And you'll still be running against the same competitors.
Yes.
Just a different chassis.
Yeah.
Are you planning on going to 2-stroke?
Me and my dad are thinking about it. We don't know because it's going to be a lot of work to go to a 2-stroke, and we're not used to 2-strokes, so we're just gonna figure it out as things go.
Yeah, go with what you know, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, we will look forward to seeing you as you move up to junior. Right now, we've got the KA100 Juniors on the track. Let's watch them. Let's see if we get a good green flag start from these drivers as they come by. We talked to Oliver Nybert. He came up and talked with us a little while ago, and we got the official pronunciation on his name. So we got a green flag. We're underway.
And we are underway. KA100 Junior. These are the youngest drivers in the KA100 style of go-kart. So always exciting to see these young guys out here duking it out on track. Andrew Hamill was your race 1 winner. He is already off to a little bit of a lead right now, probably about a 4 or 5 kart gap over second place Talon Laney. Oliver Najbert already fallen back to 3rd place after that race start. So we got to see how this will all shake up as they come past the line. Oliver was up here in the booth with us earlier. So excited to see him doing well out there. Let's see if he can hang on for the podium right now. And we'll have to see as they come past the stripe where the field is at.
And Meyer Lewis went a little wide there. I think a couple of guys got by him. Finn Cook may have gotten by him. Let's check at the line and see where they stand. Yeah, Luke Allen got up there, also Adam Wine. Now, Adam had a problem. We talked to Oliver a little bit about Adam's problem. He had a problem with the brakes locking up on that in the early race, so he had to take his car. He was running very well, but he had to take his car and get it worked on, so he is back now. He had to start in the rear because of his finish, so Adam Wine already up to 5th spot.
But right now, Andrew Hamill, the number 905, currently running the fastest lap of the race with a 54.903. And that is him all the way in the front right now. Your closest battle is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and that's who we're following right here at the bottom of your screen. And look at that. There is a 4-kart scrum right now between Talon Laney, Oliver Nybert. Whoa.
Not sure who that was. It went off course. We'll have to find that out. But right now, let's see if we can see.
Looks like he is back underway, although scoring looks like has frozen up on our side. And that was Talon Laney, unfortunately.
That was that Talon. Oh, man.
So right now, Luke Allen and the number 841 card. He was actually the one that was struggling at the start of the pre-final. He was the one that didn't even make it one lap. And he is currently your 2nd place driver.
Wow, how about that? Luke Allen has made his way up to 2nd in that 841. Oliver Nybert is 3rd in the 10. Adam Wine is 4th, and Meyer Lewis is 5th. But up front is Andrew Hamill. He's shown the way from the very beginning.
Yeah, if we had a hard charger award right now, that would definitely go to Luke Allen, 8th to 2nd in only 2 laps.
Yeah.
But right now, Hamill is all but checked out. He's heading back to Disney right now. Look at that lead. 2 laps, and he's already put at least that's 20-plus kart length over 2nd place.
Yeah, Andrew Hamill, it's what do they say? It's his race to lose.
Yes.
I mean, he is certainly out front and got plenty of track in front of him. Clear, not a problem for him.
Well, that's the problem with these 2-stroke karts. Once you get clean track in front of you, it is hard to catch somebody because if you're racing the guy behind you, the guy in front of you is making time.
I think Adam Wine has moved up. We saw the 23 up in this group. We'll have to find out what changes have been made in this lap when they come around to scoring. But there you see the 10 back in 3rd. I thought I saw the 23 up in 2nd or 3rd spot. Let me check that out when they come across for timing and scoring.
We'll need to see the scoring here.
So
what's on our screen is not right. So actually, Adam Wine is in 3rd right now.
Yeah, he's gone up to 3rd. Okay, Nybert is back in 4th spot.
So we'll need to see if we can get that score ticker refreshed because it is frozen right now on screen. But it is still live on our cell phone, so we're able to still follow along here and bring you the action. It looked like that last lap, Luke Allen actually turned the fastest lap of the race with a 53.804. So he is actually running faster than your race leader, Andrew Hamill. But Andrew Hamill's got a lot of real estate stacked up between him and 2nd, so I think Luke Allen's going to have to turn one of those laps every single lap to have a chance to catch back up.
Yeah, if there's going to catch him at all, because right now Hamill is way out front of Luke Allen.
But I know Adam Wine is not going to be content to let Allen run away, so Wine's going to do his best to keep the pressure on Allen. And right now, as you are following that battle for 2nd place, that is Luke Allen leading that pack of 3, Adam Wine in the middle, and Oliver Nybert. He is 4th place in that red kart. So right now, 2 of these guys are getting podiums. One of them's going home with nothing. So this is the closest battle to watch right now as your leaders make their way down the back straightaway.
We'll be coming to the cross flags halfway this time by as Hamill comes through the S's right now. And as you mentioned, I don't even know how many kart lengths that is. He's just way ahead of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place.
I think we're up to a country mile now.
You think so? Okay. And starting to lose the handle on things. Nybert is kind of losing the handle on that. There's a 2-car breakaway there for 2nd and 3rd spot, and Nybert's beginning to lose
look at this,
the
little
track.
action, but it looked like the kart got away from him. Adam Wine tried to make the pass, but it looked like he pushed those front tires a little bit, and that kart kind of snapped on him, and he lost a little bit of momentum.
So up the hill goes Andrew Hamill. Rest of the field following him as they come around.
And they make their way down the back hill, single file through the kink. Look at this. Nybert's got a little bit of a run, giving Wine a push.
And Nybert's caught that group. He got back a little ways earlier, and he was 7 or 8 kart lengths back. Now all of a sudden he's caught them once again.
And these two-stroke karts, they're very punitive. If you make one slight mistake, there is no making up for it, because unlike the four-stroke karts that have that low-end grunt, that extra torque, these two-stroke karts, if you make a mistake and you get out of that power band, you are paying for it.
Well, it looked like Adam Wine was going to make a move right there, and he got back in line in front of Nybert and just behind Luke Allen. They still trail Andrew Hamill. Hamill's up the hill now. He's already in turn 4.
And right now, I'd say the real battle is on for third right now, because Oliver Nybert all over the rear bumper of Adam Wine. Now, he looked to the inside a little bit there, but I think he thought better of it coming through the kink.
Well, Adam Wine is having a much better race than he had in the pre-final. So far, his kart has lasted more than just 2 or 3 laps. Doing well. He got that brake problem under control, and so a good thing for Adam Wine. He is stuck right in the middle of that battle there.
Yeah, and the cart directly in front of him doing even better than the pre-final, because he wasn't even able to get a single lap in.
Didn't even get out there on the track.
And we lost somebody from that group. Oh no! As soon as I said it.
All right, let's see what happens here.
It looks like Luke Allen locked it up. Oh.
Just as we were talking about how lucky he was in this race, that happens. Will he pull back in 4th? Let's see if he loses 4th spot, too, or if he's able to come back in 4th
And according to my scoring, it looks like Meyer Lewis was able to get around him. And I think that's who we are looking at right now. No, that is Nybert getting around Wine. So just like that, in 1 lap, 4th to 2nd, Oliver Nybert.
Wow.
And Adam Wine, I don't think he knows what happened there. He is going to have his hands full as
Nybert moves up to 2nd spot, so you'll check it out on scoring when they come by this time. There we go.
Yeah, and he's got 3 laps to figure this one out. I know Wine can do it, but is he going to have the time? Because Nybert, that is not somebody you want to try and get around later in the race. He's got a strong kart, and you can see he's already pulling away a little bit, although not as strong as Andrew Hamill. Man, Andrew Hamill, he packed the secret sauce today. He is already checked out, about ready to load the trailer up because he is so far ahead of everybody else.
You might as well just retire it after this lap, correct?
So, well, if we were in the pre-final, he could, but since we're in the final race, we got a bonus 2 laps here. So, and as we've seen, anything can happen. And there is your race leader, Andrew Hamill, coming down, taking the 2 to go. But your closest battle on track right now, 2nd place between Oliver Nybert and Adam Wine.
These guys still battling hard, too. Nybert is up there in 2nd, Wine trying to chase him down. And looks like Wine's got some work to do. Maybe he'll tighten it up a little bit, but right now Nybert pretty well in control of 2nd spot.
Yeah, and if Adam's not careful, Nybert's going to get away from him. So he's got to keep him reined in, and he's got to pick his time to strike, because he's only going to have 1 or 2 opportunities to make this pass, Charles.
Well, they go through the S's right now. It's Nybert with Wine behind him, heading up to the top of the hill. They look in turn 14. They look down to the outside, and you talked about that hill being an off-camber hill. When they come across that, it's not conducive to a lot of speed because of the way that the camber changes when they get to the top of the hill.
It's like a reverse banking. It's banking the opposite way.
Yeah.
So it's wanting to throw you out of your seat and
falls off instead of coming to you. All right, look at this. They're right. Good battle going on right now. Nybert is there, but Wine is right behind him.
He sent it down the hill. They accordion pretty hard there at the bottom of that hill. But now they have spread back out a tiny bit as they've made their way around the clubhouse and down the back straightaway. But look at this. Wine's got a little bit of a run right now, closing that gap back in. He's not going to be able to do it in turn 9 here, but let's see if he tries to set up position as they make their way through the S's. Is he going to look to the outside of 14? Let's see.
I think the intensity level has picked up a bit here.
Yes, it has, and these guys are bumper to bumper right now. Andrew Hamill taking the final turn, so he's going to come to the checkered flag. Oh, look at this. Wine sends it low. They are side by side. Ooh, Nybert gets it.
Wow, how close was that? Nybert got him by just a portion of the fairing in the front of that. Let's check out this.
Let's see that one more time. And this is them coming through 14. Look at that. Bumper to bumper, practically shoving them through the turn. And they hug about the middle of the track, bring it back wide. And Wine just kind of sent it down there on the inside, forcing Nybert to take the high side, but Nybert was going to be fine to keep the speed. He had it there for a second.
Wow.
But since Nybert was on the outside, he definitely had more engine revs and was able to get back into power sooner, and that's why you saw him just pull right back out in front of Wine.
Yeah, Nybert had the momentum on that high side coming through there. Here's another shot of it right now. Wine goes down to the inside. He's got the inside covered. He's got a little bit of advantage right there.
Oh, and you could see Wine, too, just trying to shake that cart, get anything he can. And, Charles, that was a valiant effort.
It was.
And both drivers, I mean, if it's a consolation prize, they both get podium spots. So that was for second and third place.
Adam Wine in that white cart. Oliver Nybert in the red one, and Oliver just sneaks ahead at the line in order to take second place. Congratulations to Andrew Hamill as he gets the win this afternoon. We got vintage carts coming out in a moment, but first we'll go down to Chris. I think he's going to have our winner down with him in just a minute.
We're here with race winner Andrew Hamill. You won that by a country mile. We all want to know, what's the secret?
Just keeping consistency. I think also having a great team. DPC, thank you very much for everything. I got to thank my parents for just being here helping me, and I love them so much, and I thank them for letting me do this.
Awesome. Well, you're crazy fast. You're going to be up on the podium here in just a minute. Any other shout-outs?
Yeah, everyone in Ohio, thank you for watching.
All right, Ohio, this kid is fast. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew, thanks so much. Back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. And while we were getting that interview, we were getting the vintage carts underway. They took the green flag first time by, so we are currently following your leaders down the back straightaway. The number 6 cart of Philip Tidwell leads the group. The number 30 cart of Robert Hall in second place. Number 33 of Mike Brown. And it looks like, never mind, we are changing up that scoring data a little bit. Looks like Philip Tidwell in first, Billy Johnson in second, Robert Hall in third, Todd Breedlove in fourth, Mike Brown in third, but keeps changing on us, so let's just see when they make their way past the line what the actual running order is here. The scoring tower spazzing out a little bit on us, so let's find out as we get the first lap in the books, and that is Tyson Swan. It looks like Tyson Swan, Billy Johnson, Philip Tidwell, Robert Hall, Thomas Neese, Flip Davis, Todd Breedlove, Jessica Epting, and Mike Brown are going to be your 10 drivers right now on track in vintage kart. And I'm not sure if that is a transponder issue or not. I'm also seeing Donnie Munda out here on track as well. not seeing that. So there might be some issues with the timing and scoring right now, but we are currently showing Tyson Swan as your leader in the number 16 kart. And that should be Billy Johnson right there, hot on his tail. 3rd and 4th place going past the screen, 5th, 6th. So that is Flip Davis there.
Looks like we're 20 years back by looking at these carts, doesn't it? I mean, no fairings, no fenders, no nothing. It's just a wheel and man.
So the rules on these carts, 1990, I was 1 year old when these carts were manufactured.
I was an old man in 1990. I'm not going to tell you how old I was at that point. I was already an adult, put it that way.
And they are running these flathead engines flat out right now, trying to get up the hill, around the turn, and back down that long straightaway on the back side of the track.
So how do these compare horsepower-wise with some of our other carts?
I don't know because I didn't ask anybody what kind of power they were running, but my assumption is probably not as much. Their lap times are about 10 seconds slower, so to be honest, it's going to come down to how much these things weigh. I really don't know what the actual weight is of these vintage carts. They're definitely probably not as light as our normal racing chassis, but they're probably not as heavy as the rental carts that we have. So, my assumption is somewhere in the middle. They would probably be in the, 8 to 10 horsepower range.
Well, I was talking with Tyson Swan and his crew down there earlier today, and they love this vintage racing. They love bringing those carts out. They've got a great program going on down in Barnesville, and they're very excited about being here and hoping they can add this as a regular track to their vintage karting.
Well, we're definitely looking to expand the Georgia Karting Championship Series. We've got some exciting announcements that we're going to be making here pretty soon. We're already looking to expand it to 6 races next year. We got another track lined up, and we will be making more announcements about that soon. So,
ooh, look at this move.
Ooh, he's looking to the outside. Doesn't quite have the speed. Billy Johnson's going to have to tuck it back in. Gets a little squirrely there.
What a great shot. He's able to follow him all through that turn and up the S's.
And he was going to lose a little bit of momentum there as he pushed the front end coming out of turn 9. But look at this. Man. Gets the run again. He's going to go to the outside of 14.
Oh.
Where's the Kenny Loggins when you need it? He's going into the danger zone, Charles.
Wow. Swan still leads him, but Billy Johnson, man, he's giving him a run for his money right now as they come back across the line here, 4 laps complete.
And they will take it 1-2 across the stripe, 4 down, 6 to go in this 10-lap final race for your vintage kart class.
They look down at turn number 2, and it looks like they don't have a lot of trouble. They bog down a little bit getting up to the top of the hill, but they start out pretty fast as they make that turn. They carry a lot of speed into turn number 2.
Yes, they do, and right now it looks like your number 2 driver is running a little bit quicker than the number 1 driver, so that's probably why he is all over the tail. Look at this, going to make the move again.
But he's positioning himself wrong. He's positioning himself
on the outside, but he might be there to can't get it. Yeah, and that might be, where you go where you've got the available real estate, and if you got the run and the track's open on the outside, I guess that's where you have to go, and that could be part of the racecraft on.
Now he's got a good run going, yeah.
And he gets him on the inside coming through 14.
Last time he tried it on the outside of 14, and that's not the place you want to be.
Rarely do you want to pass on the outside of any turn. I think turn 14 is about one of the only turns you can do it, but you got to have the run, and you got to know exactly where you are on track when you set up to initiate that pass, because you will run out of real estate quick.
I bet you anything Tyson Swan's going to try to take this back, because there he goes up on the outside. He's trying to set him up for a move into turn 3. Can he outbreak him down to the inside?
Ooh, I think he thought about it, but he ran out of steam heading up the back hill. And let's see as they make their run down the back straightaway.
Boy, he's right in his tire tracks.
Practically bump drafting right now as they make their way into turn 9, that heavy braking zone.
You can't really bump draft with these. It's more like sticking your foot out.
Yeah. You'd almost say shoved a foot up his butt.
That's right, yeah. All right, they head into 14. Let's see if there's anything different this time by.
And they are still nose to tail. I think he's just going to be patient. He's biding his time. He knows they're just over halfway. It's going to be 3 to go this time, or 4 to go this time by. I think they know he's still got plenty of time to make a move, Because the thing is, you don't want to get around them. It's kind of like scoring in football. You don't want to do it too soon towards the end of the game, because then you give the ball back to the competitor, and they could potentially have the go-ahead and leave you with no time to get back up.
Now he's trying to move once again. Let's see if he can cut him off down to the inside. He tried to look high coming out of turn 2. Now he's got a little bit of a run, but the kink's not the place to do that.
Nope, and he carried a lot of speed through turn 4, but look at this. Swan had a little bit of a run there, but I think Johnson did a little shimmy and a shake, and Swan had to lay off the throttle there for a second because he had the run, but it looked like he let up.
Well, he's going to be looking probably to the outside in turn 14. If he can get there, let's see if he can. No, he's right single file behind him.
And you know, Charles, we haven't really seen him jockeying too much. Do you think he's just trying to keep his hand concealed? You think he's trying to, not let Billy know what turn he's going to be trying to pass him on?
I feel like that's the case. I don't really know, but I kind of feel that. Don't you feel that, Will, that's he's just waiting on a last lap to try to pull something off?
It's got to be, because they have stayed single file for 2 laps in a row now. And look at this. He's going again.
Boy, he loves that little move right there coming up the hill, but it doesn't ever seem to pay off for him.
Well, it definitely puts him in better position coming through turn 4 when he does that.
But it doesn't pay off. He can't do anything about it, even down to the kink.
I think these karts, they don't get enough speed. It's like when you drive the rental karts through there. You can take that line high, low, doesn't matter. You lose so much speed coming up the hill that honestly the quickest line is a straight line when you're going through there.
All right, right now we've still got Billy Johnson up front with Tyson Swan trying to chase him down. We'll be coming to 2 to go this time. Man, Swan is just all over the back bumper of Johnson.
And he is not going to try and make a move here either, so it should be 2 to go this time by. I'd expect him to try and start something, kind of like, when you're at the end of the football game, you kick it on 3rd down rather than on 4th down, because in case you muff the snap, you at least got one more opportunity to do it, and let's see if he tries something here with 2 laps to go.
Again, he's looking on the outside, which doesn't really ever seem to net him anything in turn number 3.
I think he's able to keep a little bit more speed that way, but I feel like it's negligible because the amount of real estate he's having to cover to get it.
So they go up that little rise, head down toward turn 9.
And you can see Johnson staying a little bit wider, turning in. I mean, they're both turning in about the same place, but Swan is itching a little bit. And Swan also races in another division here. So, Billy Johnson Jr., I think this is the only division he's racing in, and he's one of the guys that's coming up from Barnesville. And let's see here as they go through the final 2 turns. There's going to be 1 to go this time by. White flag is out. Billy Johnson Jr., your current race leader, hot on his tail. Tyson Swan running 2nd place. This has been the battle we've been following all race.
Well, this will be, as we say, the Swan song to find out if Swan's going to be able to do anything this time. Again, he takes that. Now, Johnson kind of took that away from him a little bit that time. Did you notice that? Johnson went wide.
He's starting to push him a little bit, see what he can get away with. And, ooh, look at this.
Oh, my. Tyson takes a look down to the inside. Now Swan goes to the inside.
And he's going coast to coast here on the back straightaway. Not able to get a wheel up alongside of him, so he's going to have to tuck it back in behind.
He's got one more, well, maybe 2 more passing zones. He's got 14 and he's got 16. He might can make something happen.
He's going to have to send it wide somewhere. Let's see. Almost got a fender on him, but I think Billy Johnson knew what he was doing, and so he pushed his line a little wide, forcing Tyson to ring it back in. And
Johnson's going to take it.
And that is going to be all she wrote. I think Tyson should have whipped it out there a little bit quicker rather than showing his move there, because they both
so close at that point, but had to pull it back in single file. Swan follows Johnson across.
And that was the smart move, because I would have taken them both out had he tried to stay committed to that.
Oh, yeah, no question. And there's the win.
And
well, that's a 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I think.
And your current running order right now, your race winner, the number 2, Billy Johnson Jr., followed by the number 16 of Tyson Swan, the number 6 of Philip Tidwell in 3rd, number 30 of Robert Hall in 4th, the number 36 of Thomas Neese in 5th place. 6th position is taken by the number 12 of Todd Breedlove. In 7th place, the number 57 of Flip Davis, followed by the number 25 of Matthew Sapp. The number 96 of Jessica Epting is in 9th place, and rounding out your field in 10th position, the number 33 of Mike Brown.
And that was Billy Johnson with the win. Tyson Swan in 2nd spot. There you see shifter carts ready to come out for our final race of the day. We'll bring shifters out in just a minute. Hopefully we'll get a word with our winner in just a moment. We'll go down and see what Billy Johnson has to say about his win here this afternoon in just a moment, if we can get Chris down there to get hold of him. Will, it's been another great day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Just looking at the sky, there's one little cloud over there. That's been it all day long, that one little cloud.
Been clear skies. It has been warm. It has been good weather, low wind. At least from my standpoint, I know some people like having the breeze, but when I'm flying, we got drones out here.
Yeah,
I like it at 0.
That's right. It has been an outstanding day. One more race to go. Shifter carts coming up for you here in just a moment. Great to see the vintage guys here. So nice to see them here. Here's a great drone shot of our perspective.
Smile on the balcony. You're on camera, Facebook and YouTube.
Hi,
Give
guys.
us a wave. Hey. I know you can hear me. We got speakers out there.
Hope y'all are having a good day. You can't see us. We're right inside the double doors there. Hello. We see you out there. Yeah, we do.
Yep. We hope you guys have been enjoying at home. We know it's been a long program today. It's been an exciting program. I don't think there's been a dull race today. Even kid karts, having 8 of them out there, that was fun to watch.
Neat to see. I mean, we had some folks join us up here in the tower throughout the day. That's been fun. Oh, Billy Johnson is down there. He's with Chris Conowall. Chris, what you got with Billy?
Hey, I'm here with race winner, Big Billy Johnson, the legend. You held off Mr. Swan, and you took the checkered flag, and you got the podium. What can you tell us?
It was a good race. Tyson was fast. He gave me plenty of room, and that's about it.
Well, what worked out for you better this run versus the run before where Tyson got the pre-final?
We had some issues with the engine, and Joey Gully fixed it.
Well, good job to you. Congratulations. Any shout-outs today?
Yeah, Joey Gully. Yep, Motorman. Got to thank him.
All right, shout out to Joey Gully. All right, our race winner, the legend. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody, and we'll send it back up to you.
Congrats. Ask Billy where he's from. Chris, ask Billy where he's from.
Billy, they want to know where you're from.
I live in Sharpsburg, Georgia.
Sharpsburg?
Grew up in Stone Mountain, live in Sharpsburg, yep.
Okay, Charles, there you go, Sharpsburg.
Good to know. Thanks so much. Congratulations to Billy on his win here this afternoon. We've got shifter carts on the track right now. They're rolling. We'll get them lined up. Remember, they start from a dead start, so they'll be lining up down there in their particular areas, and we'll get them ready to go in a moment. Final race of the day coming up. It is shifter carts.
And they should be getting underway here momentarily. They release them on track, let them do a warm-up lap, put a little heat in those tires. And then, as you can see, they grid them up in those grid spots on the front straightaway. So this will be a standing start race. And you'll see a puff of blue smoke come out of these guys when they're ready to go.
Is that just 4? I thought we had 6 of those.
We just have 4 today, Charles.
Okay, 4. We're ready to go.
And they're going to go on the grid lights. So they're going to do this full F1 start. And there they go.
No false starts with them, right?
Nope.
Oh, look at this immediate pass going on.
And that looked like Jacob Hughes got the shot off on Daniel Perez, and Daniel Perez trying to get back around but not able to do it. So right now you've got a really contested battle for the lead right now. Danny Perez, Jacob Hughes going side by side down the back straightaway.
Man, Danny's got him. Look at this going into turn number 9. It's Danny who's got the advantage over Jacob Hughes. Danny's got that bright green helmet on, so we can certainly tell who he is as he goes into number 14. In second spot is Jacob Hughes, running in that second position as they make their way off 16 and down towards start finish to complete lap 1.
And just like that, we are 1 lap into the final race of the day, 12-lap shifter kart final race. These are the top dogs, the Apex Predators. These karts running anywhere from 30 to 50 horsepower, depending on what kind of weight penalty they're taking. And Charles, these things, this is as close as you're going to get to F1 driving one of these shifter karts. Look at this, 52.997 right now on the lap time. So that is actually about in line with what those X30 karts were doing, but expect to see these times come down as these karts warm up and they get full grip out on the track. These guys are pulling in excess of 3 to 4 Gs.
Wow.
You
Well,
know,
Jose Garcia was talking about the workout that you get in these karts because of the Gs that you pull and the lack of for lack of a better term, seat belts and things like that hold you in. There's very little to hold you. You know, your body is shifting back and forth in the seats.
And look at that, already down to a 50.397. That's fastest time of the day right now of all classes. So as these guys are making their way down the back straightaway, you know, one of the things that really illustrates the G-forces here is these guys have to wear rib protectors, and it's not because of the likelihood of them getting into an accident. It's because every single lap, every single turn, the G-forces are so incredible that these guys are actually holding themselves into the seat with their elbows, with their arms. So they've got their hands on the steering wheel. They've got their elbows raked into their chest. And so that rib protector is actually to prevent them from breaking their own ribs while they're out on track.
Wow.
And that's the kind of G-forces you experience when you hop in one of these shifter karts.
Man. Well, Danny Perez is leading. Jacob Hughes in second spot. Hughes with the fastest lap on the track that time by. But he's not able to chase down Perez at the moment. We've completed 3 laps out of 12 as these guys fly by our vantage point and head on down to turn number 8.
And it is always wild to see these guys on track. We had that huge shifter kart shootout finale last year where we had 27 shifter karts out on track. And hopefully we'll get to do that again this year because we're in the mid-season break right now for the shifter kart shootout. Now, we run shifter kart class every single month here at AMP, but the Eyes Up Body Symmetry team is sponsoring the shifter kart shootout prize, and that is going to be race 1, race 2, race 7, and race 8. So the first 2 and the last 2 races of the season are the points races for the prize money. And so that's when you're going to see your real big grids coming out trying to take home some of that money.
Now, when did you say we'll be back here at the kart track again?
So we'll be back here at the kart track next month on July 15th, or actually July 22nd. So we'll be up at the main track on July 15th. And well, actually, we got 3 dates in a row up at main track before we're back here at kart track. We've got the June 17th main track race. We've got the July 4th drift event, which if you've never seen people drifting the main track, that is a sight to behold. They'll do 4 or 5 cars tandem up through the carousel. And that is put on by Drift HQ. Always fun to have those guys out. And we'll be out here flying FPV. We'll be taking a lot more liberties than we are right now because with the drift cars, we can practically fly those things through the window and it doesn't interfere with anything since it's not an active race.
Wow.
Whereas we have to be a little polite with how we fly here during a race. But then after the 4th of July drift event, we'll be back again with the main track on July 15th. And so both those main track race dates, June 17th and July 15th, we'll be doing sprint races, we'll be doing autocross, and we'll also be doing the time attack.
What sprint races?
So the sprint races are what we do up front. It's a 20-minute format. So we do an open practice session. Your fastest time during that practice session sets the grid, and then we'll line up, do a 20-minute sprint race. That'll set the grid
that's
for –
that's the Miatas and the downforce.
Yes, that's
sprint,
Miatas,
gotcha.
downforce, the historics, which we've actually had a pretty good turnout this season so far with the historic drivers. They've been having a good time out there. And so we've been enjoying having them. We've had a Spec Ford Racer's been joining us all season. We even had a KTM Expo GT4 car was out there with the downforce guys. That was fun to watch because of how much bigger he was footprint-wise than all the other cars. But the real star of the show last month was the Praga R1 class.
I know, yeah, wow.
And we've already got 5 of them signed up for this month, so they are coming back out. That'll be fun to watch. So if you want to see some good racing action, tune back in 2 weeks. We'll be up at the main track running our races up there.
It was good to see Stig here. That was kind of
neat to have Ben Johnson here. We had Ben Collins with us in the booth.
Ben Collins, yeah,
and that was fun. You never know who's going to show up, and he was here with Praga. They had their mechanics and all their might of that company was on site to help support the first event with the Praga R1s, and we're just up here calling the race, and all of a sudden the Stig just sticks his head in and says, "Hey, can I hop on the broadcast?" So that was fun. Although I unfortunately wasn't getting to call any of that because I was race directing, so that was you and Pete got to talk with the Stig.
Well, what was interesting to me is I found out that he did most of the stunt driving in many of the James Bond movies. I did not know that was on his part of his resume.
Yeah, well, it's hard to imagine how long Top Gear has actually been on air. I mean, that was back in the early 2000s, and so that was back when all those movies, those Pierce Brosnan and James Bond movies were coming out. So I'm not surprised he was the one wheeling those cars.
And Stig, that was a kind of an unknown. You didn't know who it was going to be, and he said that when he first started that people thought, this guy's kind of a joke. He's not really a race car driver. And then at some point they said, this guy can drive a race car. And he had very nice things to say about AMP. He said it's the most challenging course he's ever been on in all of his racing, most challenging course ever. And he said, especially turn 16, he said that is the most challenging corner in all of racing. And it looks so benign.
If you've never been on the main track, turn 16, the pucker factor, because to do that turn proper, you are flat out and you better hope your car is set up.
Oh, wow. We have seen a lot of cars wreck on turn 16 because it just looks like it's so easy, just a slight turn, but the fact that your car unloads, the weight unloads, and it's off camber, and that just leads a lot of people to the tire wall.
Yes, it does, and that's where you got to have a properly set up car, because as you crest that hill while you're going through the turn, it is modeled after Eau Rouge at Spa. And so it's not quite as aggressive of an elevation change, but still the same type of left-right turn as you're cresting a hill. And it's a lot of fun. Our main track it's really a driver's track. You can come out here and learn every single time you get on track.
Well, laps are winding down now. We'll come to 2 to go this time by Danny Perez. Got a pretty handy lead right now on these shifter carts. Jacob Hughes, Joe Foster, Grayson Butler round out the field as Perez brings him off turn number 17. He'll be coming to 2 to go.
And as they get the 2 to go, it looks like their times are slowing down a little bit. It's probably because getting a lot of heat now in these engines. You notice those first 3-4 laps, they were constantly chewing a second, 2 seconds off those lap times till they were cresting right around a 49.9, 50 even. But they have flattened back out now, still running really fast times, because we see those X30 cars, they can get down to 51, 52 seconds. But really the only guys that have a shot at breaking it into the 40s are these shifter carts. And it looks right now Danny Perez is just extending that lead. I think there might be an issue with Jacob Hughes because he was over a second off pace that last lap. As your race leader, Danny Perez, makes his way around the final 2 turns, he will see the white flag.
We got one more lap of racing action here for this Saturday afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Perez down into turn number 2 for the final time around. Boy, slides that cart off too.
And Charles, can't think of a better way to wrap up a good day of racing than watching these shifter carts absolutely send it around the track. We have had 20 contests today. This is race 20. And we will be wrapping it up here in less than half a lap as Danny Perez takes that cart through turn 9 into the S's.
He's got less than half a lap to go, crest the hill. He can almost look down beside him and see start-finish where he wants to wind up right now as he goes through there. Final time through 16, and then it'll be 17 and a straight shot to the checkered flag for Danny Perez.
And there goes Danny, takes the checkered flag. Jacob Hughes in second place. And so we're actually going to do something special here today, something we haven't done before. So the winner of the shifter cart race is actually going to get a flag, and we're going to do a victory lap here.
Ah, how about that?
So this will be a first for us. It'll be fun to see what Danny Perez does. Maybe he'll do the Polish victory
I
lap.
started saying, man, you want to go backwards. So, of course, the reason they do that is so that the driver is closer to the fans. And this one, you're sitting in the middle, so it really doesn't matter. You're right at the fans either way.
Well, and if you're watching from the broadcast, he is about as close to you as he's going to get.
That's right. Now, so he's going to grab – this is his victory lap, or he's going to grab the flag
he's
and do another victory
He's
lap?
going to swing back to the start-finish and grab the flag.
Okay, so he'll do a cool-down lap and then a victory lap.
So let's see here. And then I think we're going to be doing the Le Mans salute as well. So if you are not familiar with that, all the corner workers will step out, salute the drivers. We'll give him a wave.
And I believe he's not going to take the flag that time.
Maybe it's the economics of holding a flag, holding the shifting knob and the steering wheel
Maybe
all at
so,
the same
yeah.
time.
Maybe that's not possible in that cart.
And so he is going to go ahead. There is that Le Mans salute.
And he takes it off track down to the paddock area, down to the tech shed, and we'll be getting a word with our winner, Danny Perez. Boy, he cut that tight there. I thought he was going to hit that barrier for a moment.
Yeah, he did whip it in there pretty tight, but all he's got to do to secure this victory is roll that thing across the scales. As long as he passes Tech, he is your unofficial winner. And once he passes Tech, he will be confirmed as your race winner. And we're going to see if we can get a word from Danny Perez after he pushes that cart across the scales. I see Chris down there.
Yeah, you see our camera operator, Kavion, down there, too. We've not had not mentioned Kavion today. He is down there doing our pit road victory lane interviews as cameraman for Chris Conwall. So in just a moment, we'll get Danny Perez over and we'll talk with him. There's our two drones. You see the shot of them as they're hovering over victory lane.
They are playing drone tag right now, just checking each other out.
I see you.
And they are more than happy to do that because they are independent contractors and own their drones, and that's not part of my broadcasting kit, so they can fly as close as they want to each other.
This is the flyover today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And it looks like Danny Perez is down there. I see Chris is ready to go. I see Danny unzipping his jacket there. I imagine it's hot down there, Charles.
Don't you know, I've seen a number of those drivers sweating already today. It is probably the warmest day we've had so far, certainly the warmest day we've had here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I think Chris is pretty much ready with Danny. He's on the way over, so let's go on down to Chris as he gets ready to ask Danny a couple of questions.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Will. Here he comes. He won the pre-final, and now he has won the final. You took the checkered. Daniel Perez, the fastest of the fast. What can you say?
Good race. We had a problem with the chassis. It broke, but I had to do the final. I was just too excited. But overall, great race. Had a lot of rivals. Jacob's really fast driver, so he just kept imposing me to just go faster.
Yeah, he got up on you there for a minute, but then about mid-race, you found that extra gear, it seemed like, and took off. So tell us about your team. Shout out to them.
Shout out to DPC, Liquid Molly, Body Symmetry, all the people that always have my back. Blazers, Hot Wings, I want to thank them all for always having my back and supporting me. And overall, just great race. I had a lot of fun.
All right, Daniel Perez, we will see you on the podium, our winner. Congratulations. All right, gentlemen, back up to you. We got podiums coming up.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We do have podiums coming up. That's going to do it for our broadcast today. We thank you for tuning in. Make sure you're back with us again as we get set to race here on July 22nd at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Podiums will be up next, so drivers and crews and families, be ready. Podiums up next. That will be goodbye on our broadcast today from right here in Dawsonville, Georgia at Atlanta Motorsports Park. See you soon.
All right, I need all drivers, if you have a transponder and you have not returned it, we need you to bring that transponder back up to the booth. You will not get your ID back until we get our transponder. So unless you want to go sit in line at the DMV to get another ID, which I know I don't, you might want to come back up here and give us your transponder. All drivers, make sure you bring your transponders back up to the booth.
right, attention all drivers, Start making your way towards the podiums. We are going to have this podium ceremony underway. We have got all the race results, and they are official. I need all drivers. Go ahead, start making your way to the podium. All right, we are almost ready to go, folks. Once we get these medals and champagne spray up here, we will get this podium ceremony underway. We have got our results. We just need to get the medals up here. We will get this underway. right, who's ready for a podium ceremony? Well, we appreciate each and every one of you guys coming out today. This was our largest kart race we have ever had at AMP Kart Racing. Over 141 drivers showed up today. Thank you, guys. So without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump right into this Comer Kid Kart. Comer Kid Kart. In third place, Matthias Sandblom. In second place, Nazar Martienko. And your winner in Comer Kid Kart, Arlo Stowers. Right behind you, he's got it. All right, let's get our winners up on the podium. Get your picture taken. All right, let it fly. Shake them up. Shake it up. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. All right, good job, guys. Good job. Congratulations to our Comer Kid Kart winners. Get you nice and wet before the ride home. I'm sure Mom and Dad are going to love that. Up next, Lo206 Kid Kart. Lo206 Kid Kart. In third place, Carter Morard. In second place, Barrett Turley. And your winner in Lo206 Kid Kart, Riggins Barnacle. All right, guys, you know what to do. Shake it up. You got to shake it. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, let's try not to get it on the helmet. All right, good job, guys. Good job. Up next, Lo206 Cadet. Lo206 Cadet. In third place, Axel Robards. In second place, Camila Canache. And your winner in Lo206 Cadet, Lincoln Massey. you got some people walking below you. Oh, you missed your opportunity. Yeah! Good job, guys. Good job. All right, up next, Lo206 Junior. Lo206 Junior. In third place, Luke Corman. In second place, Alyssa Vasquez. And your winner in Lo206 Junior, Justin Sherbert. Yeah. And I think third place was the recipient of that champagne spray. Up next, Lo206 Senior. Lo206 Senior. In third place, Carson Craig. In second place, Juan Pablo Garcia. And your winner in Lo206 Senior, Robert Davis. Yeah! Good job, guys. All right, up next, Lo206 Master. Lo206 Master. In third place, Mr. Al Edwards. In second place, Philip Tidwell. And your winner in Lo206 Master, Matt Lassiter. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, Tag Rookie. Tag Rookie. In third place, Arthur Nahapedian. In second place, Francisco Puerta. And your winner in Tag Rookie, Camila Canache. Oh. And just like she races, she didn't let up from the start. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, Tag Senior. Tag Senior. In third place, Banu Yedla. In second place, Harrison Browning. And your winner in tag senior, Leo Oliveira. Good job, good job. Up next, Tag Master. Tag Master. In third place, Kyle Clark. Nope. In second place, Craig Foster. And your winner in Tag Master, Eugene Panenko. Good job, good job. Up next, KA100 Junior. KA100 Junior. In third place, Adam Wine. In second place, Oliver Nybert. And your winner in KA100 Junior, Andrew Hamill. Yeah. Up next, KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior. In third place, Christian Blevins Jr. In second place, Kellen Spears. And your winner in KA100 Senior, Jose Garcia. Yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. Two. You got enough? Do we need to order more of those? I need them up front. Okay. All right, up next, Vintage Kart. Vintage Kart. In third place, Philip Tidwell. In second place, Tyson Swan. And your winner in Vintage Kart, Billy Johnson Jr. All right, we went a little out of order here, so we're going to do Tag Cadet. Tag Cadet up next. In third place, Ryan Perez. In second place, Mateen Fanian. And your winner in Tag Cadet, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. All right, your final podium of the day, shifter kart. Shifter kart. We haven't even called him yet. Your winner, Daniel Perez. All right, thank you guys. We appreciate everybody for coming out today. Thank you for helping us make history here, our largest grid to date. We will be back at it here at Kart Track on July 17th. We will be going hot up at the main track on June 17th. We'll be back at the main track on July 15th, and then we'll be here at the kart track on July 22nd. Sorry about that. July 22nd will be round 5 in the Summer Karting Series. Thank you, everybody. We hope you have a safe trip home.